Hear me, sister, hear me, brother.
Hear me, sister, hear me, brother.
Not too far from one another.
Not too far from one another.
We are kinsmen, we are kindred.
We are kinsmen, we are kindred.
Bring your friends now by the hundred.
Your friends now by the hundred.
Join the band of many millions.
The land of many millions.
Call out to the 7 billion.
Call out to the 7 billion.
So be all the greatest treasure.
So be all the greatest treasure.
Greatest gift by any measure.
Greatest gift by any measure.
If they ever patient mother,
Then ever patient mother.
see they injured them together.
Then eager them together.
Time to use your best possession.
To use your best possession.
Time to manifest compassion.
To manifest compassion.
In the rule of weary wasteland.
The rule of weary wasteland.
Mend the mountain, mend the woodland.
The mountain and the woodland.
Every river, sea and ocean.
Every river, sea and ocean.
Lend your time and your devotion.
Your time and your devotion. Let's do it!
There it is, the Statue of Liberty. Lady Liberty looking over Manhattan, New York City. That's the skyline you're looking at as you join us for World Cleanup Day, the live show, the broadcast this year coming to you from both New York City with their call center and media center back 5,000 miles away in Tallinn in Estonia, where it all began 6 years ago. How's everybody feeling? Good? Yes. This is exciting. We're here in the city that never sleeps. We'll explain why shortly, why we've come to New York City this year, because we have some very exciting news and Heidi Solba will tell us about that in a while. But here we are, 6 years, it's hard to believe. The World Cleanup Day that has grown bigger and bigger each year. Now this year we have at least 164 countries all over the globe. They have already been cleaning for hours. We've been showing you a map, if you've been watching our Facebook videos, that started grey and has been becoming more and more colourful, going from east to west as people have been waking up and cleaning their towns, their cities, their villages, their homes. It has been incredible. We've been recording so many of those interviews, our team here in New York and in Tallinn overnight, and we're going to show you many of those interviews now over the next 10 hours or so. This is going to be an incredible show. Like I said, we'll be here for hours, hearing from the volunteers, hearing from the team leaders in all the different countries. We will have special guests coming to the studio, people that are passionate about the cause, about making the world a greener and a more environmentally friendly place. And we're also going to be joined, because we're by the UN, by some diplomats, ambassadors, and the change makers, the people that we have to get through to and get our message across about what World Cleanup Day is all about, that they can bring it to the UN, they can bring it back to their countries and help really bring about a change. So there's just so much to come. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to stay with us. Don't forget to share this on social media. Tell people how they can watch, going to the website. Just share it everywhere and follow on social media for more updates on where you can watch the broadcast. First, we have a special message. Before we talk to Heidi and Ingrid from the Let's Do It team, we have a message from the President of Estonia, Alar Karas. He sent us this.
Dear friends of the planet, World Cleanup Day has become a global unifying event. The millions of people taking part in the campaign are not just cleaning the beaches and forests. They are showing us that it is within our power to create a positive impact. They are sending the message that we can unite across borders for the sake of our environment. This is what we need to create a livable future. Collective action that demonstrates our commitment to sustainable practices, raises awareness and holds ourselves accountable for the choices we make. World Cleanup Day is not just a one-day event. It is a symbol of our shared responsibility and our unwavering dedication to a cleaner, greener and more harmonious world. I'm very proud that this initiative, which was born in Estonia, has spread all around the globe. Let us unite for the World Cleanup Day and clean our planet.
At a time when our planet's health hangs in the balance, one environmental movement that transcends borders and cultures is celebrating its 5th anniversary. This is the story of how Let's Do It World created the largest peacetime civic movement in human history and its positive, lasting impact on the global mismanaged waste crisis. It all began in 2008 in Estonia, a small nation with a big heart. That first nationwide cleanup led by Teeme Ära or Let's Do It engaged just 4% of our population, but served as motivation to inspire change across the whole world. In 2012, volunteers from Estonia, Slovenia and Portugal initiated global events between March and September, bringing together millions of people from 96 countries and territories, each leading their own cleanups. In 2014, the plan changed. Instead of cleaning up over several months, by 2018 everyone would instead coordinate their actions on one single day. Our overall aim was to engage 5% of the world's population, which is, according to studies, the tipping point needed for self-sustaining societal change. With this bold goal, the Let's Do It Foundation took responsibility for delivering the first World Cleanup Day and rolled up its sleeves in preparation for September 15, 2018. There was much to do in the next 4 years. Establishing the biggest environmental network ever, a massive marketing campaign, and pulling off a 28-hour live telethon broadcasting the entire green wave of cleanups from Fiji to American Samoa. And together, this incredible new network succeeded in creating the largest peacetime civic action movement ever. On that historic day, over 18 million people from 157 countries and territories turned out to clean up, kickstarting the process that would shape the future. 2018's success demonstrated the willpower of our global network. So the logical next step was to keep going, leading us to establish the self-governing Let's Do It World NGO and create a lasting legacy. We engage with almost every country and territory in the world, bonding individuals, families and communities in a common cause to overcome challenges and to unite for a better future. Our movement's unwavering commitment is to create a cleaner and healthier world, one in which the global mismanaged waste crisis is resolved. Each year has seen us grow from our humble roots to a global phenomenon. But in 2020, COVID hit.
Coronavirus emergency.
Global restrictions on large gatherings inevitably affected our goal. Instead of giving up, we shifted focus to a new form of waste: digital. So far, enough digital waste has been deleted from electronic devices to prevent the production of over 3,000 tons of CO2 a year. And from 2022, participant numbers in both world and digital cleanup days are approaching pre-COVID times. Back on track towards creating lasting societal impact through 5% global engagement. The true power of Let's Do It World became evident when volunteers, businesses, governments and non-profits merged, joining hands across diverse fields. This all-sector unification drives innovation, thus amplifying the movement's impact. Collaboration engenders transformation. We see post-cleanup projects gaining momentum, such as community gardens, recycling centers, youth educational programs and more, all benefiting generations to come. The dedication of Let's Do It World's network has been noticed, with cross-sector successes attracting international recognition. In 2021, the movement received the UN Habitat Scroll of Honor, and in 2023, the UN Sustainable Development Goals Mobilization Award, echoing its profound influence. We've proven that big change from one brave idea is possible, progressing step by step. After 5 World Cleanup Days, we've engaged over 71 million volunteers in 197 countries and territories, removing 325,000 tons of waste from the environment. Reflecting on this incredible journey, we celebrate how one small drop grew into the global wave seen today. Every single person involved, locally and globally, has contributed to this enormous achievement, reminding us that each action, large or small, makes a world of difference. From our hearts, we thank all of you.
Just incredible when you see 6 years of history there crammed into a couple of minutes in a video. And Haiti, it's hard to do it justice, isn't it? And to show the journey from start to finish. This is, of course, Haiti Solba. She is the Let's Do It president and head of the Global Network. Ingrid Nielsen, who is head of the Call in the Media Center here. Haiti, just remind us in the beginning, I know that in Estonia you had a national cleanup day. Why was World Cleanup Day started 6 years ago? What was the intent and the purpose?
Actually, we saw that there is not enough impact in this world. We have more population, we have more consumption, we have more waste, and we have to do something about it. Besides of that, we had also an idea that we are cleaning up one country in one single day, but then the idea to have a cleanup which is just single day, which is going around the world like a green wave and bringing all the countries. I think it's something, it's buzzing and creating a really big impact and visibility. And we need to create this kind of impact and visibility in this world. And we have to have this magical 5% we were actually talking about.
So that, from the beginning, that has always been the ambition, that you would someday have 5% of the global population. Now we're there's 8 billion people in the world. 8 billion people.
9.
But 9, is it 9
Yes.
now? We've hit 9? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm a billion slow, everyone. I'm a billion behind. But how many, 75 million people so far? How many million have participated since the beginning of World Cleanup Day?
71 million people
71
from
million
197
people.
territories and countries. Yes.
That is incredible when you think about it, isn't it?
Yes.
How does it feel for you when you think back on that and when you look at how many people have come out and participated?
I feel really thankful, and I think it has been really growing. And from this World Cleanup Day, what we see today, and all the interviews, what we have done so far, the numbers are like a double already in those countries who are made already really great big cleanups, like engaging 2 or 3 or 5% of the population. They're growing right now, and I see that the countries who have made really big cleanups already before, they can start to continue the big cleanup. And the tipping point is when the media is coming to see this big event, and also when the media is, and then also the government is
Yes.
part. And so you have this kind of catalyzation of cross-sectoral cooperation, which is so important, not just to cleanup, but also to sustain all this change in society as well.
And it's kind of like scaling it up, Ingrid, isn't it? So when you're out doing a cleanup in your local town or your village, that's great. But then when you have the media filming it and putting it on television, and then the governments see, oh, this is important, we should get involved in this and help support it, then it becomes something much bigger. That's what you want to see happen.
Absolutely, and that's why we always, each and every year, put together this team of volunteers, nearly 100 people. This year it's divided between New York and Tallinn, Estonia, and we are trying to follow as closely as we can, get as much information, the great pictures that roll in, the videos that roll in, try to get them sorted and out to the world to show it, to show this kind of spirit that these regular people are putting out there today.
Yeah, because on the show we're going to hear a lot from ambassadors and diplomats and very important people and activists and people who are just very passionate. But the real stars of the show are not the people sitting here in the call centers. They do incredible work. But the stars of the show are the people that are putting their hands on the ground, picking up cigarette butts, dirty bottles, broken glass, doing it for hours across the day. I mean, they're they're the heroes here.
Absolutely, and the green wave of cleanups has been going on now for nearly 14 hours, and we've had really amazing stories all around the world coming in. And if I'm looking at the numbers, I can already see that 86 countries of 100 that we know for sure that we have leaders in, they have already finished or they're finishing their cleanups. And we have still a bunch to go because we're in the Americas. We haven't hit that part of the world yet with our green wave. But it looks like this year is going to be epic because I can really see the spirit coming through all of those posts.
It's going to be epic, and as Ingrid mentioned, it is now 9:18 a.m. here in New York City on the east coast of the United States. But we know that, again, people have been cleaning for hours. You'll hear us say so many times throughout this broadcast, the green wave, and what we're referring to is kind of like the sun rising and going across the globe. And with the time differences, of course, people started cleaning in Australia and the Fiji Islands, and then in Russia and China and across Europe. And so we've been tracking that, our team, for the past many hours, recording video clips, and we're going to be showing you that throughout the broadcast here. Heidi, we're in New York. We've been in Estonia all the time. We still have a call and media centre there in Tallinn. But why did we come to New York this year?
Yeah, we want to be
For
really...
the pizza?
Pizza, definitely.
Broadway?
To see the Manhattan also,
See
second one.
yeah.
It's beautiful weather here, it's warm, it's nice. But in reality, right now in next week, we have United Nations General Assembly and also the kickoff United Nations SDG campaign. And the World Cleanup Day is and will be listed in United Nations calendar unofficially. So this is a side event officially for the United Nations General Assembly. We are really near, we are showing what is happening, we have really great people here. This is the main reason.
And where we're situated in New York City, we're on 34th Street in the west side of Manhattan. So if we just look out the door of the Estonian house where we're broadcasting from, you peep your head out, you see the UN building, the United Nations, just down the street. So to be this close is special, and they can come and see what we're all about and hopefully get inspired and help bring World Cleanup Day to the next level. So Heidi and Ingrid will chat to you more throughout the show, but this is what it's all about, checking in with countries all over the world. And over the past 6 years, one of the big countries that have really done incredible stuff in terms of numbers and engagement has been Indonesia. So I think now we can go and cross and check and see, Indonesia, how is the cleanup going so far?
Hello, hi, Tom. How are you? It's going great. So everyone's in the whole nation's doing cleanup right now. Actually, myself now it's at one of the largest university in Jakarta. So we're doing cleanup as well, also tree plantings. I mean, I cannot go to the locations because it's really loud. People like blasting their microphones to do the briefing and stuff like that. So now I'm like kind of like inside one of the classroom.
Yeah,
so that I can
because
speak with you. So, yeah.
when we started talking a moment ago, Andy, it was so loud outside where you were. There was a woman with a big megaphone and she was telling the people, is she coordinating all the volunteers who are now going to clean up?
Or the previous lady?
Yes.
Yeah, she's one of the public relation team in one of the province. Yeah, I think they're doing a river cleanup in that city right now. So yeah, she's coordinating. So there's a lot of small kids that doing cleanups on the river. Yeah.
So Andy, every year Indonesia really does so well when it comes to World Cleanup Day. So many people come out and support it. It has become a huge event across the entire country. Why do you think it has become so important to the people of Indonesia?
I think it's about pride because Indonesia has been known to be one of the most polluted, countries that produce a lot of plastic waste into the oceans. We used to rank the second, but I think this year we kind of improved. So we rank fifth right now in the global level. So there's like slightly improvement. So because we want to show to the world that we also can be, responsible with our waste. So yeah, I think it's about that because it's such a big country and everyone have this spirit to work hand in hand since our, ancestor or like in ancient time, It's part of us that we have to work together. So we use this momentum as well to do cleanup and bring togetherness from different culture and background as well. Because Indonesia actually one of the largest have different people from different tribe as well. Yeah.
And
So-
it's so interesting that you mentioned that ancestral spiritual side of things, that Indonesia, you know, was once, of course, one of the most beautiful parts of the world. It still is a country made up of so many small islands and larger islands. But as you said, in recent years, because of pollution and plastics and water pollution as well, it is starting to lose that beauty. So do you find that the Indonesian people, they do have a connection with their ancestors, or with the responsibility they have to keep their country so beautiful?
Yes. Yeah, I think they have. We used to have that a really close relationship with nature as well, because Indonesia, or generally Southeast Asian, is like a region where we really heavily use banana leaf. We don't even really use like plates or forks or things like that. We used to eat just our bare hands. So
Yeah.
you know, all these plastic things that going on, it actually is quite new to us. So we don't have that time to really find the solution for it. So it's just like coming by storm. But I always, you know, when we doing preach or clean up or whatever, or webinars or something like that, I always bring up the topic of always remember to go back to our roots, because it's really important, because we used to be being able to live harmoniously with
Yes.
Mother Nature and stuff like that, and we don't even need all this single-use stuff. But because of the price that we have to pay for in the name of convenience,
Yes.
you know, everything has to be instant, fast, and convenience.
And you're
So
right.
we have a price
And-
to pay, and we destroying our nature. And now we actually feeling that.
And-
So that's why we trying to go back to where we used to be.
And Andy, that's so wise what you said, and you could apply that to everywhere across the world, because in the, you know, plastics being such an easy thing to get now, making life more convenient, whether it's plastic straws or plastic cutlery or whatever. And I think people just use them so quickly, and now we're seeing the consequences of it. So we didn't really think it through about what the long-term effect of using all this plastic would be, but now we're playing catch up and trying to deal with the problem. We're almost out of time. You have like 20 seconds left, but very quickly, Andy, how many people are you expecting today? What do you think the day is going to be like?
I think we might reach around 2.5 to 3 million.
What?
That's just the estimated.
Wow.
Like, hopefully, could be more.
That is
I hope.
amazing. That is amazing. Hey, Andy, great talking to
Yeah.
you. I love your enthusiasm. I love your smile. And for you and everyone at Let's Do It Indonesia, thank you so much. And if you get 2.5 million, 3 million people, that would be phenomenal. So enjoy the rest of your cleanup day, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Call. Bye.
Thanks so much, Andy, and everyone in Indonesia who do such a great job every year with their cleanup. It is quite incredible, and such a beautiful country with all those islands. So thank you very much, Indonesia. Now, another country that participates each year and does such a good job is beautiful Albania. I've been there before. It's a wonderful country. And in Tirana, the capital, they do cleanups, but also in other parts of the country. We have this bit of footage to show you with beautiful music from Albania and images. This is from a recent cleanup. Take a look at this.
Tambay në duar vendi Ti më je forcë në gjdo stuhi Fort të ndran baj në duar Dhe s'kam për tu dorëzuar Semrin e kam je Dhe bota më përket Ritunis një rrugë në të hapësirë pafund. Jo mos haro, ka ende shpresë. Ai diell që vdes në mbrëmje, ai diellit në mëngjes. Jeton, kjo tokë të re. Dashuria është sekreti lumturisë në këtë planet. Dashuria është sekreti i lumturisë në këtë planet.
Beautiful from our friends who are cleaning in Albania, and just when you see the beauty there of the forest and the beach and the sunset at the end, and then just the haunting melody as well, it just shows you why we're all here, because that's what we want to preserve and keep for the future. Now Heidi Solba is still with me, and I'm joined now by Carol Arambula. Did I get it right?
Very good.
Carol, you are from beautiful Mexico.
Yes, from Guadalajara, Mexico.
You're based here in New York, or you're still based there?
In Mexico, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and this foundation that you started 10 years ago, is it now?
Yeah, it was born out of the post-2015 discussions that led to adopting the 2030 agenda. Back then, we consulted with 2 million people who wanted to still push for a follow-up of the SDGs.
So it's called My World
My World Mexico.
Mexico.
Yes.
And just in layman's term that a dum-dum like me can even understand it, what is it that you do?
We basically work with 5 programs that focus on empowering citizens and educating them on sustainable development. What can they do with sustainability? How is that reflected in preserving the environment? How is that reflecting in building stronger and transparent institutions? How is that affect, how is sustainability interrelated with gender equality, for example? So through 5 programs that target the private sector, NGOs, even children in schools, through membership programs as well, what we try to do is basically that, build citizenship through education on sustainability.
So Carol, for you and for Heidi as well, we hear all about this on the show, empowering people. Now, this phrase is used so much, but maybe people don't understand what it means, because anyone can be empowered in most parts of the world. They can go out and clean if they want. No one's going to stop them to go out and clean up rubbish. So what do you mean by, like, on a broader scale or on a bigger scale, empowering people to make a social change? How do you do that?
At least in our case, it has to be done by experience. I mean, I think people have to first understand where we stand with issues, what we mean by plastic pollution, what we mean by losing our biodiversity, what we mean by having weaker institutions. So through experience for our volunteers and our people to look at those issues, to see those issues. So the first one is knowledge and education. Exactly, and first-hand experience, and then realizing that they can do something about it. Not only they can act on it, but they can demand other sectors and decision makers to do something about those issues that we have. And that's how we empower people to first be knowledgeable and realistic about what's going on and how urgent it is, and then being active citizens. I know it sounds very cliche, but at the end of the day, we do need that empowerment from their side. Yeah.
And Heidi, that's why when you have the World Clean Conference, during the year in Tallinn in Estonia, there's a lot of people who are speaking and educating and trying to raise awareness on nanoplastics in the ocean, or microplastics, or pollution from cigarette butts as well, and all the chemicals in it. So empowering people through knowledge is the first thing, isn't it? To raise awareness that this is a huge problem.
It is a very huge problem. I think the people, in the end of the day, are not so much aware what is the situation, what is the climate change, what is the situation in the world in really big scale, that the resources actually are limited, that we are producing too much, we are consuming too much, and we don't know how to treat all the leftovers from our daily base life cycle. And this is a really big problem. We have to raise awareness, and I think especially to work with SDGs, to become as much zero waste is really important. I think, yes, first thing is definitely raising awareness, bring people to understand. Secondly, then, okay, what I can do as a human. what the school can do as a big education.
That's the problem, Haiti, isn't it? Because a lot of people, we see on TV news all the time about global warming and like the devastating floods in parts of the world. Or this year we saw so many forest fires right across the world. And it can seem so big, the problem. You're like, well, what can I do? Sitting in Albania or Indonesia, I can't make a difference. So how do you tell people that, yes, you can, your action will make a difference? And again, make them want to go up and take that action?
This sounds also cliche, but I'm saying the biggest mistake and the biggest problem in the world is the belief that I cannot change anything, I'm too small, or it's somebody else's problem. No, today it's each person's problem, and we have to, each single person from us have to be an ambassador of the waste-free world as much as possible. This is my message.
And like what I said, what can I do about it? You have got 70-something million people who maybe were thinking that one day at home, well, I can't do much about this, and I might pick up some rubbish, but it won't make a difference. Now they've all got together on the World Cleanup Day, and there's over 70 million of them. So that is undoubtedly making a huge difference.
Yes, I think the huge difference is coming in the moment when we are realizing we can work together. Working together is the most important. That's why we have SDGs as well. That's why we have different kind of organizations working on that. But we are catalyzing the cross-sectoral cooperation. We are bringing the momentum that, yes, I can make the change happen. I can also collaborate with this organization or with this institution or with this community. I can see that I am creating an impact. And we need exactly to have this kind of point from each person's understanding. This is most important, going to collaborations.
And is that what organizations and foundations like My World Mexico do? Because you might have a group of people who are cleaning and there might be a huge bunch of them, but again, how do we get access to the corridors of power? How do we work with our local government or our national government or the UN? It's out of reach to most people. They don't even know how to start the conversation. I would be lost too, but your organization tries to link those two together.
Yeah, I mean, I think when people ask me what can I do, I think the best example is the organization that I was able to found with my friends and people that I trusted. We never thought that it would become an organization. We just saw that something was happening in the world, that countries were about to adopt a new sustainability agenda, and we wanted to be part of that. And how can we do it at the local level? So we started mobilizing consultations and sending out to the UN and reaching out to the UN and knocking the door. I think that many social movements, as you guys were talking about, have one catalyzer or two catalyzer, or people who come together and say, hey, we need to knock the doors, we need to make ourselves heard. The best way to, and now we have the tools to do that, right? Now we have the technology.
I was going to say that there are certain channels to do it.
Of course, that we didn't have before. Yeah, and even like 200 years ago, we had catalyzers who used whatever tools they had to make themselves heard. I think that it is important, and I think there's a youth important factor there. There's young people who are very motivated to start change, and for us it happened that way, very organically. Okay, we want to be part of something that's going to be historical, that's going to be defining our future for the next 15 years at least, that it's going to be a plan that we hope countries to achieve, and we need to demand that, and that's how it became an organization. And we never thought of that, and we never thought it'd be at the SDG summit or having partners like the World Cleanup Day from the other side of the world, inspiring us and giving us tools as well to cooperate, and it's marvelous to see it happen. Yeah.
So when you see organizations like Let's Do It World and My World Mexico working together, how does it change things? What's the outcome of that?
I think the resonance that it gives. I think that as you guys were saying, partnerships, we have someone in Albania, we have someone in Indonesia, we have someone in Mexico City, or in my city doing the same thing. I mean, why don't we work together and showcase that we have the same interests at the same time, which we have a big problem with plastic, we have a big problem with biodiversity loss. So I think when you work together with organizations that have a global impact and they are able to showcase what people are doing on the ground, it's how we're able to go and knock these doors even stronger for decision makers to listen.
Haiti, you want a final word on that? What it means, partnerships like this and collaborations? Again, we're sitting beside the UN and we're hoping to have future and even stronger collaborations with them.
We can create a stronger impact. We don't have so much of time, and we cannot work just in silos. We have to come out to find the ways how we can empower each other's movements, each other's organizations, and create a bigger and more faster impact in this world. And I think really important part of this is definitely governments, definitely also business sector organizations. This kind of organizations like we NGOs who are going to the cleanup, well, the cleanup is not the solution. It's actually a result of the way how we have been living here. And we don't want to clean up forever. We don't have to actually exist because this problem doesn't have to exist. So we have to find the solutions from each sector coming together and finding what we can do. One thing is to boosting this kind of understanding. Another thing is boosting the education in governmental level. In educational system, and also boosting legislations and everything which is enabling to protect, to work on with all the line of their waste management itself. I think this is the most important. And when we are becoming part of the United Nations calendar officially, we already can see already from today's cleanups, they started to work more and more with their governments. And this is exactly what we are looking for. It's understanding that NGOs can actually work with their governments, and boost their change is most important.
That is a strong point, isn't it? That if you are recognized on the UN calendar, and let's say in a country, I'm just picking one off the top of my head, Kosovo or something, if they go to the government and say, we want your support for World Cleanup Day, we want you to maybe put some money behind it, or to, whatever. And maybe if they're not being that helpful, and then that's when the groups can turn around and say, well, you're not, even the UN is recognizing this officially, and you're not going to recognize this. It does put the pressure on them to get involved.
Yes, and yet I want to say that definitely it's a pressure. It's really a great opportunity. But our organizational value is definitely believe that we can work and we can change the world with the humans and through the humans, but also with positive collaborations. Let's try to find the solutions. Let's try to find sustainable projects together, what we can do. And for those projects, we can find the money from the governmental side. So cleanup is not a solution, but also to find, it's a trigger, to find the ways how we can sustain all this change in society, what kind of educational programs we need, how we can bring this into curriculums of the schools, on the educational system, how we can work on the waste management system somehow, how we can support some local municipalities that people can have the possibilities to segregate, how we can work on the circular economy. This is already a big topic, but there are a lot of things to do.
And it's interesting when you said that the cleanup is just the trigger. And that should just be the thing that gets your attention. And of course, we need to do the cleanup because there's so much waste. But as you'll see later in the program, we spoke to one of our colleagues, Louise, in Denmark. And I said, but Denmark is a very clean country. There's not a lot of waste. And she said, that's true. There's not a lot of litter on the ground. However, waste, she said, we're one of the top countries in the world at producing waste because they're such a wealthy country. Consumerism is so high. People buy lots of things and single-use plastic and all that. So while you look around in Denmark, it looks very clean and pristine, but in reality they're producing so much waste, and that's going into furnaces to burn or into landfill, and that is not sustainable either. So yes, there's so many different aspects to the problem.
Yes, but this is also part of our awareness. We can say that it's also some kind of trash blindness regarding of, I'm actually using, I cannot see the waste, but actually I'm using a lot of waste. Or producing the waste because I'm using a lot of products. There's a lot of consumption, and we cannot see the waste what we actually are producing in our daily lives. At the same time, we have the countries who don't have enough legislations, they don't have systems, they don't have anything which is related to proper waste management system for many reasons, mainly of lack of resources. And on those countries, we can say also trash blindness because the babies are already born into society where they can see only the waste. They cannot see their nature itself. And it's become like a normality of this kind of persons who are, born into this kind of societies. It's also one part of the trash blindness. So we have to change both sides. One thing is to work more with the waste management system, legislation that helps those countries and governments, also with the resources is one thing, but another side, to bring awareness to this kind of countries like Denmark or Estonia, Latvia or Germany, to raise awareness. Consumption is really big.
Well, Carol and Hedy, thank you so much. I know we could sit here for hours and talk about it because it's such a fascinating and complex issue with so many different facets and sides of it, but we will delve into it more throughout the show over the next couple of hours. You are watching the World Cleanup Day Show 2023, coming to you live from New York City. We have a call centre back in Tallinn in Estonia as well. And we're checking in with countries all over the world as the green wave continues to cross the planet. But I mentioned Denmark, and we check in with countries where it is easy for people to be mobilized and go out and clean with few restrictions, a very free and open society. But bear in mind that many countries we do check in with, things are not so easy. I'm talking about places like Ukraine. And now we are going to take a look at a recent cleanup in another country where things can sometimes be difficult for them to mobilize and organize in groups to clean. We're going now to take a look at what's been happening in Iran. Our friends from Let's Do It Iran there, and just some beautiful images and music setting the scene where you can see some of the work they've been doing. And as I've said, conscious that we can't get into it too much, but things can often be difficult for people in certain parts of the world. So we appreciate particularly everything that the team has done there over the last number of years. And actually, Carol and Hedy are still with me because I know I said thank you and goodbye, but then I grabbed them because I thought of something else I wanted to ask before we go on to our next guest. And that was about, the one thing I wanted to ask and I forgot was responsibility. Who is ultimately responsible? Because citizens sometimes think it's not my responsibility, it's my responsibility to keep my house clean and my garden, but the street outside, that's the government's responsibility, that's the local council, or the Coca-Cola company, or this company. So who's responsible? Who takes ownership?
I think the level of responsibility varies, of course. I mean, we can clean up the mess, right? But what happens with legislation? What happens with reinforcing waste management through government means for companies to be responsible, for citizens to be responsible, for not only, you know, like making sure that we're not telling people don't do that, but actually showing them why it's not important to not pollute, to not have waste all over the place. I think that responsibilities, of course, are what gonna take us to solve the issue, which at the end of the day is what we want to see reflected. We want a sustainable circular economies and societies, and legislation accompanied by advocacy by citizens, accompanied of course by accountability, because it's not only a matter of having the legislation, if it's going to be complied, if it's not, if the private sector is not going to follow up with it, if citizens are not going to listen.
Yeah.
I mean,
the citizens have to get behind it.
The citizens have to push for accountability, but also for advocacy to have those laws implemented. Because if you look at the data, if you look at the statistics of actual policy that's dealing with waste management, we're still on diapers on that, honestly.
Still in diapers.
Yeah.
I like that. We're still in diapers, ladies and gentlemen, on that. But Haiti, it's an interesting one, isn't it, when we look at countries around the world and everyone seems to be pointing the finger at each other. You know, some people blame the corporations blame the governments and say, well, we're doing what's legal, we're operating within the legal framework. So if we're not meant to dispose of our waste this way, well then change the law. And then the citizens are saying to the government, well, you need to do more. It's a complicated circle, isn't it?
I think it's a very complex problem, and there is an urgency at the same time. And this is the main issue. But we don't have to lose our heads. I think to change the world in just a second, globally, I think it's not doable, because we are so diverse by the backgrounds, by the situations, by their governments. But we definitely can do something locally. Definitely we can have and do some kind of small pilots, so some small changes, and to grow big. Let's do it well started also from small step. From Estonia, now you see we are worldwide, engaging 71 million people, 197 countries, territories. This is like an example. But I think to say that change is possible, I think we have to also find the persons who are interested to create the change, who are interested to inspire, to talk and to share the knowledge and to create a platform so we can able to bring the people together and we're able to make the change happen. So with our cleanup, also we are sharing the awareness. What it means a consumer and person who is coming to the cleanup is also thinking that, okay, but I have to elect a party or the government who is green enough, who does have green platforms, who has green ideas, green programs, because I don't want to clean up forever, and this is not the solution.
Is it difficult when you're talking about bringing people together like that, when you're looking at all those different territories, 100 and how many countries?
197.
197 countries.
Territories.
Different cultures, different cultural sensitivities,
yes.
Different ways of life, different things that are deemed appropriate and not appropriate in that society, on every different level, but when it comes to waste as well. You know, in some countries it's culturally accepted and socially accepted to throw some things on the ground or dump it in a stream, and then in other countries that's very taboo, you wouldn't do that. So to have one singular message across a day, it must be difficult.
Yeah, I like actually here an example from India. India is one of the biggest countries by population and growing more fast than any other country in this world. But there is a really great programs also from the governmental side. I think when we truly are leading this kind of programs in governmental side, bringing the society together in order to have this kind of strong shift, then I think it's doable. So Narendra Modi, who is a Prime Minister of India, does have several different kind of programs like Swachh Bharat or Life, which is also really great, working on the circular economy, working on the waste, working on hygiene. And of course it's led by the government itself, but it's still bringing a masses. I have been in India and I have been talking about this program as well, had meeting some people from the municipalities and also people who are from a community. And I think they are saying that it's coming much better and better. The change is possible, but it's taken time, even in so big countries like India.
And even with the wealth of a country, so for example, with the Scandinavian countries, just picking them for example's sake, they have got the money to invest in renewable energy, to experiment, put a lot of money into experimentation, in energy creation. Maybe some works, maybe others don't work. They can invest in a very complex nuclear energy, etc., like France. But then, like 2 weeks ago, I was in Mongolia, in between Russia and China. Coal. All electricity comes from coal. They're burning coal. They have a huge problem with air pollution in the capital, Ulaanbaatar, and all over the country in the urban areas. But they haven't got the luxury of money to experiment with other renewable energies. So there is this imbalance where other countries are saying, you've got to be greener. And they'll say, well, we need a power for people to be able to cook. And we got to burn coal.
I was going to say that countries have different priorities and different levels to start up with environmental protection or environmental laws. At the end of the day, one country has to focus on finishing poverty, while others can invest in green technology. I mean, we have a disparity that's pretty clear around the world, and we need to find ways. This is why I go back to sustainability, the concept in which we link governance, in which we link gender equality, in which we link poverty reduction with sustainable practice and environmental protection. At the end of the day, you have to build a circle in a society that's capable of tackling other issues while at the same time has the consciousness and the laws and the accountability to also protect our planet. Because yes, we might tackle poverty with a very big footprint on the environment. So how do we link all of those together?
Or vice versa, you might tackle the environment and then not be pushing so hard on trying to bring people out of poverty.
So social issues, economic issues, the economic system, along with environmental protection in a circular model, which we have the opportunity right now and still valid with the SDGs, we'll see.
It's starting to make sense even to me. See, it takes a while to get through to my brain, but that it makes sense that how can people feel motivated and active to care for something like the environment if they're fighting for their rights or if they're fighting to get out of poverty, and their priority, as anyone can understand, is not to go out and clean up, it's to cook food for their children and make sure they have electricity, power, heat, and whether that comes from coal, they just need it. But yeah, it's fascinating. Again, we're going to look at Turkey in a moment. I'll probably keep coming back and saying, oh, they're still here. I've thought of more questions. But guys, thank you so much to Carol and to Heidi. Now, beautiful Turkey, another country I was at recently, a stunning country there in Istanbul. And let's take a look at a recent cleanup there as well. Cleanup Day 2023 show coming to you live from Manhattan in New York City. We're here on 45th Street. We are close to the UN, and I'm joined now by Rain Tamsar. He is the permanent representative of Estonia to the United Nations, and it is great to see you, Rain. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
You've been here for a year in New York City.
Correct.
So you've been downtown, uptown, east to west. You painted the town red. You know the city. Your job, what does it mean to be a permanent representative of a country to the United Nations? Just in a line or two, what does that mean?
Well, basically you represent your country and the foreign and security policy interest of your country here. But of course, UN is such a complex animal that basically you deal with everything, because this is why the UN is responsible for basically for every aspect of our global work.
So you're the kind of go-between between the United Nations and the government and nation of Estonia.
Yes, correct.
Representing your interests, coming back and telling them about what's going on at the UN and the various policies. So when we look at the World Cleanup Day, something that Estonia is very proud of, that started as a national cleanup day, grew into a World Cleanup Day 6 years ago, what impact do you see it can have on cities all over the world to become greener, to become waste-free?
I think why it is specific initiative is because it started on a very low grassroots level, basically. When communities came together and realized that, you know, they are basically surrounded by litter. So people showed initiative, started to clean their neighborhood, and initially it was not such a big thing in my country. But after that it spread around the world. And of course now 190 countries, more than 70 million people are doing this. So this is really a great example of how even a small country, small community can impact the world. And I think the most important, of course, is that people take initiative for their own destiny. I mean, they take their destiny in their own hands. They're not satisfied with the reality that is surrounding them, so they want to change it. And I think this is something that we would like, of course, to boost, to support also from high UN level.
Why did the Estonian government support it at a global? Because you can understand why they supported it when it was at a national level. It's in their interest to keep Estonia clean, keep it beautiful. But when it decided to go global 6 years ago, the government has always been behind it and supporting it. Mm-hmm. Why? Why is it the job of Estonian government to support cleanups in Turkey, in India, and everywhere?
I think, first of all, we of course want to support the initiative that was born in our country. So the significance of this initiative is on a local level, in a country level, but it's also global now. So, and I think that it's a noble cause because, I mean, the litter problem is a global problem. So we want to support local authorities, city authorities, governments around the world, so that they would boost, give political support to this movement, and through this, our planet become a better place.
Now, the World Cleanup Day is hoping to be recognized on the UN calendar. What steps do you think we can take to make sure that happens and to get further support and recognition at the United Nations?
Well, it's a little bit of a complex process. What we are currently trying to do is we have put together a core group of different countries around the world who see this as a good initiative. They support this. And based on this core group, we would like to go further and bring this issue to the General Assembly of this year. And by the end of the year, I hope that many more countries will support this, and we will be able to put this on to the UN agenda as an official day in UN calendar.
And how does it work? Is it that you need a certain amount of countries for it to be looked at seriously? Or how does it work in terms of?
I think my experience with the UN is that you need a cross-regional support.
Okay.
And that's why we are working with different countries around the world, from Turkey to Rwanda, and also countries in Europe, Poland, Latvia, small countries, island countries, Fiji, and so on. So trying to form really the coalition of the willing, if you wish, and attract, of course, attention of our countries. But since this issue is not political at all,
yes.
So I very much hope that it will go through. And secondly, with a cross-regional support and global action that is taking place already for years in many, many countries, I hope that we will make it.
And it's interesting you say that it's an obvious thing governments can get behind, whether they're seen as left or right or whoever on the political spectrum. It's something that is more neutral, and so you would hope that it's easy to get member states to get behind it and support it.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. It's a natural thing. It is something, it's not artificial, it's just taking place already around the world in 190 countries. So it's a good thing.
Grassroots,
absolutely,
as you said.
Absolutely.
We heard from your president, Alan Karas, a little while ago, and we have a former president of Estonia coming in soon. But are you proud as an Estonian of what your small country in the middle of Europe of just 1 million people have accomplished?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a great example of how small countries can be relevant on a global scene. So, of course, I'm proud.
And I just noticed now when I was looking at your beautiful suit that it is in, of course, the Estonian colours. Do you always wear the Estonian colours everywhere you go?
This was not intentional.
No, it wasn't? The black, white and blue?
This was not intentional.
So what happens next now in terms of, I know we have the General Assembly next week, but before I let you go, so what is the next step for the World Cleanup Day and the UN?
Well, it's clear that for the next 10 days, I would say, we are totally consumed with high-level week. People have no time, they have to gathering or summit to another, VIPs will be in town will be totally crowded. But after that, we would like to bring the core group together to discuss the issues, to see how the draft resolution would look like. And after that, we will go forward.
It's great. Well, it's going to be a busy week. And this week is a busy week in New York because it's also Fashion Week. And don't tell me, ladies and gentlemen, there's no connection between it being Fashion Week and Rain wearing the colours of the Estonian flag. Don't try and convince me there's no connection there. Rain.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
We're continuing checking in with countries all over the world. We've checked in with a number so far. We still have so many to go, but let's go and check in with our friends and see how the cleanup is going in Kyrgyzstan.
Hello everyone from Kyrgyzstan.
Excellent. How's it going there for you today? What's the general mood for your cleanup?
It's great, it's excellent. We are happy to have lots of volunteers all over Kyrgyzstan sending photos. And of course, we are happy that President Sadir Japarov supported the National Day together with the World Cleanup Day. So now we have 2 cleanup days on the national level. We're expecting more than 700,000 people.
That's excellent. You have a good history of high turnout. What's the difference between this year and last year for you in terms of the impact of World Cleanup Day?
I think it's you cannot even compare what was before 5 years ago now. It's campaigns with government, and we started cleaning our lake Issyk, the dam of the lake, and the president made the campaign till 27 when we get rid of plastic bags.
That's fantastic to hear, Ayjan. Let's go straight to that government thing. I believe you have a special guest for us.
Yes, I have a very special guest. Can I invite Marilyn, our beautiful ambassador who represents European Union in Kyrgyzstan.
Hello, everyone. We are very proud as European Union in Kyrgyzstan to join this fantastic initiative and to join Ayjan and her fantastic volunteers.
So what have you been doing specifically to make sure that the World Cleanup Day in Kyrgyzstan works well this year?
So we have, for the first year, we have joined with a number of EU volunteers. So we got a designated area where we have also joined with volunteering and cleaning up. But on a regular basis, we actually partner up, and climate change and environmental friendly practices are one of our main priorities here in Kyrgyzstan in general, especially waste management.
That's excellent. We're very happy to see you there and to have your direct involvement. That's absolutely brilliant. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the wider cleanup element. What's been, for example, one of the biggest surprises this year? Any interesting stories or amusing finds?
Can I add? I think it's very awesome in places where we have lots of volunteers who make the cleanup, but plus we have events where local services do the dam cleaning, because it's very important issue. Yes, you can go out and clean up the trash outside of the city, but going the water cleaning is another level of volunteering. So I think this time we have support of government, which is done 3 months in a row before the summer season. So we have the cleanup of dams. I think it's very important. Second, that we prohibited together with government and deputies using plastic bags on the lake Issyk, which is like very rare lake, which is the second lake, the mountain lake in the world. So I think we are getting there. And plus we have lots of recycling company. It's more than 50 recycling companies doing the recycling works. We have 2 new companies who built a recycling factory next to the recreation of the sea and Lake Issyk. I think it's one of the big
And
events.
if I may add, this year was a record year for tourism in Kyrgyzstan. And the beautiful nature here is really one of the main attractions. So the fact that there is a general awareness of cleaning up the nature, preserving it and keeping it enjoyable for everyone, I think is also bringing them to a new level this year.
That's absolutely fantastic, and it answers actually most of the questions I had. I just thought of one. How do you intend to keep this awareness raising level up so that societal behavioral change lasts?
We have a special program called Mother Earth, which will be 1 year. We are doing it together with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Ecology, and we are asking to make it on a permanent level with the kids in school, with the kids in university, and it will be informational campaigns done by our Ministry of Culture.
And with your partners.
And with our partners,
yes,
European Union, and of course, lots of agencies who are helping us.
That's fantastic. We've got 20 seconds left, so let's give it like a final big hello to the world. Great big wave, lots of emotion, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you so much. I think let's do it. Doing great. We have a Swiss lady working for European community, helping Kyrgyz people save a planet, save a better future. I think it's fantastic. Thank you so much for your work.
We have Aycan, who is an everyday hero and a real champion. So
thank you.
Thanks, Lucky.
Thanks to all our friends in Kyrgyzstan there. I like that big long wave. Hey, we're in the call center here. We have a call center in Manhattan where we're broadcasting from now, and we also have one back in the beautiful medieval city of Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, where it all began. And this is my little Estonian flag, as you can see, and it's also got a microphone at the top of it. Now, you work in the call center here, correct?
Yes, I do.
What does a person in the call center do? Who are you calling? Are you calling for pizza? Are you calling for, what are you, Uber Eats? What's going on?
I wish for pizza. No, we're calling all countries that are cleaning, checking in with them. How's it been going, all of that. And also I wear the hat of doing social media at the moment.
What?
Yes.
They have you working hard.
Oh, yes, long hours.
Long hours. So show me, what countries have you checked in with so far, for example?
Oh.
Look at this, the spreadsheet is amazing. You've got color-coded, you've got different columns.
Yes, we got all kinds of countries from all over the place.
So I can see here some are labeled green. You've checked in with them, Poland.
Yes, we had Poland, Malaysia, Cameroon, and we have people upstairs who are doing interviews at the moment. So
you're not doing the interviews. You just call them to get the data.
Yes, we're doing like Zoom calls with them to check in and ask them how's things going, and we're filling out the information to then gather it all together afterwards.
Because we need to know. We need to get the numbers.
Yes, which is the hardest part.
Which is the hardest part. You got the hardest job. Okay, that's really good. And by the way, I believe you are heading to the Rocky Mountains in Canada.
Yes, that's going to be my vacation. I'm really excited.
Wow, the Rocky Mountains,
after
my
the
friends.
craziness of this.
You're going to have a month in the Rocky Mountains?
At least.
At least.
Yeah.
I wonder why you're going there, my friends. There's a story behind this, but that's for another day.
Oh yeah.
That's another.
It involves eagles and rocks and all kinds of fun stuff. Hi, babe.
Oh, hi, babe. That is funny. Hey, babe.
Hi, darling.
How are you?
I'm grand.
Now, what are you working on at the moment?
I'm just getting some social media stuff to help Mary out because she's doing an awesome job of that. And I'll be soon digging into all the media stuff, finding out what all the news reports have been around the world so far.
That is amazing. And right now we are live on Exponauts.
Indeed.
That's a platform where we're transmitting and broadcasting all over the world. So you're just telling people about that and making sure they know where to find it.
Call to action. Come and watch.
Jim, is this your first time in New York City?
It is my first time here.
What do you think?
It's insane, but in a really nice, organised way.
It's so insane in a good way. Are you planning on moving over? What's happening?
Oh no, my heart's in Tallinn. I'm going home.
So even though you're from England, but you live in Tallinn in Estonia.
That's right.
That's wonderful.
You
How
know,
many years?
I moved there 5 years ago when we first started World Cleanup Day.
I thought it was a little bit longer than 5 years ago. By the way, look at this. This is beautifully, surgically, precisely shaved. I mean, do you have a team of people who help you with that, or how does that work?
I use your team.
My team, yes, you can borrow them. Now, my friends are from, it's Venezuela?
Venezuela, yeah.
Venezuela, but are you based here in New York City?
Yeah, I mean, I live in New Jersey, but yeah, we come here to volunteer.
New Jersey, so beautiful, they call it the Garden State.
Yeah.
That's nice. When did you move from Venezuela here?
When?
Yes.
Almost 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Why did you move over?
6 years ago.
6 years ago?
Yeah.
So you met when you were here. You didn't know each other back in Venezuela?
No.
Wow. And what do you do? You're working with the UN?
Me?
Yes.
I am working with my own organization. I mean, I work for Catholic Charities Community Service New York.
Fantastic.
But I had my nonprofit registered in New Jersey. The name is OBJNU.
That's cool.
Yeah, we are doing work there. Yeah.
And you work with Catholic Charities?
Yeah.
Part of the Archdiocese of New York?
Yeah.
Under His Eminence Cardinal Dolan, Timothy Dolan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, there you go.
From Monday till Friday, and today as my free day. Well, I'm
You're
volunteering.
doing this, you're volunteering.
I've been the leader for World Cleanup Day to Venezuela since 2018.
Oh, that is fantastic.
So I had a team working there, and they are planning some cleaning up there.
And Venezuela is such a beautiful country.
It is.
What's the big problem with the litter there, or trash? What is the big issue?
I mean, right now we had like, how to explain? Well, we are trying to clean the sea,
Yes.
and also like the trash that people are throwing away, and recycling like. Well, all kind of trash.
Yes.
Like
Plastic, metals.
digital, plastic.
Okay.
Yeah, not digital. Sorry, like kind
Oh, sorry. Computers, old phones,
all these things like
electronics.
recycling. We are
Yes.
focusing on recycling because
Yes.
right now, well, people organize campaigns, but they doing in a like volunteer basis,
Yeah,
and
so you want to
sometimes
get
it's
a
difficult.
proper structure on it.
Like educating people over reduce,
Yes.
recycle, and reuse.
Yes. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Exactly, reuse, recycle, yeah.
So what do you do here in New York? Why did you come from Venezuela?
Yeah, I have been here, but not in New York City, 2 years ago. I'm here for the situation, difficult situation.
Oh, in
my
Venezuela,
country,
yes.
in my country,
With the
yes.
lack of power, with the lack of medicine, with the this.
Exactly.
We hope
But-
Venezuela pulls through and becomes a stronger country because it's terrible what's happened there.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm so excited.
That's
because
awesome.
It's my first time.
Your first time?
Such a volunteer.
Okay, that's awesome.
And my first time working as a volunteer in the call center, because I had been in the other side of the phone, like
Yes.
organizing young people over
cleanup on the
Venezuela.
ground.
They clean up on the ground, yeah.
So this is the little Venezuela team back here.
Exactly.
Guys, keep up the good work. Jim, if you have any questions, ask Jim. He will tell you, he knows everything. So keep up the good work, guys. And you keep working, and then you'll get your reward of the Rockies. Now, I'm going back over to our studio here because we have our friends. We are going to talk about one of the big problems that we chat about every year at the World Cleanup Day, which is plastic. From micro and nanoplastics and the plastics that you can see bobbing around in the water. It's Rebecca and Brett. Brett, you are from Break Free from Plastic. Rebecca, you're from Artists for
The March.
the March.
Yeah.
That sounds fascinating. First of all, tell me about the organization and what it does.
Yeah, there's a big march tomorrow.
Here in New York City.
Here in New York City for the climate, and it's a whole coalition of organizations working together. People are mobilizing from their communities to make it clear that we must end fossil fuels.
And Becca, this is different organizations. It's not just in one area.
Right. So from all over the world, people are mobilizing.
Wow, that's really cool. Where are they going to march?
New York City, here, downtown.
But downtown, like they're going to take over Fifth Avenue, or like they do on St. Patrick's Day, or what's it going to be like?
Here in Manhattan, it'll be on the right side, east side of the island. Yeah, we're marching several blocks. We're expecting about 10,000 people.
Wow.
It's going to be really an impressive time. And yeah, as you were saying, the sort of plastic climate connection, part of the reason we're here and we're talking about this on World Cleanup Day in particular, most folks don't realize that 99% of plastics are made of fossil fuels. And so the work that Becca's been doing has been absolutely inspiring as far as how art factors into the march. We're going to be marching with the Gulf delegation in particular. So those are folks coming from the Gulf South, Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi. That's where the vast majority of the petrochemical production happens in this country. And so what you wind up with is the extraction of those fossil fuels, the fracking.
Yeah.
That used to be done for energy primarily. And still to a certain point, there's a lot of liquid natural gas, LNG exports. Becca can speak about that. But what we're seeing is the industry, these same companies, Shell, Exxon, Chevron, these organizations, these corporations are using the manufactured demand for plastic, this idea that we need single-use plastics. They're creating that idea and they're using it as a way to justify ongoing extraction. And so that's why we're here to promote reuse, because reuse systems, non-toxic reuse, metal and glass and other materials that can actually be recycled in perpetuity are the solution for the climate crisis.
So explain that to me, Brett, because let's say they're fracking and we all have those images in our head of the fracking wells and that being used to power the cars and the jets and the fuel, but now maybe more people using electric cars and going green, but now that energy that's been extracted has been used in the plastic industry.
That's
and they're
right.
justifying their continuation there by saying, well, we maybe needed a little bit less here, and in the future we're projecting that, but we're needed even as much, even maybe a greater need for us in the plastic industry.
That's right, yeah. Essentially, it's a supply side driven issue, right? So the whole reason we have this glut of plastic in the first place is because as a result of all the fracking and all the oil production back in the mid 20th century, there were these toxic byproducts that otherwise would have been managed as toxic byproducts. But instead of that, those, the scientists and the corporations realized that they could turn that into packaging and just pump it into every crack of our society, right? So that now when you go to the grocery store and you go to grab some fresh apples or something, oftentimes you will grab a thin film plastic bag to put those apples in. Why? Why is that there? It's because a corporation made a deal to put that there. And so we're now at a point where we're recognizing that the whole justification for this system is this idea that we still need single-use plastic. But in reality, we recognize it's the reusable metal, it's the reusable glass, it's the non-toxic materials that are actually going to help us in the long run.
What's the argument for continuing to use single-use plastics? Is it with more developing countries that they would say it's cheap, it's fast, it's easy, now it's readily available, that this is more expensive material to get? Is that the argument they use?
Yeah, I mean, essentially they're saying like, look, for example, the Break Free from Plastic movement started in the Philippines in 2016. It started there specifically because there was this bad narrative out there saying, the top 5 plastic polluters are these countries in Southeast Asia, when in reality we know that, the top 5 plastic polluters are Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Mondelez International, right? Unilever. These corporations, in fact, have been exposed as a result of this pollution through the Break Free from Plastic brand audits.
This is something we've tackled on the World Cleanup Day before, shows, to put the blame squarely, they're always like the big evil corporations they're painted as. But I remember we were talking to a spokesperson from one of them once and they said, well, we produce this material in plastic, but we don't want people to litter. We want people to put it in a recycling bin. We have the recycling symbol on it. We're not the ones who are doing the polluting, but they're the ones who often get the blame because they're producing.
Sure. Let me offer a quick response to that and maybe turn it over to Becca to talk about the LNG piece of this, because I think it's really important. So here in the US, we would say like we're being sold a false bill of goods, I would say. Like if there's one thing that unites all Americans, it's that we don't like to be duped. And so here in the US, what I can tell you is I know it's slightly higher in parts of Europe, but not that much. The annual recycling rate here in the US is somewhere between 5 and 6%. And that is by design, and it's because a lot of these plastic materials are low quality plastics that were never designed to be recycled.
Okay.
So it's like there's certain things like clear plastic water bottles made from PET numbers 1 and 2. Those can be recycled if they're collected regularly. Like technologically, they can be recycled, but there's also mounting evidence to show that every time that bottle, they talk about bottle to bottle recycling. So you put a bottle in, you get a bottle out. Every time that happens, there's mounting evidence to show that those bottles are accumulating more toxins. And so there's a question of like, should we be recycling that bottle if the second or third time it's created, it has more of those microplastics that are shedding, right?
That are seeping into the water.
Exactly.
Ultimately.
And then the flip side of that is, again, the plastic water bottle, the need for this virgin plastic, as they call it, the raw materials, that's the justification for more fracking, more of this extraction. And then the flip side of it is the liquid natural gas, which we're seeing coming out of Brownsville, which is where Becca's from.
And Becca, the problem is, where are you from, Rebecca, did you?
Yeah, so I'm from Brownsville, Texas,
Oh,
which is
okay.
a community on the border and the Gulf Coast.
Okay.
Very tip.
And you know, America is the consumer society, so as the industries were saying, well, we need the energy, we need the fuel to create the plastic. Why do we need the plastic? Because the consumers want it. Don't stop pointing the blame at us. The consumers want it, they're buying it, they're shouting out for more.
And then what happens is communities like mine are being sacrificed.
So
right?
tell me a bit from someone from a community like that, how is it being sacrificed? What's the effect you
so
see?
my community is against these proposed LNG terminals, and we've been fighting to stop these LNG terminals for nearly... liquefied natural gas. So it's a massive processing plant. These big corporations have plans to bring in gas that's fracked from West Texas in the Permian Basin, then process it and liquefy it, put it in these massive tanker ships that are highly explosive, and then export it overseas to other countries. And to be used for things like plastic. So it's part of this, toxic, deadly cycle that my community is resisting.
So your community is saying the alternative. What's the alternative?
Yeah, I mean, these LNG terminals would completely destroy our way of life. Our community is dependent on shrimping, fishing, ecotourism, protecting sacred lands and sacred sites of the Kyrgyzstan tribe. Like, we want an investment in things that help our community stay healthy.
It's an interesting one and a tough one too. I know from covering it on different programs on TV and radio over the years. It's a bit like the nuclear energy thing as well in Europe. Like France has 52 nuclear power stations. We need it, but no one wants it in their backyard. So it's always put it somewhere else. The nuclear waste, okay, we see we have to bury it somewhere, but over there, and the people over there say, no, it should be over there and this and that. What is the solution, do you think, when there still is that demand for the fuel, whether it's for transport or flying or for plastic production or whatever production, and these plants it needs to be processed somewhere or in some way?
I can give you, I think the way we talk about this from like a narrative standpoint is to take an example from the renewable energy space, right? I think the renewable energy conversation is a little further along, where there's this conversation happening, especially in policy-making spaces, where there's an awareness that we need to divest from fossil fuels and invest in renewable energy infrastructure. Clean, right, solar, wind, geothermal, right, across the board. So that divestment, reinvestment kind of argument is happening. And again, with the climate march happening tomorrow, you see a lot of the divestment from fossil fuels, the reinvestment in our future. We need to be doing the same thing with single-use plastic systems, divesting from those and then investing in the non-toxic reuse systems. And we really lean into that non-toxic piece because the whole idea is, again, the plastic is toxic, right? It's toxic for consumers. We're finding all this evidence of microplastics in our bodies, of lower sperm counts due to higher levels of chemicals in the plastics that are entering our bodies, all these fertility issues. But then, as Becca was saying, again, the plastic is being produced in her community or in St. James Parish, Louisiana, right? It's this whole Gulf South. There's a region of the river parishes of Louisiana that's known as Cancer Alley, because the concentration of cancer is so high just in that stretch between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, Louisiana, right? And it's because all of these facilities are put there. And so the argument that gets made where it's like, well, you know, this has to be made somewhere, like what is going to happen if we don't have some facility? The problem is the model, our systems, the powers that be, have concentrated all of these facilities in a handful of communities, and folks like Becca are just breathing it in.
And the people suffer.
That's right.
In those communities.
And it's usually low-income communities of color.
That don't have the resources or maybe the knowledge to fight back, or the power, the voice, to take on these corporations. And,
yeah, people in my community, like their focus is what their next meal is, how they're going to make rent, and now they're also dealing with LNG terminals and a lot of other climate disaster issues.
And the group that you're associated with as well, the Artists for, sorry, give me one more time.
Yeah, so I'm working with a group of artists. We're every day making banners, signs, printing t-shirts for the march.
So they're using their artistic talents and skills to raise awareness, to tackle the issue.
Yeah, and to have a community envisioning process. So we came together, Gulf South leaders, and we came up with a really beautiful banner design that just puts the message out there of the toxic cycle of plastics, of LNG, and shows resistance. You know, we have an alligator ripping out a pipeline, and it's great, yeah.
Because that is the problem in a world that is so noisy today with various things on social media and on the mainstream media. For ordinary people, there's so much fighting for their attention every day, and we have the war in Ukraine, we've political instability in many parts of the world, you have your own political problems here in the United States, you have economic crisis, or friends from Venezuela as well with no electricity. So to try and get people motivated about issues like this now, it's still a struggle, isn't it? And you have to try and really grab their attention.
Exactly, yeah. So we're printing t-shirts for all of our Gulf South community members to wear. You know, we're helping other communities create their artworks. We're working together, frontlines and frontlines, hand in hand.
Tomorrow, will you have much media presence, do you think, covering the march?
Yeah, definitely.
We're expecting about 10,000 folks to show up. All are welcome. Please join us there. If y'all want to march with the Gulf South delegation, you know, we'll be there behind the gator ripping out the plastic LNG pipeline, you know. But there's folks coming from all over the country, and media will be covering it. We'd welcome you all to be there as well, truly.
Are things getting better or worse? Because we know in recent years with Greta Thunberg and with documentaries on Netflix, there's a greater awareness of climate change and a need to do something to help the planet. I live in Rome. Normally I covered the Vatican and Pope Francis for television and radio. Pope Francis is always talking about climate issues, and one of his big encyclicals was about the environment and care of the environment. Is it getting better?
No, still not. I mean, the Biden administration is still fast-tracked approving, oil and gas export facilities. So we're here to bring a large message that says end fossil fuels now to Biden and to the UN.
And if they were here, would their argument be, well, it's going to come from somewhere, so we'd rather produce it here, make the money, create the jobs, so people can have food on their table rather than we get it from Saudi Arabia?
Yes, but I will tell you that that is a bad faith narrative as well, because again, a lot of these jobs are not materializing, right? So it's, again, being sold a false bill of good by the corporations who come in, they do a whole marketing campaign, they say, we're gonna create these good jobs. Maybe there's, some construction jobs, but in the long run, there's not as much job creation. And in fact, again, those workers are being exposed to all these toxic chemicals, right? They're not good, sustainable jobs for people. But I think the other piece is the geopolitics of this all, right? So I think what the Biden administration would say is that they're doing the best they can.
Yeah.
And young people who are really leading this, environmental justice movement, and folks from sacrifice communities are like, that's too bad, that's not enough. We refuse to stand for that. And to go back to your point, I appreciate you bringing up the Pope's encyclical Laudato Si.
Laudato Si, yeah.
To see the way that the religious environmental movement, that really shifted the entire landscape, and I think opened the doors to a lot of new avenues for change where it's no longer just a nice thing to go out and protect the environment. Here was the Vatican, and then many other religious institutions. The Anglican Church has done amazing things. The Islamic Society of North America here in the United States and elsewhere. Like there's just an incredible multi-faith movement where there's a recognition that each one of us has a responsibility to be good stewards.
I was with the Pope 2 weeks ago in Mongolia, in Ulaanbaatar, and he met the Prime Minister of the country. Now, what Mongolia and the Vatican and the Catholic Church have in common. There's not many, there's only 1,400 Catholics in the whole country, but this opening speech, he talked about their shared responsibility and interest in keeping the environment like the country of Mongolia clean, and he praised them for that. But sorry, did you want to come in with something there? I saw you, you were jumping in with something, Becca, and I cut you off by accident.
No, I mean, we're marching with signs that have names and addresses. These are the corporations responsible. These are the projects that need to be stopped. These are our communities. We're here. We have demands.
Can I ask you, actually, these videos, I see them going viral all the time now. I'm not sure if it's happening in the United States, but certainly back in Europe, where I'm from, of the climate protesters in London and Britain and Paris and Berlin, who are sitting on the roads with their signs, holding up the traffic. It has divided opinion. Some people are saying, hurrah, on you go. Others are saying they're disruptive. There's another way they can make their message. They're holding up ordinary people who are trying to get their kids to school.
Well, hey, you know what's disruptive? An LNG terminal in our community, and our community doesn't want it.
But you know what I mean? What do you think? It's how do you get the? You're protesting now. You will have a whole big parade going down, a protest. You'll have your signs. But what do you think of that kind of disruptive protest of stopping traffic, holding up?
I think that it's hard to get a direct line of communication with the people in power, and we're going to speak loudly and make our message known. Yeah,
it does get attention. There's no denying that.
Yeah, I think I would say it's very easy for us to have this conversation from Midtown Manhattan, right? And I think it's part of it. It's the difficulty, to be honest. And I hope maybe this is what folks who are watching the live stream can come away with. What Becca and I were talking about this, when we were just kind of meeting up this morning and thinking about what can we share with an audience on World Cleanup Day. Folks in Europe, folks in New York who have to put up with more traffic. I hear you. I hate traffic as much as the next guy, and at the same time, folks in Brownville and Becca's community are literally fighting for their lives. And so it's so heartbreaking when we encounter folks who are like, I'm just trying to get to work. I'm just trying to live my life, right? I'm just trying to provide for my family.
And they would say, I agree with the cause.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just don't make me late for work. Yeah. And it's I understand that we all have somewhere to be. We all are kind of wrapped up in our own lives. And at the same time, I really do think it's these power structures that exist that make it so that folks do have to be running this rat race, and they don't have enough time to maybe stop and think about, do I really need this single-use plastic water bottle? Because it's that much more convenient for me to just pick it up on the way, right? I'm on my way to work, I can just grab it and go. Or do I need to take a little extra step to bring my reusable cup to the coffee shop so they can actually fill it up for me, I don't waste something. And that little bit of extra step makes a difference, so that maybe that facility in Becca's community doesn't need to be there. Maybe this whole house of cards that we've manufactured that says we need these plastics is not exactly what we think it is.
And very quickly, I know we just have a few minutes left, but you mentioned it there. We're talking about plastics, and we have to keep mentioning as well, microplastics became a huge thing over the last couple of years, people talking about it, but now nanoplastics.
Yeah.
For people who maybe are not aware, what is the difference between a microplastic and a nanoplastic?
So I am not a scientist, I should clarify that, but my understanding is it is the size of the actual particulate matter. So microplastics are less than, don't quote me on this even though we're live, I think it's 5 micro, it's 5, and then nano is 2 or something like that. So it's basically, right, the thing we always say...
It's not something that can be caught with a net going through the water.
So here's what I'd say to give an awareness of what we mean about this plastic pollution, right? First of all, it's inside our bodies, it's in the water we drink, it's in beer, it's inside fish when you cut open their stomachs, right? We see it in the flesh of these animals. So we're ingesting it. The narrative tool we use for people to always remember is plastic does not break down, ever. It breaks up into tinier and tinier particles, right? And so that's gonna happen in perpetuity. And that's why our big message is turn off the tap, right? If you come home and your bathtub is overflowing, what's the first thing you do?
You turn off
the tap. And then you can start cleaning it up, right? And it's not to say that cleanup is not important. We hear people talking about cleanup. We need to be doing that. If we stopped producing all plastic today, which is impossible, we're not gonna do, we couldn't just turn off the tap today. We have to have a just transition to that. But even if we were somehow magically able to snap our fingers and turn that off today, we would be cleaning up these microplastics and nanoplastics in perpetuity.
What do you say to, I remember hearing someone who was talking about that nanoplastics being in our bodies, being in fish, it just infiltrated the entire world to the point where they said, it's kind of too late. The plastic is in us, it's part of us now.
Can I offer?
It's a depressing thought, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, so I think it's never too late, as Becca is saying. I will also say, I appreciate you mentioning that you live in Rome and that you cover Pope Francis quite a bit. As I understand it, working with many Catholics in the movement, part of how we think about this too is like the sanctity of the body and the sanctity of the blood, right? I have a dream one day that I hope Pope Francis will come out and acknowledge in the same way that Laudato Si has acknowledged the climate crisis and this obligation for good people to be good stewards of the earth. This plastic is inside our bodies. It's not to say that we can't eventually get it out, but good Lord, can't we stop pumping it into our bodies and pumping it into every corner? It's from the bottom of the Marianas Trench to the top of Mount Everest. We are finding microplastic pollution.
Wow. You don't get any deeper, you don't get much higher than that.
And it's inside our bodies, so it's like, enough is enough, right?
How's your family doing? Are they still living back in that community? You're living here in New York at the moment?
Oh, no, I live in the Rio Grande
Oh,
Valley
you do live
in
there?
Brownsville,
Okay.
and I'm just here in New York for the march.
You're here specifically for the
my
march?
whole family lives there.
So you live there, and what do you work at, or what do you do there? Is this your full-time job working in this?
I'm a community organizer. I work with a lot of different groups on a lot of different issues. So climate justice, migrant justice issues. And my community, we've been resisting these LNG terminals for nearly a decade.
Wow.
And we're working with other frontline communities, Freeport, folks in Louisiana, but we're just dealing with an entire proposed oil and gas build out.
Wow. I don't know if you ever saw that documentary, Better the Devil, about DuPont in Virginia, and just incredible, a catalyst, a documentary that exposed so much. But what I got from that was these people in the town taking on a major corporation. It took a long time of some people not giving up and a lot of catastrophic things to happen, finally, for things to change. It was all documented in the documentary. It was fascinating. Yeah,
that's right.
Better the Devil.
While you're talking documentaries, I'll put out a plug for The Story of Plastic, Emmy Award-winning documentary that features a lot of the folks from the Gulf South and across the US and around the world who are part of this movement. So if folks haven't seen it.
Becca, Rebecca, Brent, it was great talking to you.
Such
Thank
a
you so much
pleasure.
for your
Thank you.
enlightening conversation, and good luck with the march tomorrow. I hope it goes really well. And you know what? I hope you have fun as well, because we always say
That's
that.
right.
That's what it's all about. You got to have fun doing this too.
That's right. We hope we'll see you out there. Come march with us.
That would be awesome.
We're going to speak with our feet. Thank you.
We're broadcasting throughout the whole day here. We'll probably be asleep tomorrow, but your drums will wake us up and we'll get down there.
That's right.
We've been checking in with countries all over the world here on the World Cleanup Day show, coming live from Manhattan in New York. And next we are going to see how our friends are doing in beautiful Taiwan.
Hello, let's do it world.
So what happened today in Taiwan?
Today we have our first clean up and celebration here in Taiwan. And around the whole Taiwan, there are almost more than 300 spots doing clean up action for this year.
Wow.
Yeah. And as you can see right now, here we are in a very beautiful venue here in Taiwan. And we invite our traditional aggregate singer to sing for those volunteers. They just finished our beach cleanup today. Yeah.
Oh yes. So you were dedicated into the beach cleanup. The day is over basically. People are relaxed, enjoying the day.
Yeah, no.
So how many people actually took a part of this day, and was it successful for you?
You mean here or the
Yes,
Taiwan?
in Taiwan. Yeah.
No, in Taiwan. I think there are more than 20,000 people in Taiwan do actual clean up, and more people. We haven't got the whole figures right now. They were doing the digital clean up. Yes.
Wow, it seems like a new record for your lovely movement in Taiwan.
Yeah.
So fantastic.
It's very glad that we have a new Taipei City government with us.
Okay.
So, you know, the new Taipei City is the most nasty populated city in Taiwan.
Yes.
So it is very difficult to do the waste management there. They have the best recycling rate there, and they joined us this year. Therefore, we can expose our core value, our core concept of waste management to more people this year.
Oh yeah.
That's I feel very happy and excited about that.
Yes, I know that the cooperation in Let's Do It World is so important, and you in Taiwan are working with the universities, with different kind of NGOs, with many organizations, and you're also running different kind of green programs, right?
Right. As you can see here, we have this year we have a very special department that is New Green Power. They are a leading renewable energy technology company in Taiwan, and they not only have the top technology, but also they are eager to do things good for a sustainable future. So now I think it is very special. And this year, here you can see this is million. This year is also the international year of million. For now, we think while we're doing those environment campaigns, we are not only take them to do those cleanup action, but also we hope that we can promote other and more messages about the world to our volunteers.
Fantastic, Juanita.
Yeah.
It is really fascinating. It seems that there is a different kind of projects, what we want to hear and to explore more deeply. Thank you for absolutely great interview, and thank you all the Taiwan partners, and have an absolutely wonderful day today. Bye-bye, Taiwan. Bye-bye, Juanita.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
In my dreams, the sky was blue, the trees were green, and we were all living peace and harmony. In my dreams, the leaves and the flowers were growing and swelling around me. In reality, the world's gone astray. All I can see are reasons to pray. In reality, everything's great. I look around me, I see nothing but waste. So much waste. Oh, too much waste. Oh, so much waste. But we can do it, keep it clean. Let's go do it, keep it clean. Oh, we will do it, keep it clean right now. Oh, we can do it, keep it clean. Let's go do it, keep it clean. Oh, we will do it, keep it clean right now. In my dreams, the ocean was pure, the streams were clear, and we were all swimming, kidding happily. Oh, in my dreams, the reality. Everything's great. I look at the sea, at the oily bay. In reality, the world's gone astray by neglecting all the nature's own way. We lost our way, our way. Mother Nature is way, but we can do it to keep it clean. Let's go do it to keep it clean. Oh, we will do it to keep it clean right now. But we can do it to keep it clean. Let's go do it to keep it clean. Oh, we will do it to keep it clean right now. Right now. Right now. Right now.
Beautiful music there from Ellen McGregor in Mauritius, and that song was composed, written and performed especially for the World Cleanup Day. So it's a World Cleanup Day song, and we thank Ella so much for her talent and for everything she has done to be an ambassador for the World Cleanup Day over the past number of years. You are watching the World Cleanup Day show, coming to you live from Manhattan in New York City with our other call centre 5,000 miles to the east, back in Tallinn in Estonia. And look who I'm joined by. We met before a few years ago. Former President of Estonia, Kersti Kaljulaid.
Hello, and also thank you for the beautiful song. It's very, very moving and very nice song to use when you are, picking up stuff which is not so nice.
And now we have the former president to sing a song.
Oh no.
You were the president of Estonia between 2016 and 21? 21. What was it like being president of Estonia?
It's a fantastic feeling. You feel like you are carried forward by your own people, supported by your own people, and you can do so many great things together with your people. And when you are outside of the country, then basically we are not living in so peaceful times nowadays, even if it wasn't quite that bad. But bad things were already coming. We saw the clouds. Then you really think of your own people and those close by and try to do the best to make the world the safest place for them.
We're sitting here in the Estonian house in Manhattan, and this is like a hub for the Estonian community here.
Yes,
in the middle
and it
of New
wouldn't
York.
be here if we didn't have had a occupation of our country. But during all these 50 years, this building served as the point where Estonians gathered. And by the way, went to demonstrate at UN and other important meetings for our independence. Yes, they never gave up. US never recognized our occupation, of course, but then it was worth going every UN General Assembly and also all Russian embassies globally, mostly here, also in Sweden, and to basically demonstrate. One Estonian lady who later married Tune Kelama, our member of European Parliament, he stood for decades in front of the embassies and yelled, "Niet, niet sovieta ta svoboda," under our flag.
And that's amazing that this building was always used then to lobby the UN because of its close proximity.
Absolutely, absolutely. But also, of course, Estonian vibe survived here. Estonians could gather here. And I lived in occupied Estonia, but I knew I had relatives in Australia, and also I knew they had their own journals. I knew where they were writing about, that Estonia once was free. I knew our flag. So,
a lot of that originated here.
What?
A lot of that originated here.
Here, indeed, yes. Here was one of the main hubs, and you knew about it back home, and it helped. It helped that there are still people who are free to talk about blue, black, and white.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
The blue, black, and white. And when we say that it was used to lobby and put pressure on the United Nations for the recognition of Estonia, now we see even today for the World Cleanup Day, they're using it because of its close proximity to put pressure again on the UN for recognition for what's happening on the World Cleanup Day. Tell me a bit about, Kersti. The World Cleanup Day is 6 years old, but it started as a national cleanup day in Estonia. How did it transition? Tell me about that transition from national to global and why.
Basically, we started to get questions. You're used to, if you're Estonian, you get questions about our digital prowess. But then people suddenly started to ask questions about this thing. What do you mean? All people go voluntarily. pick up garbage from woods. What do you achieve with that? You cannot, make that as a main kind of way of keeping your country clean. And then we explain that no, there is one part of it is indeed, making sure that we work well and gather the stuff which shouldn't be where it is. But the most important part is if you have once ever cleaned up a kilometer of a roadside from Tallinn to Tartu, you will never ever throw out a coffee cup from your window, which of course is, incomprehensible that people do it, but they do, unfortunately.
Even in beautiful Estonia?
Yes, and elsewhere as well. I would say Estonians and Eastern Europeans in general are pretty good at keeping clean. There are more developed nations who are used to the cleanliness which comes from that somebody picks up after them.
Yes.
We have never had that luxury, and so we are pretty good. But still, yes, there is room for improvement everywhere, and that's why World Cleanup Day rang the bell globally, and that's how it now developed into what it is.
And how do you think on a national level you change the psyche in society in Estonia? Because we talked about this before, and as you just mentioned, in developed countries, people say, of course, I've got to keep my space, my home, my front garden clean. But beyond my front garden, the road, the neighborhood, that's not my responsibility. That's the job of the government. That's why I pay my taxes. Someone will be employed to clean up that mess.
Yeah. This is true, but if you think seriously about it, how much of your national GDP could be directed to far worthier causes if it was less spent on cleaning up the garbage? And after all, what's the use of... Yeah, indeed, I've seen cities where in the morning you can see what the pavement is, lunchtime it's barely deductible, and in the evening you cannot say whether it's asphalt or cobblestone.
Yeah.
That means that 80% of the day everything looks nasty. Do you really want to live in such a space? I don't. And I think that's why the World Cleanup Day rings bell as well in big urban spaces like New York, for example. They've been cleaning up Central Park here.
And then why did it go national to global? I know it was coincide with your celebration of independence in 2000.
This is one element, but also World Cleanup Day always had a very big support of Estonian startup community. And the startup community in Estonia never thinks locally. If you are, for example, French or Polish, you may create a company which concentrates on home market.
Yep.
If you're in Estonia, you immediately create a company which has 99% of clients outside.
Okay.
So, because this was also, part of the circle of Estonian startup community, it acted like a startup, and that's how it basically grew.
So because Estonia is so small with 1 million people, it's kind of like a survival method for companies. They can't think local, they've got to think global.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't even think about creating a company which serves local people unless it's a bakery. If you want to do a kind of, digital testing system or negotiating software or whatever, you immediately think of Walmart. You don't think of Selver back home.
And the Estonian government has always been supportive of World Cleanup Day. Now, at the beginning, there was all
absolutely.
Yeah. But again, if someone asked, well, we can understand why the Estonian government wants to help fund and support national cleanup because it's in their best interest. But why is it the business of Estonia to support something that's helping cleaning up Turkey or Iran?
It's always like everybody thinks small countries are like they say in diplomacy, demandeurs, somebody who needs something from the bigger ones. I'm sorry, we don't. We don't consume global security or contribute to it by our straightforward thinking and also by our participation in NATO spending 2%. Similarly, we contribute to the global community where we can. And for nice things to happen, you don't need be catalyzed. Catalyzed is by definition a small thing, but which makes things happen. So we want to contribute globally. This is our ambition. And this is, comes from business, goes to NGOs and also our government. We always want to make the world a better place because you never know when you need the help of your friends. And then you need to have friends. How to create friends? You offer them great ideas, what you have, and that's why.
It's interesting, when I travel around the world reporting for TV and radio, particularly in Africa and Asia, when they say, oh, you're from Ireland, and they immediately think of the missionary priests and nuns who went there over the past 100 or something years and helped the poorest of the poor, people who needed education and food. So it's a bit like that too, that people would go and there could be this kind of legacy of, oh, Estonia, yes, you're involved, of course, with technology and so on, but with the cleanup as well.
Yes,
with making
the
world...
missionary of cleanup.
Yes.
We are everywhere, exactly where your ancestors went. Probably we are in all those countries as well, because we now cover, I think, close to 190 or even maybe more territories and states. Some count Kosovo in, some says it's a territory. So there are these kind of things. But overall, it's at least 20 million people and a high number of countries involved. And it's all on grassroots level. It's not like government governments got together and put together a network. And I believe this is the 21st century diplomacy. We very much used it also in our UN Security Council campaign, where our businesses and our people got cozy with people from other countries, and they realized they have, well, interesting ideas to share and offer. And World Cleanup Day was also part of that process, definitely, of how Estonia, small Nordic nation, wants to be, well, able to help the rest of the world to do some nice things.
And not without its challenges as well, because when you think about going global and all those territories, not all equal, of course, the developed countries, people have the time to take off work, the luxury to go and help cleaning up. But then you look at Mongolia, where I was a few weeks ago, or countries in Africa. When we talk about reducing your carbon footprint, reducing fossil fuels, they'll say, well, hang on, we need to keep burning coal because we need electricity for the heater and for the stove to make food.
By the way, I think that would be one of the world's general global lowest hanging fruits, to provide solar cells with some battery capacity to all those people who use these spluttering diesel generators, which anyway don't give you electricity 24/7, 365. Anyway, they're used to kind of shortages, limitations that, I mean, maybe before the morning your battery runs out if you have a solar cell. And I really think that the world could do this, I mean, but you need to find an adequate transfer mechanism of technology which would then reach these people who it needs to reach. So there are many things actually where developing nations could already do better if we only, I mean, realize that we need to concentrate, focus, and get one thing maybe done. And we are far too widespread and competing in our ideas on how to help developing nations. On the other hand, you know what? World Cleanup Day is something which gives these people there the sense of empowerment.
Yes.
And it is so needed. Because if you cannot do much to make your life better, at least you can do quite a lot to make your life cleaner.
Yes, and because it's grassroots and it's not a big, wealthy organization, it's not coming in throwing money at the problem, saying, hey, we come into whatever country, insert here, there's all the money, try and clean up. It's like what we have, you got to do it yourself.
Yes, and you know, I've noticed very often when there is quite a lot of donor money, let's say in healthcare, the national governments let this money outcrowd their own initiatives. And this means that, I mean, more and more these, I mean, this money which comes from outside in takes responsibility for what government actually should be responsible, allowing them to spend their revenues elsewhere, not making what donors brought part of their healthcare system, so on, so on. So this is a big problem of donor money. But with this exercise, indeed, I mean, it is kind of a little partisan thing which people themselves can do together with Estonian people. And yes, nobody's bought into the idea. Everybody has to find it really empowering for themselves.
And is there any danger in that too, as World Cleanup Day becomes bigger and bigger and is partnering with different people, that governments say, oh, well, look, we don't have to lead the cause for environmental cleanups because World Cleanup Day are doing that, Earth Day is taking care of that. They have it in hand.
Yeah, luckily, this has never been a tool to really, I mean, handle garbage in any country, not even in Estonia when it originated. Maybe some local politicians had an ambition that, okay, all my woods will be clean, I have to do nothing. But no, you just get a more demanding general public who will demand local governments to, I mean, help them to keep their country clean. That is what they get, but it will never be overtaken or outcrowded, I mean, because this initiative deals with, I mean, simple people, pair of hands and a few apps. And this is never enough to have a system, but it is enough to kind of put the pain into where it is needed.
Now, Kirsti, you know, politician, a very successful one who rose to the very top of political power in Estonia, represented your country 2016, 2021. The big thing for many groups around the world at World Cleanup Day is they want to engage their local municipalities or councils, even on a national level. They find it very hard to do so because these politicians have a lot of people trying to get their time and attention and for them to get behind their cause. We've heard so many different ways of people trying to lobby them, shame them into getting involved, convincing them that, look, it's going to look great if you come for the photograph while we're cleaning, it'll be good for your political career. What's the best way to get a politician or a political body behind your cause and supporting it?
I've noticed myself that when I went together with a particular country's cleanup team to a park or something, it actually sparked great interest of a national politicians, but I cannot be everywhere.
Yeah.
So indeed, I think the best way to do is to find somebody who will buy into your ideas and is ready to champion them, because, you know, politicians are simple beings. They do what the voters want, finally. But you just have to get enough of the voter pressure. Of course, in some countries, democracies are not quite that strong. The link between vote and elected politician can be weaker. But still, there is no other way I have found than smilingly try to trust your own country's democratic process. Try to support, not to be negative and critical, try to be kind of embracing, trying to find somebody you can thank in advance for taking great interest in your initiative.
I like that. You can thank in advance.
Yes.
Thanks so much for the interest you're going to take in this cleanup, because all the people in your constituency really want this to happen. So it's trying to convince them that it's the people who want it and it would be good for them to get behind it.
Yeah, absolutely, because if you see the numbers globally, they're so big. You cannot ignore such an amount of people. And of course, people want their streets to be clean and their surroundings to be clean. By the way, I've never understood, for example, how somewhere, even, people who have resources do not care about how the streets look. But then the simple people who cannot fly in a helicopter over these streets, they still do. And of course, it's very important to get these people also heard. So that's very important.
What do you think is next, Kirsty, for the World Cleanup Day? We're here now trying to get on the calendar of the United Nations to get that support and backing, which would be huge. But where do you see World Cleanup Day going from here?
I think it has to really team up with other UN initiatives, because we've already noticed, for example, that very often it is women in communities who take up, World Cleanup Day, and this gives them first chance to, manage a project outside of their home. So I see also there are great social benefits. So teaming up, for example, for people who work for girls and women and adolescents in developing nations could be the next step to also make sure that this kind of many-faceted benefit of the initiative comes out. And of course, since we all realize that fight against climate change is really the biggest fight, well, for us in Eastern Europe, of course, we now are a little bit doubtful. Maybe fight in Ukraine for time being is for us the number one fight. But yet, climate change is happening, and fighting climate change, getting plastic out of the environment, these things, they are more and more important. And again, in order to make sure that our young people do not feel hopeless, you need to give them something which they can do. And World Cleanup Day is exactly this. Don't worry, just to keep doing. If we all keep doing, the 8 billion of us, we are 20 million, so there is a space to upscale still.
And Kirsty, it's bit by bit, isn't it? Because you mentioned the war in Ukraine. We have our friends here in the call center from Venezuela and the terrible problems that Venezuela has faced. In a country I was in last year with Pope Francis, South Sudan, and the problems they face. So it's hard for these countries to keep world cleanup or any environmental issues at the top of their priority. They have many other problems. But it's just keeping it in the zeitgeist, or just keeping it on the agenda in some way.
Yes, on big matters which seem undoable at the first glance, I'm now very often using the favorite proverb of my Ukrainian friends who say, "How do you eat elephant?" Do you know how do you eat elephant?
How do you eat? I don't know how you eat an elephant.
One bite at a time. Yes, exactly. One bite at a time. And there is nothing more than people could do, but we are 8 billion. 8 billion bites at any moment.
Yes.
And tomorrow again. That's a lot.
And when you have, like World Cleanup Day, 70-something million people, 70+ million people, small bites, but 70 together, 70 million?
Absolutely.
That's a huge, big chunk then.
Yes, absolutely. And as I said, it's not just getting the world cleaner, it's putting pressure on politicians who would then see that this matters to people. It really matters to people. There are countries in Africa where plastic, for example, is forbidden. I think in Senegal you cannot use plastic bags because because they look very nasty on the roadside, and animals in savannas keep eating them and so on. So they don't do plastic bags in shops.
Wow. So it can be done.
Absolutely.
It can be done.
Absolutely, it can be done.
Finally, to finish, Kirsty, yourself, we started talking about you personally, how you were president. They say, oh well, after you leave office you'll have some spare time, but you've been as busy as ever. I see on your social media you're still traveling. You were in Ukraine recently, I believe, and you were in Washington. What is your life filled with today?
Actually, what I'm doing stems mostly from the popular demand back home. People expect their president who is capable of talking to the outside world or explaining to school children how democracy works. They are expected to keep working on those subjects, and that is what I keep doing.
But are you enjoying life?
Yes. But I've always enjoyed life, even when I was not in politics. Growing up, there were little moments, even in occupied Estonia, which you could enjoy.
Really?
Yeah, but I do remember...
What were those moments of happiness and joy?
You know, there was not much to do, so we celebrated all birthdays of all the family, and my grandmother had 10 sisters and a few brothers as well. So, I mean, we had basically once or twice a week, we had a party.
In your house all
because,
the time.
you know, because you couldn't travel, that was not allowed. I mean, you couldn't write in newspapers because you didn't write in red newspapers, and your own ideas were not welcomed by the society. So all you had was family life. You just dropped into your family members, your neighbors. Actually, community-wise, we survived as a community. And this is actually what you see also in Ukraine today. These societies are able to survive as communities even if government is busy fighting elsewhere. Wow. The community doesn't break down. And that's the difference in Ukraine if you compare in some other countries where the communities have not been able to, I mean, keep together, keep themselves fed and things done. Ukrainians are showing how actually it was also 30, 40, 50 years ago in my country.
That's
you
amazing.
just ignore, I mean, that there is a government because you know government is not coming to your help. So you handle stuff yourself.
So you think there are things that are lost from, I know it sounds crazy, but occupied Estonia that were beautiful and special, like that community feeling that you had, that you fostered.
But we still have it. We still have it. That is why we got World Cleanup Day going, because we still have it. We still don't expect that. We don't say we pay taxes, you do the rest.
Yeah.
We still help our elderly neighbors. We still do all these things.
But in a lot of parts of the world, they've lost that. People don't know their neighbors. They know their friends on Facebook on the other side of the world. They stay in touch with friends on Instagram, but they don't know the person next door, or they don't have time to check in with the neighbor.
You know, that is why in UN we are also striving to get it understood in the educating community of the developed nations that with the technology in the hands of our children, which is a great thing for education, special attention in education needs to go to being compassionate human being. How to be a compassionate human being? Because when you were tiny, I was tiny, you went to the shop, you needed to buy something, you needed to get the right amount of money back. They were all low risk, low level interactions, which taught us how people in society operate. Our children don't learn it anymore just in the air like we did. They learned technology intuitively. We learned emotional intelligence, and now it's vice versa. And the schools really need to understand. I mean, this is how it is.
Point. Yeah, now because if they need to get something from the shop, they'll get it on Amazon, same day delivery.
Yeah, or even if you go to the shop, I mean, there is no cashier, no checkout. I mean, where a human being deals with you. Wow. So you never understand. If somebody says, "I'm okay," then you're not able to read that actually they are masking their bad feeling.
That they're not okay,
yeah. Precisely.
And we see sadly increased levels of anxiety, especially among young people in the world today. And when you were growing up though, did you want to be a politician? Did you want to be...
Oh, come on, no. I studied natural sciences because that was the first, so far from the communist regime, which you could be laboratory, woods, wherever. But I mean, for example, my mother, she wanted to study physics and she was not allowed because this was war science and my family was anti-communist. And therefore, I mean, even 1950s, she only could be a doctor or study natural sciences.
She wasn't allowed to study physics.
Yeah, I would have probably been allowed. But you definitely didn't study history or law.
Okay.
Because my grandmother always said, don't study those. If the system changes, it's useless, because she was a lawyer, and after serving 10 years in Soviet Gulag, she worked as at Estonian Academy of Science in a relatively quiet job, which had absolutely nothing to do with her profession.
And they didn't want you studying law or history in case they gave you kind of the tools or ideas to go into something like politics or be someone who fought.
No, it was just that, I mean, the history studies was full of lies, and law studies meant you need to be part of the oppressive system. So of course, I mean, nobody wanted to be part of that. Of course, some people had no kind of these strong anti-communist leanings, so there was no lack of lawyers in Soviet Estonia. There were people who were happy to do it, but my family not.
But isn't it amazing that you went on from that country that was oppressed, and when it was liberated, you became the president of that country?
Yeah, I think my grandmother would be really proud if there is somewhere where grandmothers see their grandchildren. I'm sure she's happy.
And even in your occupied times, you couldn't even believe that. You couldn't believe in religion or God or spirituality.
No, definitely not. I mean, I thought that maybe Soviet Union will one day collapse, because basically in my childish brain I thought that, otherwise our nation will be lost, because there are so many Finno-Ugric nations within Russia who do not get their culture appreciated even today. And I was really fearing for our nation to be gone from this planet. And I was thinking very often which goes first, Soviet Union or being an Estonian, because Soviets like to kind of move people around the Soviet Union to create kind of unified Soviet person.
Okay.
And
not loyal to one area or one group or territory.
Absolutely. But they failed miserably because of this community feeling.
Wow, that is amazing. That same community feeling that we have here grassroots level at World Cleanup Day.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I could talk to Kirsty here for hours. Let's just, for the next 20 hours, we're going to have a conversation. Is that okay? And we'll just stream the whole thing.
I cannot do it because I have to talk to Financial Times about this global education report recommendations, which are not even public. So I have to talk about something which they haven't seen.
So you didn't give me the song at the start. I didn't get an Estonian song, even a Eurovision one, and now you've got to go to these meetings.
If you want somebody to sing, our Minister of Foreign Affairs is over in New York, and he really is good. So try to get hang of him in the next few days.
We'll hold him
and
to
make
it.
Margus sing.
Kirsty Kaljulaid, it was a pleasure speaking to you, and thank you so much for your time as well. This is the World Cleanup Day. If you just joined us, you're watching our broadcast. It's World Cleanup Day 2023, coming live from New York City, from Manhattan, with a call centre as well back in Tallinn in beautiful Estonia. But we've been talking a lot to guests here in the studio about their views on the climate, on the environmental crisis that's gripping the world, on plastics, on everything. But what do you think? Because yesterday we took to the streets of New York and asked people, and here is what they said.
Hi, I'm Sylvian. I'm here in New York to ask people about the plastic issue and how to address the issue properly. I'm here with
Karima,
Joe, Yago,
Nashad Amin,
Osama,
Ray,
Rebecca.
I'm Paul.
Casey Katzum.
What do you think about plastic pollution and how to address the problem properly?
It's a big issue going on. It's not only the garbage that we see, but it's also the micro particles that gets released. I'm originally from Florida and just recently moved over here, and you see all kind of plastic issues like straw stuck in turtleneck and nose and those kind of things, horrible things.
It's definitely a problem. We need to make sure that the oceans are kept clean and the rivers are kept clean. I think there needs to be an incentive from the government in terms of returning plastic and maybe getting an incentive from that, but it's definitely an issue.
I think New York is taking steps to reduce it, which is great. Most restaurants aren't allowed to use straws. Grocery stores aren't allowed to use plastic bags anymore. People are required to bring their own bags for the most part. I think more requirements like that being enforced on a larger scale, maybe even like in manufacturing, consumer packaged goods spaces, I think that is sort of the push that will force people to do it. I think we always hope that people will voluntarily do it, and I think time has shown that doesn't work. So I think anywhere we can sort of put either regulations or enforcements to help that is probably the way to actually get progress.
I mean, it's really very hard to say, but I think if everyone started to take personal responsibility about it, not like throw trash anywhere, that will definitely help. And like I said, if everyone starts to think about it, companies will start to notice and they will fear for their customers to leave.
I would say I think it probably comes from local government, state government, plastic bans. I think they're usually pretty impactful. Like grocery stores no longer have plastic bags. I feel like now we don't use those anymore. I think if like plastic water bottles were banned, people wouldn't use those anymore. So I'd say probably from like local government, but maybe small, grassroots activism too to kind of get that going.
Well, I think one of the things that's happening in New York City right now is that restaurants are now not allowed by default to add single-use plastic cutlery, and so you have to opt in. So that's one of the ways in which we're doing that. And another option is to use recycled cups or reusable cups instead, and I know there's some initiatives in New York for that as well.
What do you do, like the single habits you have in order to avoid that?
So actually at work we are trying to promote staying away from plastic used items like a straw. So a plastic straw could be changed with a paper straw. Same goes with the styrofoam and plastic utensils and the containers as well, so you can change those. Small things that you can do personally, sure, it won't make a big difference, but it should. So if we all do small little things collectively, it should make difference for our generations to come.
One of the things that we can do is try to come up with different type of plastic where it dissolves out in the water.
Yeah, I have a reusable water bottle that I use. I guess I'd say at grocery stores, a lot of the produce that we buy tends to be plastic, and it's all wrapped in plastic. And I think about that a lot, and things that we could do to stop using that. With bringing our own things to fill pasta, rice, things like that at grocery stores. But I haven't really adapted that yet.
I think most of my friends would be probably laughing at my answer to this because I take a lot of steps already to not use plastics to their own detriment. I don't buy paper products either. I don't buy paper towels or paper plates. I don't use plastic bags. So a lot of times people will come to my home looking to dry their hands with a paper towel, and I don't have paper towels. I just tell them to use a dish rag. Or buying things like glass or metal straws. I don't have any plastic straws in my home. I try to use reusable containers for water and drink. So I think anywhere people can implement, I can't off the top of my head think of anywhere where I haven't already done that.
Throw your garbage in the trash.
Okay, that's the first step.
And recycle.
And recycle.
Like use metal straws. You reuse water bottles.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
One of the things I've been thinking of doing is to start carrying with me a reusable cup. Because when I go to places, they always give me you can recycle the plastic cups that they give you, but I think I really want to start carrying with me like a reusable metal cup or something like that, so that I don't have to keep getting these plastic cups all the time.
Okay, so do you want today to make the promise that for the climate week, that coming next week, you're going to buy one?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I just have to buy it on Amazon or something, a reusable cup. So, sure.
It is a beautiful day here in New York City. We hope it's nice wherever you're watching around the world today. It's the World Cleanup Day show. By the way, thanks Sylvain Perrier, who was on the street there, a man on the street, talking to people about their habits and their views on the environmental issues. So for the next 8 hours or so, we still have so much to come here on the program, checking in with countries all over the world as the green wave continues. It started hours ago in the Fiji Islands, and then Australia, went right across Russia, even in China, in Europe. And now as the time zones change and we follow in with everyone, we're now in the Americas, North and South America. And we are bringing you more and more of those interviews. We had the former president of Estonia here a moment ago, fascinating conversation. She'll be rejoining us in a few minutes with someone, a German scientist, top German scientist as well, to talk about some of the pressing issues of our time. So if you want to get in touch, don't forget, you can leave comments on social media. You can share this broadcast as well. Let us know where you are and how the cleanup is going in your area. And it's just been so cool to be here in New York City for this, and it shows how much the World Cleanup Day has grown from something that started small 6 years ago in Estonia, one of the smallest countries in Europe with a population of just 1 million people, how they thought big and they thought ambitiously, and now it has grown into what it is now. So I know my director is telling me now in my ear we have a video is it an overview of World Cleanup Day we're going to look at now? Mozambique. We are going to have a look at what has been happening recently in Mozambique.
Bem-vindos ao Ecocentro, onde está a casa de vidro, totalmente feita com garrafas de vidro, e o vidro entra na forma de blocos, em vidro moído, triturado, e também em vidro partido, serve para as fundações. É um exemplo de economia circular. Basicamente, a cooperativa Repensar, que hospeda o Let's Do It Moçambique, através desta casa, ajuda a educar e a sensibilizar o maior número de jovens, crianças, foco nas crianças e nas raparigas, para a mudança, para a necessidade de nós termos de acarinhar o ambiente e mantê-lo sempre, claro, limpo. A casa é, então, um veículo de educação ambiental. Vejam só como é bonito a parede de vidro que ali está. A diversidade de cor, de luz, de formas. A casa é habitável, o nosso staff vive aqui permanentemente e trabalha. Atenção que todo o vidro que aqui está é comprado às comunidades e ajudamos na cadeia de valor e também coletado e apanhado. Quando descartado, atirado para o chão, a casa tem uma árvore, chama-se Maria. A Maria faz parte deste lugar. Não temos que limpar os terrenos, derrubar as árvores, temos que nos adaptar sempre à natureza. Venha connosco, porque também aqui temos outro lugar bonito, a casa de banho. Então a nossa casa de banho é uma referência incrível do que pode ser uma construção ecológica. Já agora, aqui fora, nós temos, além deste lindo chão, e o nosso colega está ali a trabalhar, temos também, e mostro, uma outra componente essencial. Temos aqui um sistema para aproveitar a água de chuva que cai e a casa tem painéis solares, portanto, energia solar. Eu vou agora mostrar uma outra componente importante da nossa casa de vidro, que é a área de trabalho, onde o material que chega das comunidades ou das áreas é aqui separado. É a área de plástico. E as colegas estão a trabalhar na separação por categorias e vai tudo para o mercado. Neste lugar, nós fazemos a educação ambiental através da sala do ambiente das crianças quando não estão na escola, para ajudá-las a reter na educação. Vamos espreitar. A sala do ambiente tem como sua cozinha a sala da inclusão. Neste lugar vai também funcionar o Clube da Rapariga, que está em processo de formação. E nós estamos a organizar o material, os livros que vão sendo doados. Aqui faremos também uma forte componente de apoio às crianças e jovens, especialmente raparigas, na educação. Ensinar a sonhar. Portanto, é um exemplo de economia circular, um exemplo que pretende gerar esperança nos mais pequenos e nas raparigas, um exemplo também do que pode ser replicado noutros lugares do país e, por que não, do mundo. Obrigado a todos.
Carlos Sauer there showing us a house that's made entirely almost out of glass bottles. So a very kind of unique way and clever way to recycle, and that was in Mozambique. So Carlos, thank you so much, and I know that he's been a passionate supporter of World Cleanup Day for years and with a great can-do attitude as well. So now we're going to cross over and see how the World Cleanup Day has been going. Our next country is Brazil. Hopefully we can cross live now. Pedro, are you there in Brazil?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, and good to talk to you again. How has everything been going?
I am really excited to be here once again in the World Cleanup Day representing Brazil. We're super excited. We have a huge mobilization here in Brazil, and it's really awesome to talk to you guys.
So how's it been going? Tell me about this mobilization. How many people do you estimate have come out, and what has it been like so far?
So right now I am in São Paulo in the World Cleanup Day from Brazil broadcasting. So what I can count right now, we have more than like 5,000 people easy in the mobilization that I saw on the television. But we have way more people all around the country, and we have a huge country, so I bet there are thousands and thousands of people mobilized right now.
Yeah, so that's just a conservative estimate that you're giving us. And you mentioned that you saw it on television, so this has been carried on Brazilian TV, the World Cleanup Day?
Yeah, right now we're broadcasting. I'm presenting along with Eddie, broadcasting with a long list of leaders all around the country. We have from coast to coast and from north and south from Brazil. We have been talking to leaders from their mobilizations, but the estimate that I gave you is really pessimistic, because I think there are way more leaders. I can count thousands and thousands, maybe dozens of thousands.
Now, Carlos, you are Pedro. Sorry, beg your pardon. Can I ask you what age you? You're a young man.
Oh yeah. Actually, right now I am the president, national president from the Jovens que Limpam, which can be translated to Youth That Cleans, which is the youth program within Limpa Brazil. So we basically get the idea from Limpa Brazil, which is the idea from Let's Do It, to engage people to combat the trash and the solid residuals, and we get this and we put it from the for the youth. We engage youth leaders, we engage teenagers, we engage schools. Right now, actually, the Youth That Cleans program in São Paulo, we were able to mobilize more than 800 young people only by lectures in public schools here in São Paulo, which is our biggest city in the country. So it's a really great and exciting program that I'm really honored to be part of.
And Pietro, why are you so passionate about this? Because, you know, as a young man, as a young person, there are so many different things that you could be putting your energy into and your resources. And it's the weekend as well. You have friends to hang out with. So why are you passionate about this cause? Why do you think this is important for you and for your country of Brazil?
Because if we fail, I won't have any other weekends to engage with my friends. Because we are dealing here with a life and death situation where our planet is at stake. So we cannot fail. We must engage all the people that are necessary to multiply our message and make this and cure our planet. So yeah, I think that it's really important for us, so the youth, to engage ourselves into this fight, because it's worth it. You know, if we can help our country, if we can help our planet, so nothing is worth for. We must fight for our planet.
And finally, Pedro, we spoke, I think it was last year, maybe the year before. Do you see World Youth Day making a difference in Brazil? Is it raising awareness? Are people more conscious of environmental issues now?
Definitely. I can speak about Jovens que Limpam, the Youth That Cleans program. We work on raising awareness for other young people in public schools, and by the work that we are building so far, I can tell that there has been a great difference in the schools that we passed on. So the people has improved their image of the environmental problems that we're situated in, and they generated interest to getting into the combat of them. So we're creating new leaders by telling them what's happening.
Pedro, in Brazil, thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. I know that you still have a lot of cleaning to do there and you're coordinating so much across Brazil. So enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun doing it. And I know I don't have to tell you that because you've got such passion and a good spirit. So you're a great role model, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me here. Happy World Cleanup Day, you guys.
Yeah, it's like Happy Christmas now. Happy World Cleanup Day. Bye, Pedro. We're back in the studio here in New York. We're still joined by Kirsty Kaljulaid, the former president of Estonia. And now we have Marcel Dorst. How do you pronounce your second name?
It's Dorst.
Dorst. Mm-hmm. And you are from Berlin in Germany. Mm-hmm. You're a senior scientist with the German Environmental Agency, part of the German government. Mm-hmm. So what does the agency do and why are you here in New York City?
Well, the agency itself has a lot of things to do. I mean, it's a government agency, but we are also very independent. We have around 600 researchers doing research on all different tranches of the sustainability transformation, if you will, mobility, energy sector, waste, chemicals, etc. So this is really critical work we're doing here and supporting the governmental decisions, of course, but also doing international agency work, if you will. We are part, and this is my role at the agency, I'm a network coordinator for the CODES Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability. We will talk about that maybe briefly later on.
What does that mean, digital environment sustainability? What does that mean?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is a process mandated by the UN, by the Digital Cooperation Roadmap of the Secretary General, and we are looking at how digital change can be further aligned to our sustainability agenda. And unfortunately, in the 2030 agenda itself, 2015, but also in this roadmap I spoke about, this alignment wasn't really happening. So in the 2030 agenda, digital doesn't really occur. And in the different processes on digitalization on the UN level, the sustainability dimension is not strong enough.
What is digital sustainability? What does that mean?
Well, one simple example.
Yes.
In Nairobi, people have a lot of problem with getting clean water. In old times, you really had to build a kind of a billion worth or hundreds of millions of worth of a water purification plant. Nowadays, you can have small installments. By the way, one Estonian company, Space Trip, is doing it in Nairobi. Space Trip installments allow you to go house by house, but the system is all aligned with a digital system.
Okay.
So basically, you get out of this kind of stackable solution, you get the same effect as you would have previously got from a huge water purification plant. But you can invest bit by bit. It's available for most people with some help from city government or environmental agency. And altogether, it has to be kind of harmoniously working. You cannot do it without digital. Well, this is for you just one example. And this is, for me, on the par with the resolutions of UN, actually, that we really have practical examples which show us that digital can save also the environment. And UN is extremely right and exactly right, and your institute is right. These two things go hand in hand and actually sustain each other.
Okay. So as part of the German government's mandate to your agency is that to look into these various technologies that can help make Germany more sustainable in all its different levels and facets.
Exactly. I mean, just think about it. The sustainability transformation as well as digital change as a transformative dynamic worldwide. I mean, these are the two core change processes worldwide, right, of this century. And we really need to align it. ICT is more or less responsible for 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's extremely rising. So we have to be prepared somehow. We, of course, have to use the different innovations. We have to invest in specific digital or socio-technical innovations towards the sustainability goals. But we also have to make digitalization and digital infrastructure itself sustainable.
Because they're a huge big carbon footprint from like data centers and so on and so forth. We hear about the power consumption is just enormous.
Yes.
And in my own country of Ireland, they're building more and more data centers.
World Cleanup Day also does the digital cleanup.
Digital cleanup.
Yes, so that people will remember to delete the photos or remember that the best photo is the photo not taken, and do not do the photographs of, I don't know, Notre Dame Church in Paris, because internet is full of them anyway.
Yes, yeah.
And all these kind of activities we piloted in Doha, and it was very, very fantastic to see all the pavilions of the global exhibition to I mean participate. Not everybody did, but quite many did actually. So it was fantastic.
It's hard to get your head around the idea that a file stored in your Google Drive or anywhere in a cloud is actually burning very, very slowly. It's burning energy because it's on a spinning disk somewhere, or it's in a server somewhere in the world, and that has been powered and air conditioned. And it's just so hard to imagine that because we're just so used to this. It's a digital fantasy land.
Even data center can serve a great example of kind of digital and green together, because data centers, of course, can run on green energy. Their kind of energy consumption can be put up 10 and down 10% relatively easily. You know, these cooling systems, if you put them down for half an hour, it doesn't matter that much. So you can actually smooth the peaks and the lows of energy production. Second, when you need district heating, for example, then you can put this energy from data centers into the district heating system. All you need to do is probably you need to adapt your law on district heating, because district heating systems, to be part of the grid, to be allowed into the grid, need to kind of answer some criteria, and these criteria come from the time they were not data centers, but I mean boilers or
Yes.
cogeneration plants. So basically, with some little legal kind of move, you can make another green
change.
step. Yeah.
And Marcel, what are the kind of initiatives that you're proud of in Germany in terms of kind of innovation in this field?
Well, I work on more the global area, but this is exactly right, and I can give a few more examples. I mean, when you look at the global greenhouse gas emissions, it's 15% from the ICT sector that is...
Just remind us, ICT?
Information and computing technology, in Eurospeak, I think.
Okay. For a dum-dum like me, I need to, information computer
yeah.
technology. So 15%.
No, it's like from the whole stock, it's 15% related to data centers, the emissions, 15%. And 15% is then on the network infrastructure, which is another thing we're working on. So, for example, it's better to use glass fiber than copper, for example.
They're two separate 15%?
Yeah, from the whole block of emissions related to the digital sector, so to say.
Okay.
And that's my argument, is 70% related to the products and the hardware. So the production of the products we use and the energy consumption of the products we use. So this is another important thing to, of course, think twice maybe about the consumerism, the private consumerism as well, but also about what really is necessary to be smart. For example, the German Environment Agency has one of its topics is to work against what you call product obsolescence. So that, for example, we have a growing set of smart applications and smart products. Think about an e-bike, for example, or a smart fridge or so. And if the software is not updated, if they stop security updates, you cannot use this product anymore, so it's waste.
Yes.
And this is really a problem, so you have to think about renewable energies from the start, you have to think about, of course, the whole supply chain from the mines towards e-waste, but of course you also have to think about your consumer behavior and how smart products are built and used.
But isn't that a problem of capitalism and consumerism anyway? Because the companies, of course, the people who make the bikes will go out of business if everyone buys their bikes, and they don't need bikes ever again in the future, whereas it's in their interest that, well, you might need a bike again in a few years. iPhone want you to get a new iPhone in a few years. They don't want you to hang on to that iPhone for life. They want you to keep dumping in and getting a new one.
Yeah, that's why in Europe we have the right to repair directive actually. But also if you look, Nordic countries are shifting through great amount of materials. I mean mining basically materials from waste. And we all know that mining mobile phones gives you better yield on gold, for example, than mining the gold ore. So actually I think this is something which we should keep in account, that this is definitely the next absolutely necessary step. On the other hand, all this digital kind of service, all this, they have a kind of another side. For example, if we run our government services, we run them all digitally, then we save an amount of paper in the month which is as high as Eiffel Tower. That is how we calculated it a few years ago. So there is the other side. Yes, you do create a certain amount of digital waste, but on the other hand, there is the balance sheet has the other side. People did not drive to any office,
Yes.
People didn't, you don't even have that office, you don't have to heat that office.
Isn't that amazing that still, even in developed countries, recently, can I tell you a secret? In Ireland, I got a speeding ticket, a small speeding ticket in the post. But it was posted to my address, and I saw a speeding ticket. Okay. I said, I want to go on and pay this. Now, I've lived in Rome for 3 years, New York for 5 years, so I was like, okay, I'll go online and pay this. Can't go online. You have to go down to a post office with a form, fill out a form, put it, and then post it into the police service in Ireland to pay your speeding fine.
I can understand this as a special form of punishment, of course. But on the other hand, there is quite a lot of people who are active. In Estonia, I can tell you how it happens. My son got speeding ticket, but in my car. So I was sent the ticket. Of course, they used my email, which I've given government, where everything from government comes. They said, your car has got the speeding ticket. If you were not behind the wheel, please, reformulate this for us together with, the person who was at the wheel of that car.
You put my name down, did you?
I put my own brother's, but I can put yours next time if you want to prove that the system really works. And then my son got it and he approved it and then he paid it and then that's it. Nobody went anywhere. In addition, you can even sell your car online in that country.
Yes, yeah. We can sell cars on, but
the National Registry takes it off from my name and puts it on the new owner's name and meanwhile keeps the money in their kind of account so that nobody gets cheated out of their money.
But like you said, it was just, I couldn't believe it. They post you the thing, so you get it in the post, drive to the post office, get out, go in, fill out the form, post that. It goes into a post van to bring it to the police station headquarters, and they will get it, process it, and send you a confirmation for a speeding ticket, a small speeding ticket. But tomorrow you have a big, it's tomorrow, is it your meeting here in New York City? What is it about?
Well, it's in the context of the UN SDG Digital Day. So in the context of the SDG Summit, exactly, like people come together and think about how to make digital more sustainable. And we have a panel there on digital public infrastructure and how to make them more sustainable. This is exactly about the basic abilities of the digital age that you need. For example, a safe digital identity, a safe way to transfer money or to exchange data, because this is of course an important driver also for sustainable development worldwide.
I'm not sure if it was Germany or Holland, but I saw some European country recently were testing this initiative where the trucks on the road would be charged by the road itself. They have that induction coil in the road. So rather than stopping to charge up, the road itself under the concrete had an induction coil and it would charge as you drive. Germany can't claim that one, can they? Was it?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
I thought you were going to say, I was the man behind that. I'm the man who can take all the credit for that. Who's the world leader when it comes to digital sustainability? Is there a country that's miles ahead of others that we know of?
Do you know? It's kind of academic question. I don't really know. I've never even thought about it, because first of all, I'm sure, for example, that my own country isn't, precisely because we do very much of processes in the digital sphere, which kind of puts our digital expenditure levels definitely very high up. Even in the COVID time, when I thought that, other countries must increase more the internet traffic than we did, we still surpassed the others amazingly. I don't know how it was possible, but we did. But as I said, then you have to have this other kind of side of the balance sheet, where in the analog world you are wasting less, while you are, of course, in digital world wasting more. So I haven't done any of these calculations or actually seen any.
Finally, two people who are involved in government and in the public sphere, we often hear, I think it was the 8 billion mark of the planet. We've overpassed 8 billion people. Some people say the world is overpopulated, we haven't got enough resources, we're generating too much waste. Now we see countries in Europe who are saying we don't have enough young people, we have a demographic winter, we need more young people to support the older people. Any thoughts on that? Population, too many, too little, it's not the actual problem, it's the wrong thing to focus on?
Actually, this is something we can observe, but I do not think that government should have policies which will try to kind of influence people to have more or less children. Some countries overdo it in one direction, and some in other, and some in one generation manage to go one time, no children, the other time, please have more children. This is not government problem. Governments need to adapt, and that is what they need to do, for the natural fertility rates which the society has.
But you see some governments are incentivizing people.
I know, but that's what I say. There's, of course, what you need to do is you need to have proper child care and proper opportunities for women not to lose out on too much if they have children. But this is not the issue which is necessarily directed towards having more children. This is a simple equality issue. Women should have as good life as men, despite the fact that only they can have children.
And Marcel?
Absolutely. This is a totally poisoned discourse on overpopulation.
You think so, yeah?
Definitely. This has a long history, a very difficult history, and I would totally agree. There are so many other measures. We need to get there. We need decoupling, for example, of using planetary resources and organizing societies in a more sustainable way. And there are so many measures, and this is just not a valid argument, I would say, not a path to go.
Leave babies out of that.
Exactly.
Leave the babies out of it. Well, guys, it was great talking to both of you. I want to say, like Pedro said to me, Happy World Cleanup Day, Happy Christmas.
That was something which was so encouraging. Pedro and others, they speak smilingly and happily, but their future is ruined if they don't clean up. But they don't have this anger of the populist movements, for example. You ruined the planet for us. Now you have to clean up. They are so kind of calmly accepting what has been done by my and elder generations and just doing it. Fantastic. Thank you, Pedro.
Yeah, I can totally agree. This is really inspiring, and this is also really connected to our discussion here. We need literacy, we need digital literacy also to better understand where we are and what we need to do. And we also in the digital realm don't need to look at the big tech narratives or so, and the end of the world with a super AI or whatever. We need this movement, we need activism, we need people really engaged in sustainable development, and this is what we need to focus on.
And it's funny how when Pietro, because of his passion and his smile, it comes across. When I was talking to him, I noticed you guys were smiling, I was smiling. It's this thing as well of being a happy warrior, because I think it doesn't happen as much here in the United States, because I think they might not stand for it. But in Europe, I see these videos going viral a lot now of the eco-warriors who have probably very good intentions, but with their new methods of sitting in traffic, and we see it happening in London and in Paris now and in parts of Germany, where they will sit across the street and hold up a whole line of and then it splits the debate and it turns it into an argument. and then it becomes political as well. And there are different ways of highlighting the issue. And
yes, happiness is definitely a better tool than risking the life of participants of Tour de France, for example. I mean,
yes.
with your actions. So definitely, I'm all for happy change and happy warriors.
Happy warriors.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Well, happy cleanup day, guys, and thank you so much, Marcel and Kirsty, again for being with us, and good luck with the meeting tomorrow and for your time here in New York City. And actually, we're going to your country next because Germany is so beautiful. We want to say Guten Tag to Germany. I'm not sure if it's Holger we're going to talk to now, but I know we are definitely going to Germany. So let's say Guten Abend to Holger and to a Mayor Eva as well.
Hello, greetings from Rostock. Hi.
Yes, Mayor, we have to start with you, Mayor Eva. So where is the town you were a mayor of that you're in at the moment, and how has the cleanup been going so far?
Yes, Rostock is located in the north of Germany at the Baltic Sea. It's a very lovely city, so you should visit us. And the World Cleanup Day is going very well. A lot of people are collecting litter, so I'm very happy with it, and the sun is shining, and yes, World Cleanup Day is just running great.
It looks beautiful. Es ist eine beautiful tag. And Holger, of course, we all know you. You are hugely famous in the World Cleanup Day family. And we have met on many occasions. Holger, how has it been going 2023 in comparison with other years? What are the numbers like this year?
Let's wait a second for the numbers, because the mayor has to leave. We have first time ever we will hand over a certificate, the World Cleanup Day or World Cleanup certificate for communities. And now Rostock is the first official community worldwide who has this award. And hopefully in the future we will enter a lot of more communities worldwide and cities in this project. Thanks a lot to the mayor.
No, I have to thank you. Thanks a lot for this great day, really. So Rostock is the first community worldwide. I like to hear that. So I wish you the best, and yes, good luck. We will see us again.
Exactly.
That is awesome, Mayor. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Holger, now that we have you, you've given
to the figures.
You've given this award to the mayor. Why? Because the town is so active, because the mayor is so involved. Why did you decide to give this special recognition to this town specifically?
Yeah, they do a lot since years. They are every year a member or also part in the World Cleanup Day. The officials, the municipality is doing a lot in the topic of plastic and awareness, and also in education. And it's part of the Baltic Sea Challenge. Baltic Sea Challenge this year, finally in the nine core countries around the Baltic Sea. Also Rostock is here and did a great job this year. So it was a decision to develop this new setting and this new idea of this certification.
Now, Holger, you've been running Let's Do It Germany for a number of years now, so you've seen how it has changed and grown over the past number of years. What has it been like? The figures for this year, how are things going in Germany?
Maybe some figures about Germany. We expect in the moment 440,000 participants, round about 9,000 cleanups around the country. We are in more than 2,000 cities, and this is exactly one of the keys we developed in the last years, the change maker, I will say, because the municipalities are strong partners. This is all the reason to create this certificate and to activate more cities like Rostock, like Munich, like Berlin, like Stuttgart, and so on. All these countries or cities are also in, and they did a great job to spread the word for World Cleanup Day to be part on this third Saturday in September.
And Holger, every country, we have so many things in common when it comes to cleaning up and environmental issues. But then there are some things that are unique to countries. We talked about cigarette butts in Italy. Some countries have industrial pollution, heavy industrial pollution. Is there a unique problem to Germany in terms of your litter, or what are you tackling?
We have exactly the same here. We can see here some of the collections. catch of the day. And it's exactly the same. We figure out beer caps. We find cigarette butts. A lot of them, thousands of them. I was also yesterday in a warm-up cleanup in Berlin. We collected more than 20,000 cigarette butts in 1 hour. So this is the same problem here. Also in the industrial side, there's also in the Baltic Sea behind me, the Baltic Sea, the same ish. We have to care about our environment. And we only can do that together, the municipalities, together with the civic society, and also together with the companies, with the organizations. This is the triple bottom line, and that can be part of the solution.
Hey, Holger, it has been great talking to you, and you're such a pro. You hit it exactly on the second of 5 minutes. Enjoy the rest of the cleanup day. Thank you so much. Auf Wiedersehen. Hat eine gute Tag.
Bye-bye. Many greetings to New York. Bye-bye.
At a time when our planet's health hangs in the balance, one environmental movement that transcends borders and cultures is celebrating its 5th anniversary. This is the story of how Let's Do It World created the largest peacetime civic movement in human history and its positive, lasting impact on the global mismanaged waste crisis. It all began in 2008 in Estonia, a small nation with a big heart. That first nationwide cleanup led by Teeme Ära or Let's Do It engaged just 4% of our population, but served as motivation to inspire change across the whole world. In 2012, volunteers from Estonia, Slovenia and Portugal initiated global events between March and September, bringing together millions of people from 96 countries and territories, each leading their own cleanups. In 2014, the plan changed. Instead of cleaning up over several months, by 2018 everyone would instead coordinate their actions on one single day. Our overall aim was to engage 5% of the world's population, which is, according to studies, the tipping point needed for self-sustaining societal change. With this bold goal, the Let's Do It Foundation took responsibility for delivering the first World Cleanup Day and rolled up its sleeves in preparation for September 15, 2018. There was much to do in the next 4 years. Establishing the biggest environmental network ever, a massive marketing campaign, and pulling off a 28-hour live telethon broadcasting the entire green wave of cleanups from Fiji to American Samoa. And together, this incredible new network succeeded in creating the largest peacetime civic action movement ever. On that historic day, over 18 million people from 157 countries and territories turned out to clean up, kickstarting the process that would shape the future. 2018's success demonstrated the willpower of our global network. So the logical next step was to keep going, leading us to establish the self-governing Let's Do It World NGO and create a lasting legacy. We engage with almost every country and territory in the world, bonding individuals, families and communities in a common cause to overcome challenges and to unite for a better future. Our movement's unwavering commitment is to create a cleaner and healthier world, one in which the global mismanaged waste crisis is resolved. Each year has seen us grow from our humble roots to a global phenomenon. But in 2020, COVID hit.
Coronavirus emergency.
Global restrictions on large gatherings inevitably affected our goal. Instead of giving up, we shifted focus to a new form of waste: digital. So far, enough digital waste has been deleted from electronic devices to prevent the production of over 3,000 tons of CO2 a year. And from 2022, participant numbers in both world and digital cleanup days are approaching pre-COVID times. Back on track towards creating lasting societal impact through 5% global engagement. The true power of Let's Do It World became evident when volunteers, businesses, governments and non-profits merged, joining hands across diverse fields. This all-sector unification drives innovation, thus amplifying the movement's impact. Collaboration engenders transformation. We see post-cleanup projects gaining momentum, such as community gardens, recycling centers, youth educational programs and more. all benefiting generations to come. The dedication of Let's Do It World's network has been noticed, with cross-sector successes attracting international recognition. In 2021, the movement received the UN Habitat Scroll of Honor, and in 2023, the UN Sustainable Development Goals Mobilization Award, echoing its profound influence. We've proven that big change from one brave idea is possible, progressing step by step. After 5 World Cleanup Days, we've engaged over 71 million volunteers in 197 countries and territories, removing 325,000 tons of waste from the environment. Reflecting on this incredible journey, we celebrate how one small drop grew into the global wave seen today. Every single person involved, locally and globally, has contributed to this enormous achievement, reminding us that each action, large or small, makes a world of difference. From our hearts, we thank all of you.
It is 3 minutes to 12 p.m. here in New York City. I hope it is good wherever you're watching in the world, and thank you for tuning in to the World Cleanup Day show. We have hundreds of thousands of people, possibly millions, all over the world who are cleaning at the moment, and they're part of this incredible event. This show, the purpose is to check in with countries all over the world and try and get an idea of how the cleanup has been going. We've been focusing a lot on Europe over the past couple of hours. We still have so many countries to check in with. We last just heard from Germany, but now we are staying here in the great United States of America because 2 of our favorite people are on the line. Bill and Steve, can you hear me?
Hey. How you doing, Irish guy?
Irish guy's doing good because I'm surrounded by Irish bars here in Manhattan.
Well, faith in me, Gordon, you'd be having
dangerous place for me to be, and a dangerous place for you guys to be. So I'm glad you're not here. Where are you?
Well, we're in San Diego, California, at the trailhead for Coles Mountain, and we're here with.
I am Jessica. I'm Madeline.
And they're from San Diego State University.
Hey Jessica, hey Madeline, what is happening there today? What's going down? What's taking place?
We have cleanups going on all over the country. All over the United States. All over the United States. And in this location, we have probably 30, 40 people that'll be doing cleanups in about 5-10 minutes. And we've already had a couple people that went up and picked up some trash. A little girl, too. Right. They had fun, yes.
You guys, you're in charge of National Cleanup Day. How is this different to World Cleanup Day, and how do the two work together? Remind us about this.
Well, actually, the World Cleanup Day, National Cleanup Day is a year older than World Cleanup Day. In terms of the whole country. In terms of the whole country, and we are part of this group, and we are part of World Cleanup Day. Exactly. So we're doing this for World Cleanup Day. That's what we're doing. We're doing a cleanup.
And Bill and Steve, remind people watching your normal day jobs. What is it that you do? It's fascinating. I love it.
Cleanups. We do cleanups. That's all we do year round. Like I'm too old to work actually, so that's why. Right. We help coordinate cleanups around the world all the time, and we help out on the clogging movement, trash tag. People adopt one place. Just an amazing thing. And we also have a news group, so we're kind of busy.
And tell me, how are you guys doing, by the way? I haven't seen you in a while. When we last met, it was in Tallinn in Estonia.
Yes, exactly right. The last time you and I went out, and I still remember it, I'm trying to recover from it. But anyways, yeah, you're supposed to be coming to San Diego, so we're looking forward to that. Exactly.
Well, every time I call you guys and say that I'm ready to come down, you're always out of town, or you're busy, or there's...
Well, Bill had too much to drink. Yeah, you know how it is. Or too many COVID vaccines. That's exactly right.
What is it that keeps you passionate about it? Because there's so many different things that you could be involved in. What is it that makes you so passionate about what you do?
Sure. What makes you passionate about having a cleanup, a clean community?
I think it's just bringing people together for a common purpose, and it's really just it's a good way to get out and help out.
I think there's a lot going on in the world, so if we can do whatever we can to make a difference and make it a better place, I think we just have to do our best. So.
Yeah, and girls, what do you think of this idea of World Cleanup Day, where you focus on one day to clean up the planet? What do you think of that?
I think it's good to glorify a single day, but we should be doing whatever we can every single day, no matter the scale.
I like it.
Yeah.
So you asked what keeps us going is having people like that following us. Or leading us. Well, you're actually leading us. Yeah, you guys looking for a job?
Yeah.
And finally, and tell the truth, what are Bill and Steve like to work with?
Yeah, don't laugh too hard.
Well, they're definitely very
strange.
Friendly.
Very, very friendly, very welcoming.
Cute.
They're inspiring. Yeah, very good looking.
I love that you were struggling to find the word and then your friend saved you and said, friendly?
Indescribable.
Well,
so
hey.
Bill's going to ask a question of you guys. This is very important. So, ladies, did we have fun?
We had so much fun.
Yes.
So we're doing it right, because if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong.
Bill, Steve, and guys, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of World Cleanup Day.
Thank you. See you. Have fun, guys.
Goodbye, the USA. Now, can the control room just remind me one more time where we're going next, because it dropped out a bit in my earpiece. Now, we're going to take a look. Oh, yes, what happened earlier today, because this is a 24-hour event, and while we're broadcasting for 10 hours, we've been here, there's been people here at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and very early, I started outside the Estonian house here in the middle of Manhattan, and I gave a little tour behind the scenes of what's happening here at the World Cleanup Day show. Take a look at this. This is the World Cleanup Day 2023 coming to you live from New York City. Look at that beautiful shot as the sun rises over this incredible city. That's downtown Manhattan you're looking at. And look, here I am on 34th Street. It is busy already. Of course, this is the city that never sleeps, but people are getting up, they're starting to go to work, and we have been broadcasting for hours. We're here in New York, right by the United Nations, just down there, but also back in Tallinn in Estonia, we have another call center and a media center. But the reason we're here in New York City, coming live from the Estonian house on 34th Street, is because now the World Cleanup Day is being recognized by the United Nations. We have the General Assembly next week. And so we decided we would come here by invitation to be close to all the action at the UN, to tell them what we're all about. And over the next 24 hours, we're going to have a lot of guests popping in. Now, you can't see behind the cameraman, I can see the Empire State Building. This is how central we are here in the middle of New York City. And this, my friends, is where we're broadcasting from. Look at this, the Estonian house. Who knew there's an Estonian house here? People beaving their horns. Come on, let's go in. Hey, good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
You look good.
Thank you, you look great too. This is so American. You look good. Now, it's a little bit dark in here, but we're going to go upstairs. Do you want to go first or will I go first? You can go first. You're very skilled at walking backwards upstairs. So, there's Martin behind me. Martin, come on up and show me where we're going. We're going right up to the top, aren't we? Okay, we're going up. This is a big building. We're going to show you in a moment our studio. We're going to show you the control room, but right now we're going up. It's like a big old haunted house. This is so cool, and they've got beautiful Estonian paintings on the wall. They have an Estonian bar downstairs, and I have to keep my voice down because over the World Cleanup Day, we've been checking in with over 100 countries. There's 164 countries cleaning up, but we've been checking in with some of the leaders and doing Zoom calls, like in here. Look at these people busy and beavering away. Hello. Hey guys, how's it been going so far?
Oh, it's going great.
It's going good? How many
Yes.
countries have you checked in with already?
Oh, let me see. Around 10.
10?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
early morning shift that we've had.
So like Fiji, Australia.
We've had Mauritania, no, Poland, Denmark, Malaysia.
Ghana.
We've been in touch with some others, but, you know, we're checking in with everybody all over the world. And everybody's so busy doing their cleanups and...
And you're happy. And then, what about you, my friend? Who have you been speaking to?
I spoke to Malaysia, Senegal. We spoke to Benin and also Cameroon.
Oh, so you're doing a lot of the interviews in French?
Yes, absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. I'm the French guy.
You're the French guy. We need a cool French dude. This is the guy we call. And what has surprised you so far about what you've been hearing?
Oh, the excitement. I mean, every year it's always growing and the excitement is still there. And it's beautiful to see after 5-6 years that everybody is still, you know, on the ball.
Because it's hard to, we have to remind ourselves that it's 6 years old this year.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool.
It is. That's a big baby.
It's a big baby. Big baby. By the way, where'd you get cool glasses like those?
Oh, Gandhi.
They're good.
Yeah,
they're beautiful.
Not bad, huh? Like
Yeah.
it allows me to look, you know, like because I hate wearing glasses, as you know, so I can look and.
They look pretty cool to me. They're like 3D. You're seeing the world, and the world is already 3D, so you're seeing it in 4D or something.
And I'm seeing it in yellow.
And yeah. Thank you, my friends. Good luck with the rest of your work. Keep up the great work. Okay, there's normally more people in here as well, but some of them are taking breaks because they've been recording all the time. Let's go downstairs. I'll go first. You're saying go first. Okay, here we are, walking down the steps. Beautiful Estonian art. Look at this. I don't know who it's by. I don't know what it is, but it looks beautiful to me. Now we're walking down. This is the second floor of the Estonian house here in New York. Let's go into the control room. All the guys in here, we have to be careful because they're very grumpy. They've been working all the time. Let's see if they're grumpy. Can we come in? Hey, grumpy people. Hey, it's our crew. Look at them. I'm only joking. They're not grumpy. Look, this is our big director, the man in charge. What is the most exciting thing about what you're doing here at the moment?
I think the most exciting part is that we see so many beautiful and good people around the world cleaning up our planet because we don't have any planet B. So that's the best part of this job.
And look at this, all these screens you have in front of you. You're putting in those beautiful drone shots, the map that we're going to see in a moment. Is it complicated to control all this?
A bit. It takes some practice, I'd say.
It takes some practice, but practice makes perfect. And how am I doing, by the way? You said all these beautiful people.
Good as always, Colm.
He has to say that. Martin is here too. Martin, how's it going? Good. Do you want to sing an Estonian song?
põdral maja metsa sees, väiksest aknast välja vaatab ja nees jookseb kõigest väest, hävel seisma jääb.
Yes! I don't know what that was, but it was good. What was that song about?
I don't know.
Okay, you're Estonian though.
Yeah.
And you know what it's about?
About a moose who lives in the woods.
A moose who lives in the woods.
Yeah. It sounded great.
It sounded great?
Yeah.
Well, you're the sound guy. You should know. And look, this is crazy because normally you have a physical sound desk, but this is a virtual sound desk. Yeah. So it's on your computer.
Yeah, of course.
And is it everything is sounding okay? You've got channels coming in from all over the world, different feeds.
Yeah, it sounded great.
It sounds great. Martin is helping me here with some cable issues. Look at this. And look at that leather jacket as well. If you want to buy this, we're selling this for $25. Just write to us, leave a comment, and the winner will get that jacket. And now I'm going to go in here to the main studio and show you where all the action happens. Come, follow me. Here we go. This is so exciting. Those guys are, I make jokes, but they're working really hard in there. And hey, everybody, let's do this. Jim, look, this is my microphone. The Estonian flag is a microphone. Jim, how's it going? You are a Scouser, you're from the United Kingdom, but you're here in New York. How's the work been going so far?
It's been insanely intense, but very, very exciting, very rewarding. Last night was a brilliant interviews with countries from the Asian area. Really enjoyed it. Great interview with Kyrgyzstan, for example.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, we're going to see that later on in the live show, which is coming up, by the way. Sorry, Jim. Sorry about that. What's been the best thing so far?
the people and the energy and the atmosphere here.
And the
And
energy.
you, of course.
Stop. Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Nothing.
No?
Don't
Oh.
imagine things.
Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry about that. Hey.
Hey.
Whenever I come over to you, why do you always go, you look so disappointed, you look so unhappy whenever I
Oh my
approach
God.
you?
No,
Why is
good.
that? Do I know you?
You do know me.
Yeah, I do know you.
Yeah.
But look, at least you're an honest person. So, how's it been going so far?
It's good. It's interesting for me because I've always been the one receiving the call
Yes.
while doing the cleaning. But this time round, I get to sit here and actually be the one to interview people. So now I understand the process and why some of the questions are always asked. And, you know, just the energy, as Pile said, is really good.
We're friends, really, aren't we? Let's go. There's Haiti. Look, I don't know. Haiti's busy. She's writing. Haiti, I know we're going to talk to you later in the live show.
Yes.
But you're happy?
I am really, really happy. It's so great to be here. Thank you, Estonian House. Thank you, all the great people around me.
164 countries.
And all the great leaders also who came here to be in the Cola Media Center. This is amazing. They came from Martinique, from Kenya, from Senegal, from Venezuela.
It's amazing.
It's
It's
truly
amazing.
international family.
And you have been speaking to some people on the street. We're
Yes,
going to
I
hear
did.
That later, some vox pops.
That was
And
great.
It was good fun, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
Vox Populi, right? I think the Haiti told me
Latin
that.
for voice of the people.
Yeah.
You were out there, man of the people on the street.
I love it. I think New Yorkers can be very busy, but at the same time, when they do speak to you, they're really open to conversation and share their views. So I loved it.
We're going to see that later on the platform. What's the name of the platform where they can watch our live show?
Exponaut.
Exponaut. You'll see.
And the links are in our social media pages as well, which is Facebook, and you can follow this. Yeah.
So we're here in New York City, as you can. There's Ingrid. Ingrid, look, we're going to talk to Ingrid later. She's busy. I don't know why there's a guy pumping an inflatable thing over here, but I'm not even going to ask what's going on. But we have the website on the screen, by the way, of where you can watch later on, starting at 9 a.m. That is in New York Eastern Time. That's 1 p.m. Universal Standard Time. It's on Exponaut. Exponaut is the name of the platform. So all the links are on our social media. And by the way, here's why we're doing this. Here is a map of the world. You can see that the map was completely grey, the planet. But as the green wave, the colourful wave of cleaning has gone across the world, we're just over halfway through now. So we've had Australia have cleaned, China, Russia, Africa, Europe, and now we're heading over to the Americas, to North and South America. So that's going to be exciting when we check in with all of these countries later in the main program. But before we go, we have the guys here in New York City who are in this call center. We have our other call center, media center, 5,000 miles away to the east, back in Tallinn, Estonia. And I think we can now go live to Tallinn and Estonia. Hey! How are you, my friend?
Ciao. Very well, very well. Hello, New York. Hello, world.
Yes, we're here. We're working hard. The gang are behind us. What's happening there in Tallinn in Estonia?
Well, so far we've taken around 30 calls from the team leaders. We're preparing interviews, we're preparing documentation, writing about
What's happening there?
what's been happening there. And so, yeah, we're pretty relaxed at the moment. We've just had pizza, so we're all like... But let me show you a little bit around. Like we have a little huddle over there. Say hi, everyone.
Hey, guys. It's so cool to see Estonia. That's really cool. And that's in the Let's Do It World headquarters.
So we have another interview team here. We're just... Who are you calling? Who's next coming up? Gambia. So Gambia's on the way. Up this way a little bit.
Look at this. You're a natural running around
Keep
like
up.
this. Yeah, keep up.
Here we have... Hey! Oh! Oh, surprise visitor here. And we have another team in here. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing good. Yes,
Were
we
you-
just finished the call.
And you just finished a call with
With Liberia.
Yes. Liberia,
It was an
okay.
awesome call. They were amazing. They showed us around and everything. Yes, they were there at the place doing the call.
All right, so yeah, I mean, all hands to the pump, all hands on deck. So, yeah, this is Tallinn right now. We're about halfway through, so yeah.
I'm
More
trying
results are pouring
to
in
keep
as
up
we
with you. I'm trying to keep up with you. So you've been going for hours. How long more do you have left to check in with countries And do you know, from numbers in Estonia, do you have any idea?
Well, we've got 30 interviews done so far, and we've got about another 30 to go.
Fantastic.
So it's coming in slowly.
Well, you guys are great, and we're going to check in with you again as we do our main live show. Like I said, starting 9 a.m. Eastern Time if you're watching in New York City or in the United States, or 1 p.m. Universal Time, UTC, and then you can get the link. It's on all our social media where people can watch as we check in with all of those countries all over the world, some live, some we've recorded a while ago. Thanks to all our friends in Estonia. We will talk to you later. We're going to go offline here on Facebook for just now. Ciao, bye. From New York to Estonia, there you go, 5,000 miles. Isn't that amazing technology that we're here on this side of the screen, they're on this side of the screen, and there's 5,000 miles between us. But okay, guys, thank you so much. Keep following on social media, and we will talk to you soon for the big live show coming from New York and Estonia. Well, if that wasn't enough of me, look, there's more of me here. We're back live in the call center. That was a bit of behind the scenes that we filmed earlier today. And look who I have here beside me. We have spoke twice before, I think. Yeah. Online, but never met in person. No. So it is great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Our youth ambassador, Fatia Ayet. You're from Bangladesh.
Yes.
But when did you move to New York City?
I came to the US when I was 4 years old.
And now you are 11, almost 12.
Almost 12, yeah.
And we were just talking there, you want to be, when you're older, an engineer?
Yes.
Aeronautical?
Yeah.
Why?
I've always been fascinated in like the way rockets and like spacecrafts and all these things work. And when I was like even younger, I wanted to be an astronaut, but now that I think about it, I feel like engineering is cooler. But not just engineering, I also like want to work for people. Engineering is like one thing that I really want to do, but I also just like, whatever I do, I want to work for humanity.
Wow, I want to work for humanity. I like that when you were about to say, when I was younger, and you stopped yourself, I was going to say, whoa, that's going back in time. But your other big passion in life is the environment and environmental issues. When did you become interested in environmental issues, and where did the passion develop, or how did it develop?
So when I was around like first grade, when I was in first grade or second grade, my parents started playing like the news for me. So when I would go to school, my dad would play the news in the car, and then at home, like when I had nothing to do, my mom would play the news. And just so I would always listen to like these climate catastrophes and like what's going on in the world and how climate change and global warming is affecting like certain parts and the most vulnerable parts of the world, right? And so I've always been kind of like eager to know about like what's happening, right? And so when I would just like hear these like catastrophic news that like, you know, the floods happened and earthquakes happened and, you know, the sea level rose and everything, I knew that climate change was like the reason why. And then in 2019, my parents took me to Alaska. And I mean, I said this before, I saw the icebergs falling, and I'm from Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a low-level land, so I know that the sea level would eventually rise and like submerge Bangladesh, parts of Bangladesh, and other low-level land. So I thought, you know, like, instead of just sitting here and like watching all this happen, why? Because every voice counts, you know. I always believe that every voice counts. So why don't I start like working?
But did you not think, oh, but I'm so young, who's going to listen to me? My voice won't count, I'll wait till I'm older. What made you want to start now at this young age?
Definitely that hesitation did come, that like, because I was 7 then, so I was thinking like, will someone actually listen to a 7-year-old, you know? But when I think 7th or 8th birthday, my parents took me to the United Nations because on my birthday there was an event, the International Girl Child Day, and so they took me to the United Nations as like part of my birthday celebration. And I met Mariam Monsef. She was the former Canadian State Minister for Women Affairs, and you know, she saw that I was the youngest one in the room, so she started talking to me, and I told her about, you know, because that was after the 2019 trip. So I told her about, you know, how I'm passionate about climate change and everything like that. So she told me that, you know, I think she showed me that my voice would be a big power, or it could be a big advantage that I should like take into, that I should actually use. So that's why after she said that, definitely I had that support from my parents and from my family. But after, you know, she told me those encouraging words, I was like, okay, if she is interested in my story, then why not like someone else, right?
And then how do you get your voice out there? How do you make your voice heard? Do you take to social media? Do you write to people and say, hey, I want to come and be a talker at your event? Or how do you do it?
So when I first started, definitely, because like no one knows who I am, right? No one knew who I am. So I definitely had to like go to people or like email them and say, you know, I see these events are happening and I want to speak, and like here's why I'm passionate. And so when I like first started speaking, I feel like the flow just came, right? I was able to speak more often. And people started inviting me, especially in the last 1 or 2 years. So that's, again, social media is also, because nowadays everyone is on social media. Like most people are on social media. So I feel like social media is also a big platform. So I use social media more often.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And so now they contact you and say, hey, can you come and speak at our event
people,
or be part of it? Yeah. That's awesome. Do you still enjoy it as much? Because it does get tiring if you're traveling and you're speaking at events and you're doing interviews. Or are you still as passionate about it?
I'm still passionate about it, and definitely like at times it does get tiring, right? But
because you're only human.
Yeah. But I encourage myself by saying that, you know, it's my future, it's our future on the line, and someone has to do. We're all working, but someone, you know, we all have to work. So that's how I encourage myself when I just feel like giving up at times.
So you're like, this is my bit. This is what I'm doing to try and help the problem. And today, when you look around the world, what saddens you the most about what you see when it comes to the climate or things happening in the environment?
I feel like people definitely realize like the importance of working together and collaborating for, you know, solving these issues or coming up with solutions for issues such as climate change and global warming. But I still see some people that are like, I guess, hesitant to say that, oh, well, how can I work, right? Because no one will listen to, no one will listen to me, no one will listen to my voice. And these people that are just like hesitant, you know, to work, turns out that if they actually work, they will be able to make a huge impact, right? It's just like that hesitation. Like sometimes I just want to go and tell everyone like your voice matters, and I want to go up to every single person and say, you know, if you're feeling hesitant, then don't, because you will be able to make a difference.
And when you look at something like World Cleanup Day, all those voices added together.
They're very encouraging and inspiring.
And it can be one huge global voice.
Yeah.
So you're not kind of on your own shouting into the emptiness.
Together,
yeah. And since it began 6 years ago, there's over 70 million people have taken part, which is incredible. What do you think is important about events like World Cleanup Day? Initiatives like that?
I feel like one of the most important things about World Cleanup Day is the amount of people that come together, because if we don't collaborate and if we don't come together, then like we will, by ourselves, individually, we will be able to achieve certain things, but we'll only be able to have a much broader impact when we work together and collaborate, right? So definitely World Cleanup Day is important to me because of all the people that come together, and it's just one global movement that makes a huge impact.
And it's easy for people to, because there's so many things online now and so much confusion and so much noise, it's easy to understand. One day, clean up, make a difference in your community, in your town, and then obviously we hope that people take that with them for the rest of the year, but it's something tangible that you can just be like, yeah, this day is when I'm going to clean, and this is when you get it done. It's really exciting. So what's in the future for you? You're in school obviously now at the moment, or maybe you've packed in school, you've been done with that, you're like, I've had enough of that.
No,
I've learned all there is to learn. Straight to NASA.
I'm in 7th grade right now. School started a couple weeks ago, so I'm good.
7th grade?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of how that translates to Europe, but when would you start high school? How many years?
2 years.
In 2 years' time, you go to high school. But already you have your mind that you'd like to do some sort of engineering.
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe Boeing, maybe Airbus, or your heart set on NASA?
NASA, I want to work for NASA.
That would be fascinating. Have you ever gone to visit NASA or any of the
I have
sites?
the Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've wanted to visit. I feel like it's really cool. I just like being there, you know. When I first went there, I think I was like 8 or 9, and I was like, yeah, I want to work here.
Yeah, and the way that they're kind of going to the final frontier.
Yeah.
And to the very edges. What about SpaceX?
That's cool too, but I think NASA, I'm set on NASA right now.
You think NASA's still cooler than SpaceX?
I think so.
But they're landing their own rockets and everything.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
I'm weighing my options right now.
She's open to offers, Elon Musk, if you're watching. So finally, for people who are watching this, young people like you, and they want to, you're a youth ambassador, which is great. And so they're looking at you and saying, oh, well, I want to clean up as well. I want to help the environment, but maybe I feel like I couldn't speak as well as Fatia does, or maybe I don't have as much time, or I'm not part of the World Cleanup Day. So what could people do just in a small way to help out and be involved?
I feel like we don't all necessarily have to start out in a big platform, just like starting among your friends, like in your friend circle, or like at home or in your community. Start small, and you will get that recognition, and you will be able to, speak about what you're passionate about in these huge platforms if you just start small. Like that's how I started. I started among my friends, at home, and then I was able to, slowly build up. So I feel like just starting small and advocating for what you're passionate about, is the key to driving change.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you're speaking at the UN.
I am, yeah, tomorrow, and then I have a couple of programs coming up. UNGA, and then a couple of other programs.
Tomorrow, what's the topic of the conversation?
So tomorrow is Transforming for Trade, and I'm part of the open discussion, so I will be speaking about, how we should we should think about everyone when we're thinking about the equal distribution of wealth, and especially prioritizing the marginalized and vulnerable communities.
Because as we've been discussing here in the program, that all fits into the environmental issues as well. Because if someone is impoverished, then really their main priority is getting money to put food on the table and keeping the house warm. They're not generally concerned about big global environmental issues, which you can totally understand. And that's something that people in your home country face. That's the problem they face a lot as well in Bangladesh.
Yeah, so that's why I feel like, just tomorrow, what my main message will be just making sure that a lot of people, or most people, are aware about their actions, and not just that, but also my call to action would be to the world leaders to actually think about not just their economic benefits for their country, but also the other things that impact, climate change and other factors that impact their country as a whole.
Would you ever want to get into politics?
No, not really.
No interest in politics. Why not?
I feel like when you step into politics, that's something where certain people will like you and certain people don't, and if you just stay mutual, everyone likes you. So I feel like staying mutual. I feel like not getting into politics would be easier for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting, because I think you'd be a very good politician. You'd be a good leader, natural leader, and inspire people. But you're right. Politics is a dirty game. It's better to go work for NASA and have loads of fun. Hey, this was really cool. Meeting you in person, and I've been admiring all the work you do for years, so many others. And how many followers now on Instagram or?
I guess 2 million on Facebook.
2 million.
I'm not sure.
Isn't that who's counting? But isn't that incredible?
I mean, I'm definitely very thankful for all the support and encouragement that I've received from people, and just seeing the amount of people that say keep doing the work you're doing. It's just really, at times when I feel what's the point of this, I'm just getting tired. These people are the people, and definitely my family as well, but all these people are just telling me to keep continuing.
That is awesome. Well, listen, it's been great talking to you, Fatia Ayat, and hang on there for our great youth ambassador, and you can follow her on Instagram and everywhere. Just we're going to go live now to Jessica. We were talking about Jessica a moment ago, were we not? Yes, you were. Are you excited to see Jessica?
Yeah.
So am I. Let's find out if we go live now to Jessica, who's in New York City. Where are you, Jessica, and what is happening?
I'm in Gantry Plaza State Park, which is one of the lovely waterfront parks in Long Island City in Queens. I run the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy, and we just wrapped up another amazing volunteer day. We do twice a week. We have community members come out and help us take care of the parks, help remove weeds, help us remove trash from the parks, and really keep the neighborhood looking its best.
Jessica,
and you can actually sort of see the UN behind me very far through the trees.
So if I shout loud enough, because we're beside the UN, Jessica, you might be able to hear me from where you are.
Maybe if you get the acoustics right over the East River.
And Jessica, it's amazing because, of course, New York is most famous for Central Park, but we know it has many different beautiful parks across its boroughs. And The group that you have going out and the different people, why do you do it? Why do you feel that responsibility to do it? Because many people say, that's not my job, that's the job of the government or the park wardens.
I mean, it's always a challenge, even in a relatively wealthy city like New York City, where, you know, part of my job is to advocate for more funding for parks, to make sure that all parks are adequately cared for, to make sure that, especially in environmental justice communities, you know, there is a really big push to make sure that all neighborhoods have adequate park space. They're so important for mental health. We really saw with the pandemic how essential really parks are for us. And our group has, for the past 25 years, really, you know, taken a model that we have these beautiful resources. There are limited government spending to support them. There's just, you know, we've removed 1,600 bags of weeds this summer, and even with the support of the state and city parks departments, there are just more work that needs to be done to keep the parks really resilient, to support the native plantings here. And you get this incredible sense of ownership. You know, we've done cleanup events throughout Queens where it's really important that people feel that these spaces are not just for them to spend time in, but that really they can make this ownership of them by coming out, by helping to support them, to help them keep looking their best. And that really does empower people to, you know, to vote in favor of things that will support the parks, to support the parks financially, but also just to feel like this is something that is not being done outside of themselves, but something they can really connect with meaningfully.
And Jessica, that's a good point, because the importance of parks in a place like New York, they serve as little oases, don't they, for people to kind of go into in the concrete jungle. And we know the value of them because people might not appreciate them when they have them, but as soon as people try to take away parks or build on parks or turn them into a car park, there's always huge outrage.
Yeah. They're incredibly important just for your mental health, like having an adequate number of trees in your immediate vicinity. They've done longitudinal studies on sort of what that does for your sense of well-being. In New York, you know, you need quiet areas to relax. You need, you know, everybody's apartment's pretty tiny. You can't host like big events in your house. So I'm at the park now. There's definitely groups of parents that are out having their play dates here. You need space for your kids to run around because you have, you know, a little tiny apartment and you have, you know, all of this space that you need to cover. So it is really, really essential that our public spaces are well maintained, that they are welcoming to everybody who needs to use them, and that we do everything we can to make sure that everybody has access to these places.
Jessica, just so I get your second name right, it is Sechrist, is it?
Seacrest.
Jessica Seacrest, the Executive Director of Hunters Point Parks Conservatory. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here on the World Cleanup Day, and continued success in all the great work that you and your volunteers do there.
Thank you so much. We're thrilled to be part of this.
And enjoy the day at the park. I'm jealous. We're in the studio here and I'm seeing you at the park behind you, and I wish I was there. Enjoy. Jessica, thank you so much. That was Jessica there, Seacrest, talking to us here live on the air. Now, we are continuing our move across the globe because we've already talked to countries like Denmark, Germany, Iran. And when we went to Iran, we mentioned that in certain parts of the world, having a national cleanup is not very easy because of political issues, because of economic issues, environmental disasters, or even, in this case, war. Because next we're going to turn to our friends in Kiev in Ukraine and find out how the World Cleanup Day is going there as we say good afternoon to Yulia. Wow, look at that. And I recognize a Eurovision winner there. Yulia, where are you? Who's with you? And how has the cleanup been going so far?
So now, hello world from Ukraine. Here we finished 3,600 location now clean. And we not finished, so we waiting with volunteering staff here in central location in capital. And we're so happy because 24 regions today in cleanup here in Ukraine. And you know, we have a big problem, it is ecocide, and we need your help with balancing our ecosystem. Because environmental have no border, so everyone who join us in World Cleanup Day in this planet, very important person, So thank you so much for helping us in this difficult time in Ukraine. And thank you for everything what you're doing for our planet.
Yulia, that is amazing, and it's great to see all the enthusiastic group there out once again for World Cleanup Day, despite all the incredibly difficult challenges that your country is going through at the moment. Why do you think it's still so important for the people of Ukraine, Yulia, to participate in World Cleanup Day, even at the moment?
I think we'll more 125,000 participants. It is like first number, and more like 5,000 locations.
Wow. And what kind of trash are you finding, Yulia? What kind of things are you picking up?
Now we have first point, checkpoint to 9 o'clock in the morning. And volunteers around Ukraine collect 3,100 kilograms garbages, and some locations recycling. So we're using recyclingpoints.org in Ukraine. It is national map to recycling points. And in frontline, we have activity like digital cleanup, because it is very dangerous locations, but people join us in digital.
Wow, wow. And I know in the crowd behind you, I spot the man who helped win the Eurovision Song Contest for Ukraine. Na 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 na. There he is. Let's get away from him. There he is. Oh, it's so cool. Na 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 la la da sa da da da. That is awesome. Oh, that is great. Finally, Yulia, I know that you've been passionate about the World Cleanup Day for so many years. Why do you have such a passion for this, and what keeps you going?
Let's do it! Ukraine!
Awesome, Yulia. Everyone in Ukraine, we wish you the very best and good luck with the rest of your cleanup. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Let's do it, family. We love you, and join us next year.
That's great, Yulia. Thank you.
This is nature. What a beauty, huh? Where the river joins the sea. This is how flows this idea. Dear young people, I used to be angry, like most of us can be, because when I see this beauty, the way this bird is flying gracefully, I'm trying to understand how we came to that point, really. This is my version of the story. Like the wind and this kite surfer, I've always wanted to be free. Like a white dog, I roam this earth so I can know it. In order to build this world, hopefully for the better, I don't throw hands, I give it to my brother and my sister. At least this is how things work here in the Caribbean. We the people take every day as opportunities to smile, love, and give thanks for the blessings. Not everything is perfect, nor is anybody. When you start paying attention and look around, you found out that despite of how it sounds, when you're the first, it's not that lonely, no, because soon enough, the love you start spreading will be stronger than the fear you've been feeling. Friends, family, and strangers start appearing, resonating with the vision you've been sharing. And watch out, because before you realize, something magical happens before your own eyes. Start seeing things from another perspective. You gain some height and understand that your intention is everything. From your heart, like a flower, it starts unfolding. Step by step, the stairways to heaven, we start walking. Heaven is in the sky, because from there we can see Mother Earth clearly. If I look back, it's just to see my old self proudly. The best I could was to invest in me. How incredible is the outcome? It's only the beginning. I built my faith and my will, that became my very foundation. No matter the situation, I want to give thanks to the universe which responded to my new vibration. It brought the people I needed, people to teach me, the people to support me, the people to see me, the people to listen to my story. And through all that, the people love me. Together, we gather to help each other. Together, we rise and become better. Together, we'll make it one day or another. Healing, laughing, loving, building, celebrating. It requires only one moment before the realization, only one hand before the liberation, and only love will be our salvation. Grateful is not enough to describe what I feel and see. I'm feeling one, just like when the river joins the sea. How much you love it? How much you love it? Sinai, 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 Sinai.
When the River Joins the Sea was the name of the song. Sylvain Perrier is here. He is the author of that. You wrote that as well as performed it as well?
Yes, everything.
That is amazing.
Thank you.
A little bit about yourself. You were born in France.
Yes, exactly.
But now you're living in
Martinique.
And you were the Let's Do It leader there in Martinique as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Tell us a bit about Martinique and the sheer beauty of it that we saw there.
Wow, there is a lot to say. I mean, Martinique in the Caribbean is a French-based island with a strong culture, Afro-Caribbean culture. And I've been living there for 4 years now. Honestly, this is the point I think in my life when I also connected with Let's Do It World. So it kind of made sense for me to start developing my relationship with my roots and also protecting nature. It has always been going together. And,
for you, the two are intertwined.
Yeah, the two intertwine, exactly. And Martinique is a country in which people are real, like really it's a raw space. You have everything you want about nature. You have beautiful beaches, rivers, pure forests. You have a volcano, an active volcano. Like, I mean, if you want nature, you got to go there.
You get it there. But do you have the problem that we have in so many other parts of the world of littering, or is it pretty much unspoiled?
Well, we have this problem, I think, all over the world right now. It's not spared. I mean, Martinique has a problem as well because as an island and being dependent of France in some ways, we import like 80% of what we consume.
Okay.
So basically this kind of litter that we produce through that consumption cannot stay here on the island. So it has to go back to France or it's being buried or burnt.
And is it buried or burnt there in Martinique?
There in Martinique. So you can imagine it doesn't make it like any better. Like the microplastic goes into the sea, under the soils, and the cycle of the water makes it worse.
Wow. What made you want to become involved in this? I know you were saying that you're connecting with your ancestors, with your roots, but to be interested is one thing, but to become an activist and become a campaigner and create a beautiful piece of art like that.
Well, I think it's a very personal question in the sense that I want to answer that. I just mean that the process was starting from the fact that I couldn't see myself working for a company without feeling that it's going according to my values. And I saw how was nature treated. I went to travel in South America when I finished my studies, and from there I saw indigenous people really struggling with that matter, the lack of resources, the water, contamination, pollution everywhere. And I said to myself, I don't want to be part of it. International business is cool because you can travel, because you can talk to people. But the side effects of that, I didn't want them. So I wanted to be ambassador, I wanted to act in order to make a change and inspire people.
And I know we're almost out of time, but just how is it going for Let's Do It Martinique? I mean, what is the movement like? Are people engaged in World Cleanup Day there?
Well, people do engage, and I think in the last years they also are very aware of how it's going. So I would say that it's growing and people are willing to make a change. So I think in the coming years, you're going to hear a lot more about Martinique and the efforts we're making.
And now you're here in New York City with us.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty cool?
It's super cool.
And if, of course, you might have recognized that he is the man on the street talking to people. Did you enjoy that, being out with the people?
I loved it. I think I always love talking to people. Maybe I talk too much. That's why it went so fast.
Not at all. It's perfect for this game of broadcasting.
Okay.
Sylvain, great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to rush over now and see how things are going in Mozambique. How's the cleanup going?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, I'm in the middle of a ceremony here, actually, the central ceremony, World Cleanup Day in Mozambique.
So, yeah. How all went all day?
Good. Many people join us today. Yeah.
Can you talk what happened during the day? How many people you have, who have taken part, everything about Mozambique?
I don't have results from today, but yesterday, we know, yesterday in all the schools, we had a number better than last year. I'm still waiting for the results, but I can guarantee a better number than last year, more than 2 million people actually.
Yes, and it was last year also more than 2 million people, and what we try to do is to create this kind of social impact. What do you think? How much of social impact it's creating in Mozambique?
I think something is, I will teach our mayor, the representation of Minister for Environmental, they say now is, I don't know, now is a rule, and we need to clean, we need to do it and walk, that's it. So I still waiting for results, but for me, in terms of main key issue is the education. I really want to see environmental education in all the schools. Do you know, all the schools? That's the key issue for Mozambique. Let's do it team. And we are working with the Ministry of Education, and I'm really happy because I can imagine the future, do you know? I can imagine what will happen in all the schools, do you know? Our kids cleaning, like for example in Japan, cleaning before the class, right? So that's it.
Yeah, so education is a part of the lifestyle for all the people, and it's really important for the awareness. So how you see after engagement with such a big numbers, what's supposed to be and will be happening and changing in Mozambique? Because you have been engaged millions of people. What do you expect?
So, let's see what will happen, for example, in terms of political. We need to do something about plastic pollution, do you know? Not only clean, not only educate, but also prevent the pollution. We're still using plastic bags, for example. We're still using a lot of plastics in our lives, and we need to do something about this. We need to approve new legislation. I know Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, and other African nations did that in terms of legislation, new legislation. But here in Mozambique, we don't have enough legislation, do you know? So I can see plastic is everywhere in our lives. So we need to clean up. That is not the way to do the things.
Exactly, the cleanup is not the solution, but it's really great possibilities to start this change. Do you see that World Cleanup Day is helping also to work on the legislation, to nudge the government?
Yes, I can guarantee that. I can guarantee. It's very important. What is happening now in Mozambique is, of course, related to World Cleanup Day movement with the Let's Do It world. That's very important to say.
Wow,
this is now a symbol here in Mozambique. You cannot imagine the importance that this T-shirt has at this moment.
Yeah, I know in your not plastic, but glass bottle house, you have even the weddings and people are wearing the World Cleanup Day T-shirts during the weddings.
Yeah.
And we will see also the news about their glass house, very special project from Mozambique. Dear Carlos,
Yes.
thank you so much for this fantastic interview and great news. And thank you so much
you.
what you are doing. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
That was great to check in there and talk to Carlos Serra. Carlos was the man who was showing us a while ago the house made out of glass bottles, taking recycling to a very creative level and something that was very innovative and cool to see. But there he was telling us all about the situation at the moment in Mozambique. We still have so many countries to check in with. We have, by the way, I'm sitting here in our call center in New York City. We have another call center in Tallinn in Estonia. We have people upstairs here. We have people behind me who are recording these interviews. You saw Haiti there doing the interview. We have other people doing interviews and we're trying to get them recorded and bring them to you as fast as possible. But now we have another piece of music because we're so lucky that we have such talented and gifted people connected with World Cleanup Day. And they send us these beautiful pieces of music that they make. This is called Planet B. And this is from Elena. So Elena sends us this. It's a beautiful piece of music just for us here at World Cleanup Day. Take a look at this.
We think this beauty lasts forever.
The hauntingly beautiful voice there of Elena Nechaeva, an Estonian operatic singer who also represented them at the Eurovision Song Contest, and that was her song Planet B, an incredibly beautiful song and beautifully shot as well, and we thank her so much for doing that for the World Cleanup Day. If you just joined us, it is 4 minutes to 1 p.m. here in the great New York City. We're broadcasting around the world for the World Cleanup Day show, and we have a team who are working back 5,000 miles away in Tallinn in Estonia as well. So still so much happening here for World Cleanup Day, and we've had an array of interesting guests. Now we're joined by a good man because his name is Thomas, my dad's name, Thomas McKean. Thomas, where are you from originally?
I'm the oddity. I was born in Manhattan.
Born in Manhattan?
And they let me stay.
And they let you stay, but
they encouraged me to leave, no.
You traversed the world a bit because you ended up in my country for a while.
I lived in Ireland and I lived in Morocco.
Oh wow. What brought you to Morocco?
In Marrakesh, which of course I'm thinking about a lot these days.
Okay, that's really cool. And then Ireland, you went for work as well for a few years? Okay, wow. And you are a city artist.
Yes, I am.
Tell me a bit about what that means or what you do and what your passion is.
Well, what I do is I walk around, look at everything I see, and I love the sort of everyday, I would call it the ugly beauty of New York, or the beautiful ugliness. And I make images of it using found material. And I can draw, I love to draw, but I've ended up making primarily collages, constructions, or small bas-reliefs using one material, and luckily, on my way here, I found one. And it's hard to imagine what I make out of using just the New York City transit card.
So out of the Metro card, what would you make out of something like this? Something that we would consider trash and having no value.
Well, I can make a portrait of you.
If you had all of them together in a collage or something like that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I make a lot of buildings. I just finished one, which I wish I had brought, of the Brooklyn Bridge.
Made out of?
Metro cards.
Metro cards.
So that little brown area.
Yes.
I made the bricks of the bridge.
The MTA part.
And then I had a yellow sky as though it were dawn, with very thin white clouds, and there's white on the back.
Yes.
And then I cut out the black to make the cables.
Wow.
So they seem to come actually out of the picture.
That is amazing. So it's a lot of painstaking work of you cutting the card.
Yes.
It's like a mosaic.
Yes.
Really is what
because
it is.
If you look closely where it says MTA, there are two little areas that you can make a rectangle out of above and below the MTA. And that's it per card, those two little rectangles. So it takes dozens and dozens of cards to make a facade of a building.
When did you start using waste to create art? Because there is a lot of wastage in art. A lot of high-end art, they think that they need fine products to make the piece of art, but you're using things that other people, again, would look at and think there's no worth in that.
Well, I became fascinated both to see what people throw away,
yes,
which enrages and interests me. So for example, in front of my building, there's a tree, and there's a tree bed around it. And I started a garden there on the street. And then I would see people they just seemed to dislike flowers, and they would just throw their trash into this garden. So I spent a few weeks fuming.
Yeah.
And then I got interested. So everything that wasn't, gloppy, like banana peel or whatever, I would take home and I would draw. So I ended up having a few hundreds, very small drawings.
Sketches, you would sketch it out.
Pen and ink, but nicely rendered, if I say so myself.
Yeah.
Of 200 plus drawings of maybe 15 square feet of New York.
Wow.
Everything that landed there.
And what did it tell you about us as a people and as a society? I know New York is a society in its own, a micro kind of climate, but what did that tell you?
Well, I have to tell you, I was a little discouraged, to be honest, that people really would just think a garden is a garbage dump. And you'd wonder, why they came from New Jersey. I'd find a receipt from, Trenton to throw it in my garden. And I would find cryptic messages, and did they drop them on purpose? Were they trying to communicate with somebody in a weird way? These totally mysteries that I'll never solve.
This is the artistic, creative side of you, the storyteller saying, maybe there's another purpose for this being left here. Maybe it's not just
just trash.
It's you saying the benefit of the doubt. You're saying the best in people.
Yeah, for maybe 20% of them, but the rest they just. And I did a series of cups, throwaway paper cups, and I was also intrigued that why they can't walk 10 feet to the corner where there's a trash
can
receptacle. And then also just in a design sense, the energy we humans put in, there were 50, 60, same object, different designs.
Yes.
And then I did another series of walking around, and I picked up every glove and mitten that I found on the sidewalk from January 1st to December 31st, course of one calendar year. And again, it's one basic design, hand, 5 fingers, or none if there's the mitten.
Yeah.
And this thing had to be designed, manufactured, probably imported, bought, worn, and then lost.
And then, and disregarded.
So each one, I wondered the story behind it, because these weren't thrown away, these were lost.
These were lost.
And in the course of 1 year, including work gloves, which I found more of in the summer. So guess how many I would lost gloves in a year's time?
How many?
About 260.
Okay. And then once you lose a glove, the other one's useless anyway because one completes the other one.
Right. Well, I would find even pairs sometimes.
Pairs sometimes, okay.
So some fit me and I kept them. Some were too little, so I gave them to friends.
Tom, has it made you hyper aware now and sensitive to the issue of littering and garbage? Because
I think
it's all you see now.
I think it's the way I was raised. Because I know when I was a kid, we used to go hiking north of the city in the countryside. Because New York gets very rural very quickly. People sometimes don't realize you're in mountains within an hour. And I remember we went on a hike, my parents, my brother and I. And my brother, they had glass bottles in, so we had a glass bottle of something. And my brother was about 10, and he threw it into the water so it would break on the rocks. Yeah, something a kid would do.
Yeah.
And my father, who was very good-natured and patient, was furious.
Okay.
He just lit into my brother. He shouted at him, took away his allowance for, 5 years. And so I was raised that you would never litter. You'd rather eat the piece of garbage than throw it on the ground. So since I've been using it as source material, I guess I feel a little hypocritical because I'm actually happy when I find something that I can use. So I'm cleaning up in my own way. But I'm distressed that people are just so
well, yes, they say
cavalier.
in the business sense, one man's trash is another man's treasure, but in your sense, it's one man's trash is another man's creative outlet, and it's art as well. And you've got quite a reaction from it, I know, from the people here who were talking about you before you come in. How have people been responding to it when they see it?
It's been actually very heartwarming. And there've been a lot of stuff written about me, or people find me on Instagram.
Yeah.
And New Yorkers and people from everywhere anybody who's been here as a tourist or has lived here seems to love the Metro card. It's sort of a iconic, this symbol, a visceral.
Yeah.
And so when they see that, I make a city scene, a whole row of, again, I'll show you, the card is small, and then something this size, I might have a row of 6 little buildings.
Okay.
And slightly bas relief with windows and the blue sky behind them. And so people are really, it's kind of heartwarming for people to see what this piece of throwaway trash can be turned into.
And goodness coming from it.
Yes.
And something beautiful coming from it. Because we do have that fascination with, even on YouTube, urban exploring, abandoned buildings, things that are decayed, things that have been left, things that are seen to have no worth. They're getting millions of views on YouTube. What is it you think in us as people that, maybe it's the fact that we all know that we're all going to end up discarded, so like this, nothing is forever,
Right, we'll be discarded one day.
Yeah, and and the thing that a shiny brand new car, when we see an old rusty car in a forest, we have this thought, what happened? So what's the story there? So you think that it plays into that when people
I think there's also, the melancholy of the discarded. Because I love also doing pictures or collages of abandoned buildings with the windows blocked up with concrete. So I think there's something very touching about that.
Yeah.
And that mystery again that we'll never know what happened here. You know, why in a city where real estate is the god, are there empty buildings? What's the story behind them?
What's going on there? Yeah. Why? And as you said, are there any clues to any of these things? It's all 99.9% probably people just throwing away the garbage. But you look at it with your artistic eye, could there be a chance that something here is someone trying to leave a clue or a message? Or is there another reason that this was left here in my flower patch?
Yeah, because I've made, aside from MetroCards, I made collages using old receipts, lost money. People lose that, they even lose money. Maps, letters, so I combine them and make that into something.
Wow, wow. Before I let you go, because I know we're almost out of time, but out of all the things you have found, what's the strangest or the one that touched you the most?
I think some of these notes, that they're small, they're scrawled, they're almost indecipherable, but there's something heartfelt. Will you meet me at 8th Street? And you don't know if they threw it away and gave up hope, or whether the person received it and threw away, or maybe they met and lived happily ever after.
Yeah, did they ever meet? Did they ever make it there?
Right.
And what's that poem, The Wanderer, where he goes into the forest?
I went into the hazel wood because the fire was in my head. I cut and peeled a hazel wand and hooked a berry to a thread. That one.
Oh, he chaps on the door. Tell them I kept my promise.
Oh, that's The Listeners by Walter de la Mare.
By Walter de la Mare, The Listener, that's it.
Yeah.
And he knocks on the door.
Right.
No one answers.
And he's the last man left alive.
And he said, tell him I kept my promise. And that I came, and then he got on his horse and he goes away.
And the silence
engulfs
fills
the
in
scene,
around
fills
him.
in around. We were, who was he looking for? What promise did he
we
make
never
with them?
know.
And did he ever see them again? It's amazing, Hey, Tom, it's been great talking to you.
Likewise.
And you have to make it back to Ireland someday.
I shall.
When was the last time you were there?
Oh, ages ago.
Okay.
I haven't been back since I lived there.
You haven't been back?
No.
I suppose life gets busy, doesn't it?
I'd like to go and see.
I hope you haven't, like the trash, I hope you haven't discarded Ireland now.
Oh, never.
Never. Keep up the great work.
I shall, you too.
Hey, thank you so much for coming in to
My
join us on
pleasure.
World Cleanup Day. And we've been talking about New York City and about people's attitudes towards trash, but yesterday our roving reporter went out on the streets to ask the people, the tough, mean, lean New Yorkers, and here's what they said.
Hi, I'm Sylvian. I'm here in New York in order to ask people about the single-use plastic issue. So I'm here to ask New Yorkers what they think about that matter.
We still need to do more because we have to make the plastic waste zero. Like even going back 1%, 2% is not enough. A lot of animals are dying. The planet is still, dying. So, yeah, I think we should try to do more and more. Because we're going to see the effects, like worse effects, like in 20, 30 years, we're going to see worse effects if we don't start to think about it.
Why do you think New York is a good inspiration for other cities or countries maybe?
It's just a very diverse city filled with a lot of different people. Yeah. And I feel like because of that, everyone is very open and accepting of different viewpoints. Because there are so many different people here and different viewpoints here. So I feel like people are just open and accepting of different things and changes.
Look, I think there needs to be concrete steps taken to make sure that it's actually something that they can deliver on, as opposed to just an empty promise that we will cut emissions down. Yeah.
I think the government has a role in putting regulations towards companies. I think large manufacturers can voluntarily themselves try to take the steps to do so, and some already are moving in that direction. I hope more do, but I think to get even more progress, the government needs to put those kind of steps in place in some instances.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to come from the government in terms of legislations and regulations that would just reduce the amount of plastic that's available for users to buy, or through taxation, like increasing the cost of purchasing bottles, for example.
But I think maybe like actors, people influential, they can definitely influence the people on it. That way maybe the businesses will see it and they will start, care about it more, see it as a place of advertisement. So that way we have more things to notice.
It all comes in the fact that we work in a very fast city, a very fast international city, where we serve a lot of people, and a lot of things that we use and that they use to service us are not recyclable or reusable. And I think encouraging people to bring their own products with them is the best way. One of the things that the city did best even before the pandemic was get rid of use of plastic bags and actually charging a fee for reusable bags if you get them at the supermarket. This made more people have reusable bags from the supermarket that they didn't even buy bags afterwards. And that's one way that the city reduced that.
I think it's just important that as a parent you research as much as you can and you make your own decisions, because it's easy to, sometimes it takes a little bit more effort, but you can find things that are more beneficial to your family, to your children, and they might not be the things that are most popular. You can make good decisions, and you can encourage your kids to make good decisions too.
Now, what do you think you would do later in order to have a greener planet? Like, you can still have a good planet to live on.
Anything? We should all respect each other. That's what I think. We should all respect each other because there's not enough peace in the world.
Okay.
So.
That's a beautiful thing. I think he's right. Respecting each other, respecting yourself, and then you can respect nature. Thank you, buddy. Your role.
Isn't that amazing? What a very smart and wise young man who said that really you have to respect each other first and respect yourself, and then you can respect the environment. He said without those two first you can't have the third, which is a very young. Where did you get that wisdom? That's amazing. This is New York City. You meet amazing people on the street. And we're here coming live from 35th Street, just next to the United Nations for World Cleanup Day. It's our 6th anniversary. Normally we come from the beautiful medieval city of Tallinn, the capital of Estonia. But this year, while we are here because of the UN General Assembly next week, we are also our heart is beating back in Tallinn, and we have a call centre there and a media team as well. And next we're going to talk to a lady called Roberta. She is at the European Parliament. She has sent us this video message, and we'll hand it over to you now, Roberta.
Today, more than ever, as a wasteful war continues in Ukraine, and as energy prices and security worry us, we ask ourselves what we can do on our shores to steer us towards a more energy efficient, cleaner and greener future. Pollution, waste management and resource sustainability are all concerns that we at the European Parliament take seriously. And this is why movements such as World Cleanup Day are so important to continue the pursuit of our environmentally friendly ambitions. I would like to thank the organisers of this campaign for making today's debates happen. Your leadership and dedication to address waste-related issues is admirable. Your collective work is exactly what we need: more people to be informed and to get active to address the environmental problems our societies are facing.
Let's be honest, things are pretty shitty. I know that you came here to look for good ones and get some inspiration, but let's take a minute and look at the half-empty side of this glass, because how can we ignore it? Every day we are bombarded with images and news on the environmental crisis and the catastrophe that will follow. We see the climate changing, rainforests disappearing, oceans rising, and in the face of all that, I feel like a deer frozen in the middle of the road facing an incoming truck. And it makes sense, because when humans face danger, they only have three choices: fight, flight, or freeze. Now, the scale of this problem is so big that fighting it seems impossible. I mean, how could I fight it alone? Even if I try real hard, pick up every piece of trash on the street, use recycled products and keep my footprint at the minimum, my actions will not make any significant difference anyway. The second option is flight. I could wait for Elon to offer me a place on the next flight to Mars. Maybe then I would have a chance. But until that happens, I'm frozen. And I think that many people are experiencing the same thing. So, are we all victims of this situation? Should we just give up and count on Elon Musk to save us all? Or is there something that we can do about it? Is there hope? Recently, I visited the European Parliament with leaders of the World Cleanup Day. They are normal citizens like you and me, but every one of them engages thousands and hundreds of thousands of volunteers in their own land. They have experience, knowledge, and ability. They have been fighting this problem for a very long time and know it from different aspects and perspectives. So if someone can give me a real and honest answer to this question, it's them.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's do it!
Good morning!
We are the first ones.
You are the
It's a big
first
day
one.
today.
This is Heidi Solva. She had made an impact on your life and you probably don't even know about it. She's the president of Let's Do It World, which is one of the fastest growing civil movements on the planet. They are active in more than 150 countries, working on environmental and social problems. Their biggest and most famous campaign is the World Cleanup Day. And today, we are going to launch this year's event on the European Parliament.
We are a great collaboration platform for 164 countries in the world. We can show to the world it's not important what is your background, where you're coming from. When we have the same environment and we're living at the same planet, we can act all together, right?
Now that is really interesting, and I'll tell you why. Let's Do It World is a bottom-up organization. That means that every member participates in the process of leading the organization. And when you want to connect so many people, that is definitely the way to go.
I think the difference that we can make together, this small group of people, is actually huge. We're much bigger than the sum of our parts. We all represent a network ourselves of individuals and organizations, and that's the power of this thing. It's a massive network.
There were leaders from Italy, Spain, Taiwan, Ukraine, Sweden, and many more. An international network of civilians that came together to address a global issue. Everybody needs to take care of their side, but why is it important that we meet, do you think?
First of all, it's good that we are from different countries, from different cultures, but with the same aim, with the same mission, with the same mindset. We want to change the world. We want the free plastic world. We want the better environment. So we have the common aim.
There are thousands of environmental organizations in the world, but alone they are too small to have such influence in the parliament. The thing is that in this kind of bottom-up system, everyone is represented, and therefore today, well, we are all here. This can be a story.
This can be a story. I hope it's a story. These are the political positions of Let's Do It World, and we hand out today to Roberta Metsola.
Roberta Metsola is the president of the European Parliament, and we were waiting for a meeting with her. We used the time to meet other important people, and one of these meetings made me realize something important.
Welcome in the European Parliament. It's a good pleasure for me to have you here. And we will talk to our president, Roberta Metsola. She is very strange pushing the World Cleanup Day because she has 4 sons and they said, you must do more with the parliament. And so we do more.
Did you hear that? I was expecting to meet a hardball politician, and suddenly I realized that this president that we are waiting for is actually a mother, a person that cares and probably doing everything she can in order to make a difference. But her work is limited to the political level, and politicians need us citizens in order to function.
These are the leaders of the World Cleanup Day from India, Spain.
Buenos días. 3 questions to you. First question, the role of movements like the World Cleanup Day. The second question, why they should continue. There's plenty of work to do. We have legislation in place that we are working on. And the third question is...
Dear Roberta, can you say a few words to the participants of the World Cleanup Day
I can say more than a few words.
Yeah.
And my wish would be that we would not have a World Cleanup Day, but that every day we would take it upon ourselves to improve the environment. We need to do it at home, we need to tell our friends, I need to tell my children, and I need to make sure that when we meet next year, we would have brought more countries on board, more millions of people on board in order to say that I am part of this project.
See you next year, but before that I hope. Thanks.
After the interview, the president was leaving. I wasn't supposed to talk to her, but I had to ask her one thing.
Yeah, you are
What
fast.
gives you hope
What?
for the situation?
No, this is amazing.
The people?
Like, yeah, the people, the ambition, the courage, everything.
So we have a
It's
chance.
amazing. Of course, of course.
Great, we have a chance, but are we using it? Hope will not come from the fact that we all want the same thing. The big question here is, can we get everyone to cooperate? Is it even possible?
I know my footprint. It's good to know it because it's my responsibility, but at the same time we have to take their responsibility as well, and therefore we need the politicians to set frameworks.
We are dealing now with the plastic issue on the UN level, so we made it from the European to the UN level to the global level because we know these are global problems.
What I would like to see now is how we can create these synergies, have all these different NGOs in the world that are doing exactly the same thing.
That is a big problem. It's not only about communication, so oh, you come to us and help and so on. It's a big problem with this competition between the NGOs today.
It's true. We still have a lot of problems and a lot of things that we need to figure out. But at the end of the day, when all of us went for a small cleanup in a park near the parliament, it suddenly occurred to me that we are already well on our way. On the last World Cleanup Day, the group that I was working with gathered about 35 kilos of trash, but my team gathered almost 1.5 million tons. Why? Because my team was not only the litter picker in Berlin. In my team was every human around the world that joined that day. And that gives me hope. Now, if there's hope, there's no need to freeze. We can all shake our hands, pick up our sleeves, and join this massive network. How? Simple. The next World Cleanup Day will be held on the 16th of September. Right now, many groups all over the world are preparing and assembling, so you can just join them. If you haven't found one near you, maybe you can form one. On the description, you will find everything you need in order to get started. The main thing is that you join us and help spread this hope to other people as well. And together, we will succeed. I'd like to thank you for watching. If you believe that this episode gave you value, please press the like button so it can spread to other people as well. Don't forget to share and subscribe. And until we meet again, look for the good ones. I've met so many good ones that take care of our environment that I just had to make a playlist about it. If you want to meet great people and hear some wonderful ideas, this playlist is the place you want to go next.
Thank you very much, Roberta Metsola, who is the President of the European Parliament, for your encouraging words. And that's why we are here in New York City for the World Cleanup Day. We are just next to the United Nations. It's literally 2 blocks down that way. And next week is their General Assembly, where the World Cleanup Day is hoping to get on the recognised UN calendar and just strengthening those links between World Cleanup Day and all of our friends at the United Nations. So that's why it's so exciting to be here. And of course, even though we're in New York, it all started 6 years ago, 5,000 miles from here, back in beautiful small Tallinn in Estonia. And there are people there in the call centre, there are people there in the media centre, and of course they have been doing the cleanup as well. So I think it is time that we go to one of the main countries. We go across to Europe and let's see how the cleanup is going in Estonia.
Hi, hello from Estonia. So in Estonia we started cleanups like 2 hours ago, and right now I'm at one of the Tallinn beaches, and here is a big cleanup along the coastal line. And we are cleaning all over Estonia today, in beaches, in parks, in cemeteries, different places.
Yes, I heard that there is really special programs for this year for Estonia to have the cleanup also in cemeteries. Exactly. I think also that you are making a new record of the cleanups and volunteers for this year. Yeah.
Yes, because last year we had slightly less than 50,000 people in Estonia, but today there are already 53,000 people from Estonia registered in cleanups, and about 90% of Estonians are actually children and school people. So young people and children are coming outside and cleaning our nature.
So how you see, do we have a lot of waste in Estonia, or how it's actually changing the world so much better place, and what kind of impact we are creating through the World Cleanup Day in your thoughts?
In Estonia, I think we have heard a lot of sayings that we don't have trash here anymore, but actually we have a lot of small litter and like small plastic and cigarette butts. And also this year we went to cemeteries. In Estonia we have this culture of bringing candles to cemeteries, but somehow during last 30 years people have started to use this one-time plastic candles, and our cemeteries are really littered. And some places in Estonia there are more waste, but mostly it's like this small trash what we are picking up. And it's everywhere. If you start to look closer, then you see. But it seems it's clean, but actually it's not. If you start looking really close.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but the impact, I think, the most important impact is that people start to notice and think about how they are acting as consumers. What do they buy? What do they do, and how do they contribute to this environment?
Mm-hmm. And how you see the situation with the cigarette butts, because especially in Europe, if you cannot see the waste, you still can see the cigarette butts. How big is the problem in Estonia, and what could be the solution here, in your opinion?
Oh, it's a good question. We have been cleaning here in North Tallinn during summer, like 7 times already, but you come here and you see cigarette butts everywhere all the time, even if we have been cleaning here like 3 times already. So I think it's a big problem, and I think this is a key question, how to get to these people who are throwing their cigarette butts on the ground, because the people who are cleaning it, they don't throw it on the ground, but a lot of people do. I don't know. We try every year to communicate and to find the ways to say to people that this is it's not biodegradable and it's actually poisonous. So we try to find those ways how to get to these people.
Exactly. And according to the studies and surveys, 2.3 million cigarette butts in the minute in worldwide are ending in our nature and also in our seas and oceans. And it's a really big topic for the world, and we have to raise awareness. Thank you so much, Egger, for the really great interview. And thank you, Estonia, the country from where all the movement started. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
That's great. Thank you, Haiti, checking in there with Estonia, where it all started 6 years ago for the World Cleanup Day, and seeing how they're getting on today with their cleanup. And we're going to stay in Europe and go from Estonia now to beautiful France, where Virginia is in France. Virginia, how's it going there?
Hello, everyone. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
We
How
are
are
very
you?
happy to talk to you today from Normandy beaches. We are in Cabourg, and I'm with Nicolas. So we had the cleanup this morning here in Cabourg. It's very near from Deauville. I guess you know the Normandy beaches that we have here. That's the beaches of the D-Day. So it's almost many people know here in the world. So we are here. We were. I'm with this two person. We organized the cleanup today, and we still have people at the background that are now going to have a little bath, after the cleanup.
Okay.
What can I tell you is that it was here small cleanups with 15 people, and around 35 kilos only on the beaches.
All right.
Because we have here people that are cleaning all the time the beaches.
That's good.
And we have in France more than 2,500 cleanups that are organized this day.
That's incredible.
So
a lot.
I guess we will have lots of people in the streets here, and in the beaches or in the surrounds to clean. So
okay, excellent. Can you estimate more or less how many participants will you have during the World Cleanup Day in France? More or less.
Well, what I can say is that we had last year more than 250,000 people.
Wow.
And now we are maybe thinking to overpass this number this year.
Excellent.
We guess so. I don't know yet because it's the beginning of the day here. We are just at the middle of the day, so we have to wait. Lots of cleanups are in the afternoon here, so we'll have more results around 5 o'clock tonight.
So you will see how is the day going. Excellent. But so far it's going well. I can see people are motivated and surrounding you. Anyway, even if it's one person, it's good. So can I also ask you now?
Come back,
Oh, sorry. Wait a second. Can I ask you, did you have any interesting facts happening during the cleanup so far? Did you see anything like new, surprising?
What was interesting?
I cannot hear you right now. Can you repeat, please? I'm not sure you can hear me. Let me know.
Okay.
Now I can hear you.
Is it okay now?
Yes. I can hear you.
Good. Okay, perfect.
Tell me.
So what we have in the beach cleanup is we have all cigarette butts as always, but what we have is also things coming from the sea. So we have different things coming from the fishermen and so on that we collect because it's a very bad thing for the fish and all the animals that we have in the sea. So that's what we collect. The things are also coming from the sea, and we have also the things that are coming from the earth. So it's like a mix, and sometimes it's very easy. But all the people here are very happy to do this.
Okay, I'm glad you do so. You are on the land and also doing it for the sea. That's great. And do you have, what kind of participants do you have? Do you have the government implied? Do you have any companies? Do you have, how many participants in speaking of actors? Who is participating?
Okay, so we have lots of different participants. We have companies, of course, that are doing it, especially here. That's Spa and Talazur here that organized the cleanup on the beach.
All right.
We have also citizens and schools, and we have also local authorities that are organizing. And sometimes they are organizing like a village, so that the people after the cleanups can relax.
That's
and
great.
Also can do new steps. I mean, like when you have when you have cleaned the full day, you need to know, what can I do now? What is the next step for me?
Very important.
So local authorities are working with citizens so that they can organize village to give solutions to the people that are cleaning, maybe to have no more waste on the sea and in the land.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. We're coming to the end of our interview, and thank you for what you're doing in France and all around. I know you're doing a great work together. Everybody appreciates that. And can you say just World Cleanup Day, let's go, let's do it world in French for us, please?
World Cleanup Day en français, c'est World Cleanup Day because it's a world project, mais c'est aussi la journée mondiale du nettoyage de notre planète. Alors, bonne chasse à tous et see you soon next year.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you, Virginie.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much to all our friends there in France. And look, what is this? What's going on in our studio? It's been taken over. If we cut to the white shot, we'll see that this looks amazing on television. This surfboard is an incredible collaboration between these two men standing beside me. Introduce yourselves and tell me, what is this we're looking at?
So I guess people know me on the network. I'm Stéphane Senghor, leader for Senegal, previously director for Africa, and I have the pleasure to introduce you to
Marc-Antoine Banglia from Wavelon. So Wavelon is a paddleboard company. So we make inflatable paddle boards, and we make the first paddle boards in the world that feature fully printed artwork.
Wow.
Limited editions, and it goes on different materials. You know, for example, the anti-skid pad, as well as the rest of the paddle board. But today we are here because we believe in the World Cleanup Day mandate and what they are trying to achieve, and that was brought to us by Stéphane Senghor, who is one key artist, in our group, and actually who designed that paddle board. So I let him explain what it is on the paddle board.
Okay. Actually, the theme of the paddle board is Sunugal. Sunugal is the name that gave birth to Senegal, and Sunugal means our boat. So that was just destiny that brought us together, and when I got the offer from Mark to design one of the paddle boards, I came up with Sunugal, because Sunugal is pretty much the boat that we're all in, which is our planet. And so I kind of came up with a design that would showcase the beauty of nature, but also people that can also come together on that boat.
It's so beautiful, the colors and the vibrancy. What does it represent, or what are we looking at, the different parts?
Oh, in fact, we're looking at a sea creature, and but also the feeling that you get when you are on the beach, like the sun, the beautiful colors, and beauty of nature.
The point where they all come together.
Absolutely.
And the interesting thing about this is when you see it, you think it's going to be solid, but this is inflatable. Is that pretty unique in the industry?
Well, the inflatable boards are getting very popular now. It represents about 70 to 80% of the stand-up paddleboard market.
Yeah.
What's unique is basically working with artists and colorizing, if you will, and giving a theme to the boards and making it seamless between the different types of materials. Right. This is the unique thing. But what we find extremely important, because we paddleboard on waterways, and we see a lot of waste and things like that, and that's the case around the world. So when we were explained by Stéphane, and told about World Cleanup Day, then we met with the World Cleanup Day team, and essentially for us, it triggered something, and we had lots of discussions with Stéphane about creating something that we call Paddle for the Planet. And essentially, Wavelon wants to associate itself and also help with contributions and donations for every board sold starting in 2024, so for the new season, to contribute to World Cleanup Day and those kind of
initiatives.
Initiatives, exactly.
Because it's your company wants to have clean waterways, so people will continue to board and to use them for sport and recreation, which of course then people keep buying boards. So it's in everyone's interest, isn't it?
It is for sure, absolutely. And it is for us as human beings, to make sure that we can enjoy the pleasures of the earth, basically, and the waters.
Stéphane, how long have you been involved in the World Cleanup Day now? Remind me.
Oh, since 2017.
Since 2017.
Absolutely.
So is that from day one, 6 years? Was that the first one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. What has kept you so passionate about it 6 years on?
I mean, when I met the team of Let's Do It, I was already doing cleanups in Senegal and working with communities. So it just made sense to me that coming together, joining forces, was just the absolute thing to do. And the passion that I've seen in the team, the leadership of ID, I mean, how can you resist?
How can you resist? There's something contagious about it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And what's the situation like in Senegal at the moment? In terms
I mean,
of
Senegal is doing its cleanups, but you know, everywhere, the situation gets better and worse at the same time, because consumption is still going on, and people are still lacking on getting the key message, which is that we have to do something about it. Not dirtying before cleaning, you know.
Yeah.
And then when comes the time to clean, people think about it. And it just doesn't make any sense, because sometimes we just feel that the situation doesn't belong to us, as if it was somebody else's planet.
Yeah, it's always someone else's problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you're originally from France, Mark, but you're living in Canada at the moment. Canada is known for being a pretty pristine country, but I'm sure not without its problems as well when it comes to waste and pollution and...
Yeah, exactly. And actually, North America is a place where there's a lot of waste, right? And the amount of water that's consumed per capita is the highest in the world. So you know, we live in a very clean environment because it's huge. We don't have a huge population in Canada, and we've got lots of forests and waters and things like that. But at the same time, we pollute a lot, right? And there are lots of things we can do, you know, like electric cars. I mean, and these things take a lot of time to come by. You know, we see that in Europe, there's a lot more advancements for that. When I was a kid in France, you know, all of the wine bottles and beer bottles, etc., were recycled. You know, in every village there were places where you could recycle the glass, basically. And I did that from, you know, as far as I can remember, you know, every week we went down with my mother and took the bottles and put them in there.
400 bottles of wine.
Exactly, yeah, probably around
French
that number,
family.
yeah, on a weekly basis, yeah, you can count that. But, and when I moved to Canada, it just didn't exist. And even today, we cannot recycle wine bottles, for example, right?
You cannot, or it's just
well,
not
we
easy to do
recycle
it?
them, but they don't get reused. They don't
Yes.
get, you know, it's still, there's a lot of waste that comes out of it, unfortunately. And we are talking like 40-some years later.
Wow.
Right.
Wow. It just shows you, doesn't it? And then and coming from Europe, it can be done.
It can be done, absolutely.
It can be done. Yeah. So this is cool. When you look at this, Stefan, are you proud when you see that your art design is on a board like this? I mean, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. It is completely. I mean, when I did the painting itself, I was happy. But when I saw it on the board, that was a different ballgame.
Yeah, when you see it in real life.
This is 11 feet high, you know, it's huge. It's
Does the company give you the dimensions and you have to like put it on Photoshop, or how do you actually take it from your design and concept onto the board itself?
So actually, we have a size that we have to meet. But then after, it's like technology, like it's high scanners, I mean, very precise, because you can see on the design that even the pencil that I used, you can see the mark. So it's really the painting that I did. Like everything shows on it.
There's small little details.
Every little detail shows on it.
And they're sharp as well, so it's a good, they send you the proof, you look at it and you say, that's it, print.
Yeah, and also it was an honor. I mean, if you look at it, not only, I mean, it's difficult for me to say that it's beautiful, but I have to say. but it's also the fact that it's a high quality product. Because you cannot talk about sustainability and start making products that in a few years
will not last.
And if it happened, then it's still an art piece.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So there is like a continuity in the thinking, just to make sure that this doesn't become waste.
Yes. Well, it's
and
cool
the fact that it's limited edition makes it even better, because there is only 99 pieces of this one.
We'll start the bidding, my friends, at 500,000. Do I get 500,000? I get 550,000. Do I get 600,000? Sold for 600,000. Guys, it's really cool, and nice meeting you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Stefan, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
This is amazing. And we are going to stay in Europe now, because we were talking about France, we were talking about Canada a bit too, but let's go back over to the Scandinavian countries and let's check in and see how things are going in Denmark. Hello, Copenhagen.
thank you. I'm great, and the cleanup is doing great. As you can see behind me, we have a lot of people here on the beach trying to clean up and sort what they get.
And it looks like a beautiful day there in the Danish capital of Copenhagen. What's the weather like, and how many people have showed up so far?
I think we have a couple of hundred people in this spot, and the weather as well. A bit cloudy, but nice. You never know in Denmark, but it's actually quite nice.
And it's so awesome. I see behind you that you have young people participating, which is so important because they're the future and the people who will take this on for years to come, the World Cleanup Day. So what kind of mix of people are coming out? Is it families? Is it young people? Is it older people?
I think we have a bit of everything. We have a lot of families, so a lot of kids, but also older people just having a stroll around with a bag and doing a bit of cleanup. So very nice crowd.
Oh, look, and I see the bags behind you. Let's take a look. What's in those bags? What have they been picking up? Let's walk over and see. This is live reporting.
Yes, we have a little bit of everything. We have made this sorting station. So we have plastics and metal and glass and different types of stuff. Naturally, you see a lot of plastic, but also a lot of fun stuff. We even have a chair collected from the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, really?
We have swimmers out, so interesting stuff we found.
Well, that's good you found a chair, so when you get a little bit tired from the cleaning, you can just take a little sit down on the chair that you found.
I can.
And Louise, we always think of Denmark and all the Scandinavian countries as being clean nations, not having big problems with litter. Is that true? Is that false? What is the situation in Denmark?
Well, we would say that we don't have a lot of litter in the nature. However, every year I'm surprised that we find quite a bit. But also in Denmark, I think the challenges that we have is that we actually create a lot of waste. I think we are top 3 in the world in waste creation. So from our point of view, this is also a way to talk about waste as such, not necessarily in nature, but also as a resource. Why do we create these amounts of waste, and how can we solve that problem?
Wow. Why that waste that you create, is that industrial waste? Is it consumer waste? Why so much waste in Denmark? Is it because you're a wealthy country and people are buying more and consuming more?
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the answer, that we are quite a wealthy country, so a lot of consumption. And then we also have, and I don't know the reason for that, is that we use a lot of packaging in Denmark. I mean, all fruit and vegetables is wrapped in plastics. And then we have the convenience culture with single use, very big in Denmark as well. So for some reason, we have huge amounts of waste.
And Louise, we only have around 60 seconds left, but what do you expect to see today? How many people do you think will turn out in Denmark to take part on World Cleanup Day? In what areas? What are you expecting?
Well, I expect that we have people all over the country. We have, I think, 120 plus sites in Denmark where we are cleaning up. And I expect to see a lot of cigarette butts, which is one of the findings that we see in nature. And then I hope that we have this conversation on solutions. How do we solve this problem upstream, not only by cleaning up?
Louise, do you want to finish by singing a bit of the Danish Olsen Brothers? Fly on the wings of love, fly baby.
I'd rather not. I think you do such a great job.
Well, listen, hey, Louise, it's been great talking to you there in beautiful Copenhagen in Denmark, and enjoy the rest of your cleanup day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, you too. Bye.
Well, that was an incredibly beautiful piece of classical music there, Estonian classical music from Christian Järvi, a young-ish composer from Estonia. His music is deeply rooted in nature and explores the human connection between us and nature. And he was kind enough to offer us that piece of beautiful music that we could play here on the show as a little kind of interlude, a little break to take a breather, and just beautiful. We were all listening to it here in the studio, captivated by its sheer beauty. This is the World Cleanup Day. It is coming up to 2 p.m., 2 minutes to 2, here in New York City, where we are broadcasting from. And don't forget, we have our media centre and call centre back in Tallinn, in Estonia, as well as we track people all over the world who are participating in the green wave. We have more countries to check in with soon, but now let's go to Kazakhstan and show an interesting project that they have been involved with recently. Take a look at this.
Hello, my name is Shasalim Shagalima. I'm team leader of VCD Kazakhstan Astana. So, in 2020-21, we innovate vending machines, which is accepting plastic bottles and aluminum cans. After getting the bottles, we think what we can do else. I will show you later, but now I want to show you how it's working.
Absolutely incredible work happening there in Kazakhstan with our friend who we know is so passionate about what he does and really leading that whole initiative on his own and building up support from across the country and the government as well. So thank you very much for that update and how that project is going with those machines in Kazakhstan. If you just joined us, I'm conscious that people are tuned in all the time. This is the World Cleanup Day show coming to you live from our call centre in Midtown Manhattan on 34th Street, just a few blocks away from the United Nations. And we're here because the UN General Assembly is happening next week, and we're hoping that the World Cleanup Day will be part of the official UN calendar. We've had many impressive and very interesting guests coming from a wide range of backgrounds and walks of life, and all different types of involvement in World Cleanup today. And now we're talking to an American-Estonian actor. He is a producer, he's a self-development coach. Johan Urb, are you there, Johan?
Hey guys, yes, I'm here.
Johan, you are not in Estonia at the moment. You are not in the United States of America. Someone tells me you're in a much cooler place. Where are you?
It's true, I'm in Ibiza in Spain.
Nice, what is happening there?
It's a beautiful day, it's a beautiful evening in Ibiza, and you know, life is good. Been cleaning up the island, been cleaned up myself. One of the things that I'm really passionate about, and I talk to the team about as well, is also doing the internal cleanup, which is really, really important. I find is really in a beautiful alignment with World Cleanup Day and cleaning up the outside world as well as the inside world, and they go hand in hand, my friend.
Yuan, it's very interesting you mentioned that, and this is timely that you've come on the show now, because a few minutes ago we had someone out on the street talking to New Yorkers, and he met a young boy, a young man, and this young kid said, well, I think if you want to respect the environment, you have to respect others first, and you have to respect yourself, which we all were like this, whoa, what wise words from that little kid. And this is kind of what you're talking about as well in your whole area now of research and the work that you do, is the inner cleanup before you can really take responsibility and ownership and be interested in the outwardly worldly cleanup. Just talk to me a bit about that, how the two are connected, and it begins inside.
Well, everything I believe happens inside out, right? And our outward world is a reflection of our inside world. And as we can see, there's a lot of waste, a lot of trash around because we have so long neglected our internal world, our inner world. And so this cleanup that we're doing outside also needs to happen on the inside. It doesn't need to happen one at a time. It can happen both at a time, but they are intricately linked. I believe that we have so much internal turmoil going on in ourselves today in this current world, that when this is taking so much of our focus, and however we are numbing ourselves or however we are trying to deal with our pain, we're usually not able to even see much further than ourselves. And so it's so important that we take the time daily to deal with ourselves, to learn how to look at our stuff, how to clean the inner world, the inner landscape up, so our light, our love, the soul light can shine through. Then we are much more able to be in service to our community and to the world, because we'll be able to see with clear eyes what is going on in the world. We're not so consumed by our own internal turmoil.
Yeah, and when your mind is, to use your word, in turmoil, your body's in turmoil, I mean, that takes up all of your thinking, it takes up all of your energy, so you just don't have the capacity to think of many other things.
Exactly.
So how do you go about it? I know we don't have the time to really get into it here, but if someone was looking at this now and thinking, I do, we all do to a certain extent, suffer from that inner messiness or the inner turmoil, and they want to try and do some sort of cleanup, what would you say to them?
One of the biggest things is we're not breathing right. And it's to really connect with the body, with our breath. The body is always in the present moment. The mind is usually in the past worrying about what's happened, or in the future worrying about what's about to happen. And so we're never present in the body. And the breath and the body are a vehicle to get into the present moment. We always talk about how to be present. Well, the body is the vessel and the vehicle to do that. And breath is the tool to do that, and our attention, our awareness. And so one thing that I teach and I practice daily is a pyramid breath method. And you can do it in just a few minutes. You can do it in a longer ceremonial way, but even just like 3 minutes of conscious breathing a day can completely shift our state from a state of disempowerment to a state of empowerment. And so again, for a lot of folks out there that are watching this, it's like, oh, you need to do all these, you need to go to a retreat, or it takes a long time, it's hard, it's not fun. None of that is true. You can do these practices that are super potent. You can do them fast. You can have a lot of fun while you're doing them. They're super dynamic. And then you are cleaning up the gunk from the inside. In the pyramid breath method, we use actually like shaking and sounding and screaming and like really letting the stuff, the stuck energy, the trash, the contractions come out of our body and our being, and therefore release that energy to become creative energy again. Similarly, as we are doing in the world, we're recycling stuff, right? We're taking the stuff that's put in a certain form that is not serving us anymore, and we're recycling it to make it into something that is useful again.
Why do you think so many people, Yuan, find it very difficult to break out of that cycle? Where they do have all that stuff inside, they do have all that, what do we call luggage and baggage.
Well, I think there's a certain idea and attachment to it, but our identity is attached to either being a victim or it's life is hard, and we tell ourselves these stories that we have been told. And so identity likes to attach to those stories. And when we are asked to make a shift, a part of our identity really struggles with that because it feels like it's gonna die, you're asking it to shift and change. And so a lot of folks actually come up against a very real feeling of like, oh, this feels like dying or death. But without that dying of a death of identity, real change isn't possible because we're gripping onto and holding onto these stuck forms of energy that are no longer serving us because we're so afraid of the unknown where all the infinite possibilities lie. And again, that's why it's so important to find a practice that you can do daily that is fun and that works for you, that you can make that shift, that energetic inner shift within yourself. And then the world just opens up in a whole new way. And I know this to be true. I see it every day with my clients and my students, you know, and also got a chance to lead the World Cleanup Crew through the practice as well, and just see their minds and hearts open up. So I know this stuff works. And so it's just about doing it, my friend. Just about saying yes.
When you're saying that you saw their minds and hearts opened up, you really need that to do this work because, you know, people are volunteers. They're not doing it for the money. They're not doing it for the fame or the glory that comes, you know, because you're doing it you're an unsung hero often. So you do need to have your mind and your heart kind of open to it to sustain you in it, because there aren't other things that are the prizes, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. And the beautiful thing about it is when you do these practices with your community, with your friends, with your family, with your coworkers, and again, I see this every single day, it creates connection because the same stuck energies that we just spoke about are creating these walls between us, right? So connection, energy isn't flowing. When we can let these walls down and we can transform these walls, again, into creative energy and connection, we are literally unstoppable. We realize how powerful we are when we approach life from this way, and we realize that we are the change makers, not somebody out there who's going to come and save us or do this for us, but we are the ones that we have been waiting for. This is the time that we have been waiting for, and now we get to do it and have it be fun, have it be exciting, have it be empowering, have it be connecting, like all the things that we desire in life, giving us meaning, purpose, love, joy, expansion, and powerful, empowering change in the world, outside and inside. Like, what could be better than that?
Because if you believe in yourself all of a sudden and you believe in your own possibilities, then of course you believe in a greater dream, like a greener world, a better planet for the next generation, and so on. How could you believe in that massive dream and ambition if you find it hard to believe in yourself?
100%, my friend, and that's what so many folks are struggling with. And again, we're sourcing so much of our current day and age of our sort of ideas and dreams from outside in. Like, we're constantly comparing ourselves, whether it's on the apps, Instagram or Facebook or something, and everyone's posting the best bits of their lives, and we're just making ourselves smaller and smaller and feeling less and less. And it's really, success without fulfillment is the ultimate failure. And so many folks that are, posting those pictures and how fabulous their life is are actually really feeling very lonely and sad inside. And that's because they don't do these practices where you're self-sourcing that energy. And when we do these practices, life, no matter how little or much money you have or many cars you own, whatever else, becomes so amazing and incredible because you realize and remember that you are the source, you are the creator, you are the creatrix of your experience, and you're so infinitely powerful.
Was there a catalyst for you or a eureka moment of realization? Because for someone like yourself who has had such success in an industry and a career that is notoriously difficult to succeed in and to have any kind of success, but to do the things that you have done, were you happy with all that success? You had all the things that the world could offer, the notoriety, the fame in the film industry, the glitz, the glamour?
I was always waiting for that moment, of that fulfilling moment, and it never arrived, and it didn't really arrive. And throughout the years, I've always I started practicing meditation when I was 14, so I started really young. However, it wasn't until I really aligned the practices that I now teach and share with my lifestyle of becoming a teacher and really doing this every day that I feel like I'm finally doing something that I'm meant to do on this planet, which is to empower people, to help people remember of how powerful they are, how they already have the answers. They're just looking outside versus looking within. Like, we are all divine is what I believe. We're all divine love manifest. We've just forgotten about it because we're looking in the wrong direction. So for me now, I can say that I am at the happiest peak moment of my life because I get to do this, I get to share this. And, you know, I never felt that way on a film set or movie set. And I'm feeling that way now. And I'm just so grateful that I get to do this. And I'm just having the best time.
It's just, it's so awesome that you know now that that is what brings you happiness. Before, what did you think would give you happiness? What were you chasing? What did you think, if I have that, I'll be fulfilled and happy?
I think it was an idea, you know, I think there was an idea. And also for me, there was a story inside of me that, like, once I'll be that famous or once I'll have that, then once I'll have the platform, that's when I'll be good enough to share these tools and practices with other people, because I'll be valuable enough or known enough or celebrated enough or trusted enough, right? And so there's, again, all these ideas of enoughness, and when will that be? When I will have, you know, an X amount of outward success, and really realizing that I was waiting for this idea to happen. That when is that time, right? When are you good enough? Versus trusting that inner voice that says, just share these tools, share these practices, because the impact that you're seeing and you're feeling when it happens, that's where it's at. So for me, it was just that moment of awakening and realizing that time is limited. All of our time on this planet is limited. So how we use it is so important. Time is the one resource we can't make more of. You know, what is the legacy we want to leave? What is the impact we want to have on this planet? And so for me, that became the deciding factor of, this is more important for me. I'm still a yes to amazing film roles when they happen and when it's in alignment, but really my mission is more important now, and I give it my all.
Well, finally, Mr. Johan Urban, we appreciate your time. The big question, what is it like being in Ibiza? Is it everything that they say it is?
You know, my life in Ibiza is more magical than I ever imagined. I think that you can have all sorts of different lives going on here. The side of the island that we live on, you know, we're in this big piece of farmland and a beautiful home, lots of fruit trees, and just, it used to be apparently an Osho ashram as well where we live. So we just landed in this incredible spot that's very spiritual, very connected. And the magic here is so real. And, you know, I feel it every day when I do my practice, where I connect with that inner landscape, that inner world. And this land is certainly very much supporting all of that and called us here, I feel like, for that reason. So I am a happy clam in some delicious clam sauce here in Ibiza.
Johan Urban, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your insights. Fascinating discussion. We could talk for longer, but it's been great, and enjoy your day there in beautiful Ibiza.
Thank you so much, my friends. I'm sending you so much love. Thank you for doing what you are doing. I just admire and celebrate and love you guys so much. I'm just so grateful to be a part of this journey and help the world clean up inside and outside.
You the man. Thanks, Johan. There he is, a famous Estonian actor, producer, and self-development coach. Speaking to us from Ibiza, that was Johan Urban. And now we are going from Ibiza in Spain. We're heading to Bulgaria. Here's a video about some of the stuff they have been getting up to.
Hello, Ruth. Hello, World Cleanup Day. Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today? What happened in Bulgaria today?
Unfortunately, it was raining at the beginning of the day, which made a little confusion, but everything is okay now. We start our campaign. We have separate the gathering, and we have already the event started. So here people gather, making fun and doing what they should do together with C. This is our mascot, Zelenko. Can you hear it, Zelenko? This is our mascot, who is among people and working together with them.
Wow, it seems so massive. What is your organization? It's really interesting by the background. Who you are as an organization who is leading World Cleanup Day in Bulgaria?
World Cleanup Day is doing by BTV Media Group. This is a TV station with a lot of channels and radio stations as well. So we all gather. This is the 11th edition of the campaign and 7 with the support of World Cleanup Day. So we are here with a lot of thousands of people who came and already started cleaning in different locations in all Bulgaria, especially in one region that was there was a storm, very bad storm near our seashore. So big part of our people are there helping and supporting people in need because there was really nightmare and a lot of people in need.
Exactly.
And we are now here in the capital, in Sofia, where we, for second year, we make a separate gathering of the trash.
Okay. And I know you are massive, you are so big, you are one of the biggest engagers in Europe. So what kind of impact you are creating with the World Cleanup Day? What do you expect?
We have, every year usually we have more than 350 organizations, NGOs, and companies supporting us with their thousands of employees. We have average 250,000 volunteers each year, average is this. So we have more than 270 locations already in our card map, and we think that this year we will make another, we hope, another maybe record for trash gathering and volunteers.
Thank you, but what kind of impact you're creating in society? Do people know about the World Cleanup Day and how is engaged your government?
Yes, people already know. As I said, this is 11th edition, and we have already 2 or 3 generations. And this year the focus is the children in our campaign, so it's they lead the campaign. So as you can see, there are a lot of here, especially kids with their parents. And about the government, we have two institutions supporting us. One is the Ministry of Ecology, and the other is the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. So with their ministers, they participate in the campaign together with their structures and all their structures together with large companies as the Post, as you know, who are partners together with big companies who are traditionally part of the campaign. And this year we have 100 more new companies who want to participate in the campaign for first time.
Oh, fantastic. Seems that you have a lot of partners and you have a lot of experience and you are visible across all the Bulgaria. Let's do it, Bulgaria. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the really great interview.
And good luck to
have
everyone.
a great World Cleanup Day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
That is awesome. Haiti there talking to her friends in Bulgaria. And now we are going to cross and see beautiful Italy, where I live at the moment. And as we go to Bella Italia, we say hi to Vincenzo. What's happening there for the World Cleanup Day?
Hi, Colm. I'm fine. Thank you. Good morning. Have a World Cleanup Day.
How is everything going there in Bella Italia? I can see the guys working so hard behind you. Tell me how it's been going.
Yeah, we are work a lot from this morning and we pick up a lot of waste. Very now the volunteers pick up also the pool, the swimming pool, the plastic swimming pool.
A plastic
and also
swimming
the
pool.
tire and a lot of waste. There is a lot of plastic waste.
So Vincenzo, what we see behind you, all that waste, that has just been picked up today already in the past few hours.
Oh yeah, in some hours, in 1 hour and a half maybe.
Wow, wow. What kind of things have you been finding? What kind of trash?
I don't know, but a lot of plastic and special waste, for example, tire, or I don't know, there is the boats also. There is also one boat that the guys pick up from the beach, and under the beach there was this bottle, this boat, and it's very interesting waste.
You found a boat. Vincenzo, out of all your years cleaning there in Italy, what's the craziest thing you think you've ever found?
A lot of things about the crazy experience this year. For example, in this part of Italy, we are in the south of Italy, and we pick up. Before I said the boat, but there is also the Vichy, for example, that was on the beach to see the panorama maybe, and we pick up this, and there is also a lot of child that clean and play because in this part there is also some company. For example, there is a Decathlon, Leroy Merlin, and other company that give materials to play. And there is a lot of child that collected waste and after then clean the beach, after play on the beach clean. And some guys asked to me, why the people trash the waste on the beach? We need to play.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know, of course, why.
Especially when your beaches are so beautiful in Italy and known all over the world, like the Amalfi Coast and so on. And I know from living in Rome myself, Vincenzo, big problem with cigarette butts in Italy. People don't see it as littering. They just take the cigarette, they throw it on the ground. They don't even think it's littering.
Yes, the problem of cigarette butts is a very big problem, and the percent in this moment, the percent of cigarette butts that we collected is 5% in all Italy, and more or less. And we have this problem not only on the beach, but also in a park, in the city, and everywhere. Also, sometimes also on mountains.
How do you change that? We don't have a lot of time left, but how do you change that mindset with Italians that taking that cigarette, even though it's so small, and throwing it on the ground, that it's not biodegradable and it is in fact littering?
Yes, we want to change the mind to the people, and because the cigarette butts is a very big problem, and we explain to the people that it's important that you collected in the separately, and don't put the cigarette butt on the beach or in a park. But sometimes we see this problem, and because the people don't understand, maybe I don't know. And we spoke also with a lot of people about this problem, and the way is a long way to change the mind.
It's a long way. Hey, Vincenzo, we only have 30 seconds left, but very quickly, what are you expecting to see today across Italy for the World Cleanup Day? How many people? What kind of areas? Just give us a quick boom, boom, boom.
Okay, quick number of action in these 2 days is 300, but we continue also the next week with the Puliamo il Mondo of Legambiente, and will be maybe 700 action in of Italy. More of 300,000 people.
That's amazing.
That we involved and participate to World Cleanup Day 2023.
300,000. That is incredible. Vincenzo, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the day and keep going with the great cleaning. Bye.
Bye. Have a nice World Cleanup Day.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching the World Cleanup Day show coming to you live from New York City. We're here in Manhattan, just close to the United Nations, which is why we have come here from Estonia this year. And we still have a call center back in Tallinn, the beautiful medieval capital. Now, a while ago, we spoke to a very interesting man, Thomas McCrean, who is an artist who creates art from waste. We're continuing in the same theme because look what I have with me, an Italian who got lost somewhere along the way.
Right.
And ended up here in New York City. You're in Long Island City.
Yes.
How long have you been here for?
More than 20 years.
Wow. Annalisa Yaricico.
Yes, correct.
What kind of name is Yaricico?
It's supposed to be Italian from the north.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
Yeah, but it's not very common.
No, it's not. It's very unique, isn't it?
I guess so. For people, it's very hard to pronounce.
Now, we're going to see some beautiful image in a moment, some beautiful footage of a project that you're working on at the moment.
Yes.
But just a bit about yourself and the kind of art that you create. You take what people see as worthless garbage and having no worth, but you see value in it.
Yes, I work with like a found object that I find in my daily walks around the city. And I take them home and I start developing the idea around the object that I find. And usually I focus on like environmental issues or social injustice.
When did it start? When did you first look at something on the ground and say, I want to take that and I'm going to create something out of that? That will be considered art.
Well, it started, I was going through some internal moments where I really wanted to connect it with my roots. So I went back to Italy and took photographs of like this small village where I was living next to Naples. And when I came back to New York, I wanted to, I started as a photographer. So these photographs had the object inside. And one day I found the same object that was in the photograph, which were like metal, steel metal, corrugated steel metals.
Yeah.
And during my travels in India, Morocco, I will find Peru, I will find the same object in my photographs. And so I decided to create this series using those metals. And then every time I will walk around, I will find more different objects that I will be related to. And I started inserting them into these frames of my photographs. And then little by little, I started creating more like 3D sculptures.
What was it about these objects that you found appealing? Was it the stories that may be behind them? Was it the texture? Was it the fact that they were discarded and forgotten by the rest of society? Or what was it that?
It was first is like my connection, my personal connection to it. And then I love rusty stuff. So the majority of them, they were rusty. And also because I see that you, by throwing out an object, there is always a chance to be able to reuse it into something else. And that's what I do with my art.
Why do you think people do have that fascination with the old, with the rusty, with the abandoned? We see it now like on the internet a lot. These photographs go viral of abandoned places or rusty old cars in the forest. People have a fascination with what once was new and shiny and now is kind of used, dispensed.
I believe maybe all souls feel that way.
Yeah.
You know, that there is something else beside our reality. So for me, that's what it is.
Interesting. Now, we sent a TV crew out to you yesterday.
Yes.
A crew went out to you in Long Island City. What were they out filming? Tell me what you were working on at the moment.
Right now I'm working on a collective public installation. It's called Bottle to Bottles. It's an installation made out of empty detergent plastic bottles.
And these, oh, we're looking at it here on the screen. Look at this. So this is what you have created.
Yes. So
there you are. So what is the, oh yes, everything is these empty detergent bottles. Where did you find these bottles?
So I collected them from community members and from a local laundromat. And then I created the sculpture with a welder, a Joe Wheeler, who helped me out creating the structure of the house. And the other stage was, and actually this, because tomorrow we're going to continue building the house, people were invited to decorate the the bottle, paint the bottle, and then insert them into the structure.
So people put their own one in, so it's kind of collective community
yes.
art as well.
Yeah, I collected from the community, and then I invited the community to be part of it and to create the house together. So tomorrow we continue with day 2 of the building of the walls of the house.
And when do you move in? What's the move-in date?
I know, right?
Hey, this is New York City. You could rent that for like $4,000
Right.
a month, you know? That's funny.
Soon on Airbnb.
Soon on Airbnb to have an artistic, cool experience in Long Island City. But how many bottles do you think will be in the completed piece?
There are around 400 bottles.
Okay. And what's the message you're trying to convey with this? Like, what's the purpose behind it?
Well, it's to bring an awareness on the single-use plastic that we generate, and also a call to action. I am inviting to community and make the community part of it, because that's what I believe, that when you create a piece of art and you invite people to be part of it, they're related to it, they become part of that message. And so here is about, with this house, I'm trying to talk about our waste that we generate and solution to it. So to rethink, to reuse it, and then recycling. And then we trying to, through this engagement with community, you start a dialogue. And so through the dialogue, you're trying to find way to create solutions like refilling stations or like eco-friendly detergent sheets.
What reaction have you got so far from the public, the people who have seen it?
People that they came, even with the rain last week, we had like more than 65 people coming and under the tent with the rain, decorating the bottles. And just yesterday, when the crew came, we had a few kids coming inside, because you can come inside. There is a mirror, they were looking around, you know, all those flowers drawn on the bottles.
What's next for you, Annalisa? Have you got other projects in mind with a sustainable theme?
Yes, actually, maybe going back to Italy. I was just in contact with a friend that suggested me to create a project similar to the house work on.
Yeah, all the time, yeah. And how's Italy doing? I know in Italy the big problem I always see in Rome, where I live now, is the cigarette butts.
Right.
Italians just
Italian, they just smoke too much and then they just...
Yeah, but they don't even see it as littering. Like, they probably would
Right.
say, oh, I'd never drop those sheets on the ground because that would be littering.
Right.
But with a cigarette butt, it's just not in their psyche. It's
well,
not
because,
litter.
yeah, we need more education, you know. We need to educate the public. And I saw it like in Far Rockaway, where I work, and where I would like to bring my next project with the Blue Bus project, which is actually a school bus that I refurbished and use it to bring art to people. So I drive the school bus. I'm a bus driver.
Oh, that's awesome. You are as well?
Yes.
That is so cool.
And I drive to different community, bring in workshop to the community, most of them like environmental workshop, using recycled, repurposing materials to teach kids, adults, seniors, people with disabilities.
Are you normally driving the yellow school bus for the children in the morning?
No, I just do the blue bus.
The blue bus?
Yes.
What, the blue bus, so as you were saying, it's primarily, what is it used for?
It's a movable art vehicle that brings art into communities around New York City. Just art.
Just art.
Just art. I drive this to every community and I connect to people that they live in the community to understand their need.
Okay.
And then I create, with inviting other artists as well, I create workshop related to the need of the community. So
That is awesome. And it's like a big blue bus, is it?
it's a big blue bus. It's like the yellow one, but instead of being yellow, it's blue. And it's called the Blue Bus Project.
Look, we see it on the screen there, just like
here
magic.
you go.
The Blue Bus Project. That is
Yes.
so cool. It's like a gallery inside.
Right, and then inside and outside we put tables where people come and create all kind of
What does that say?
art
The
projects.
warning will cause what? I missed that.
Will cause inspiration.
Ah, that's great. Warning, this will cause inspiration to get on
And
this.
it actually does, because by bringing art to the community, you make them feel part of it and relate to it, because you go to them.
When it faded back to us, I thought we were in the back of the bus there for a minute. I was like, whoa. It went from the bus to the white shot. I was like, we're in the bus. No, we're not. We're in the studio here by the UN.
We're here.
So how long has that been running for, that project, that initiative?
I started in 2016.
Wow. What made you come up with the idea to have a blue bus as an art?
I created an installation. Actually, this is the T-shirt of it.
Okay.
It's called Second Amendment, and it talks about the issues that we face here in the United States about guns.
Yes.
And I was going through a lot of protests, bringing the installation and also participating in events related to these issues. And then I realized that when I will come back home from this protest, like, it will end there. Like, I wanted to do more. I'm an artist, I bring this message out, but what is that I can really do with my art?
You want it to be a lasting message.
Right, and so that's why I decided that maybe by using the tool of art and bringing it to people and talk about the issues that we have, maybe I will make, a little change.
That's awesome. So how many years, I know we're almost out of time, but how many years have you been in New York City? You said 20?
Yeah, more than 20.
More than 20. So you consider yourself a New Yorker?
Since 1997, I am a New Yorker.
You're a New Yorker. What is it you love about living here?
What do I love? Oh, the opportunity that you have to be yourself and to do anything that you like. Here you have a chance to do it.
More than
maybe in Italy.
More than Italy. It's interesting. I see a lot of young people leaving Italy for those reasons, just trying to chase a profession or maybe a dream or a career.
Right.
It's a shame, isn't it, when you have to leave your country. In the past, Ireland as well, my home country, that was the same situation.
I left to reconnect with my dad, so not for the American dream.
Okay.
But it was, I guess I was lucky to be able to have this opportunity.
When you came here, you found the American dream.
I am still looking for the American dream. I'm working on it.
What is the American dream, eh?
Like right now, what is the American dream?
What is the American dream? It used to be 2.4 kids and 2 cars and a house.
Right.
Now, who knows what it is, But hey, Annalisa, it's been great talking to you. And I wish you well. Are these some of your creations as well?
No, just my...
Just cool.
Mix up.
Just cool things. Good luck with the Blue project. And good luck with the house, barrel to barrel house, and all the other things. So,
thank you,
Annalisa. Thank you so much.
Okay, it was a pleasure.
Now, tell me in my ear one more time where we're going to next, because I know we have a special video for you to watch. Yes, let's have a look. And one of the great countries that take part in the World Cleanup Day every year, the Philippines. Here's something they've been getting up to recently as well with their cleanup. Take a look at this.
Hi guys, it's September 17. Of course, today is the World Cleanup Day, and we're right here at the Las Piñas Paranaque Wetlands Park. It's a protected area, and we are here together with various people that's helping out clean the coastal areas. Let's go with them. Hi guys, how are you?
Hello.
Where are you from?
Here, Paranaque.
What's the importance of cleaning our coastal area?
Well, it's for the betterment of society, especially for the present as well as the future generations.
Wow! So this one, we're doing it for the future generation. Come on, guys! Let's join together. Come on! Let's clean the world! World Cleanup Day!
This is the World Cleanup Day. That was the Philippines and how they're getting on in Manila and around the whole country as they take part in the global cleanup. We are getting there. We have around I'd say 4 hours left, 3 or 4 hours left on air as we continue to check in with countries all over the world. We've been here for almost 24 hours now, checking in with countries from the east all the way across, going to the west, and people are continuing to clean now in North and South America. So it's great, and we've had some fascinating guests in the studio as well. And now I'm joined by Ian and Judith. I'm pronouncing it right. Can you just first introduce yourselves a bit and the organizations that you work with?
Sure, I'll jump in and start.
Yes.
All right. So my name is Judith Ungbari. I'm the Research Innovation Co-Lead at Future Earth. Future Earth is a global organization that is mostly a network of networks, of global research networks that are working on different projects, mostly on physical and social scientists, lots of academics, but also actionable research, research to action. So our academics, they are working with societal partners, stakeholders, and they are engaging in research activities that will have hopefully an impact, or at least outcomes that can be applied by society.
And Ian?
Yeah, so I'm the lead research and analytics at Signal Climate Analytics. We focus on objective, quantitative, rules-based analytics to all the major stakeholders that we're focused on here today. Investors, asset managers, corporations, all the way down the line.
Okay. Now, it was interesting, Judith, what you said there, that you do research where there's a tangible action at the end of it, because so much of the research can be theoretical and maybe not difficult to apply to the real world. Could you give me an example of something you've worked on that you thought was a great success, or something you thought there's a great, solid, tangible thing that we could actually implement?
Yeah, so I am going to say that although I am an academic by training, I no longer do that research. So I work with the researchers themselves. But for example, something that we did in my university role is get faculty together from all different units of the universities and have them talk about their research using the framework of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and come up, have these conversations with people they have never talked to, who are at the same university, but they don't interact because one of them is from the School of Business and then the other one is from Department of Science.
And that's common that the faculties don't
Super
communicate.
common, yes, exactly. Silos, they don't talk to each other even though they are working on the same question. So we had them, we basically put them together in rooms to talk to each other and come up with projects that they can deliver in the next 12 to 18 months. And then we had a little bit of resources, seed money, for them to actually implement those projects. So one of the things that they came up with, again, it's the amazing community who is working on this, not me personally, is that they did, for example, related to this, a computer recycling program that they were providing to students who didn't have access to computers, but they needed to do that. So they were working with the engineering students who had the skills to repair or evaluate.
Upgrade the machine, bring it up to speed.
Exactly. So instead of recycling, reusing and putting it back into the flow again, into the cycle, and really it's not even recycling. That's just one of the things that they were doing for waste. Another one was, for example, working on campus hunger, which is actually a huge issue on university
campus
campuses.
Hunger.
Yes.
Wow.
About 40% of students can live under poverty levels, and they really don't have access necessarily to meals every day. So working with a local food bank and highlighting the issue that on university campuses hunger is an issue. That's just something that came out from those conversations, and working with the outside stakeholders, food banks that were state driven and not related to the research that was happening. They were working for this solution. Now, whether, if the students end up using that or not, that's still a question, but at least the initiative has started.
That's an interesting idea. It's almost a joke now, the broke student, the poor student, but and it makes sense. And there's a perception that, well, if you're going to college, you must have a certain degree of wealth anyway. So the idea that someone could be hungry in college, you're like, no, that can't be. But I'm sure the reality can be much different.
Yes, yeah.
And Ian, with the work that you do, can you give me an example of kind of something you would work on a common day or a common week?
Yeah, so we've launched in collaboration with Calvert Investment Management what we call the Signal Real Transparency Initiative. And
Signal Real Transparency Initiative.
Yes.
You have to make it simple for a dum-dum like me.
Well, that's the whole point of the initiative. So, these companies are disclosing 300-page sustainability reports.
Yeah.
And we still don't know what metrics, we still don't know the metrics in which we can assess their current performance their decarbonization trajectory, and how these performance metrics compare to their sector peers. So we'll get a 300-page report, and at the end of it, we'll know nothing about the actual decarbonization initiatives of these companies. So real transparency is really an attempt to take the few metrics that matter most and quantify which companies are disclosing these metrics on a sector-specific basis for an easy, digestible audience.
And why is it that they produce the documents or their studies or their findings in that way?
Well, I don't like to be a cynic, but it could be, because they're trying to obscure the real greenhouse gas footprint. Complication, over-complexity can lead to obscurity. But as, regulatory...
And when something's ambiguous, it can be spun in many different ways.
Exactly, but as regulatory intervention increases and these companies start to face real litigation risk for their climate impact, they're going to need to have standardized, understandable ways to disclose these metrics that matter most, because in the climate context, where these companies are going, we're all going.
Yeah, and now with the greater awareness, it's harder to pull the wool over the eyes as well.
Absolutely.
So, someone might spend a little more time or digging through a 300-page document, but now there's more awareness of just the whole issue of climate change as well, and what companies their corporate responsibility is and isn't, and so on and so forth. So are you working, is it the companies that hire you, is it independent groups, or who is it that's hiring you?
Asset managers, companies, we serve many different clients, but everybody, all major stakeholders need to know basically the same thing. They need to know the metrics in which we can fully understand the current performance of these companies in a climate context, as well as their decarbonization trajectories in comparison with their sector peers.
And you can understand how some people would want to know, certain groups of people, but someone like an asset manager, is that because they're thinking of acquiring a company or they want to merge with a company?
Yeah, so it's really important for responsible investors, particularly, to identify sector-specific opportunity and risk, and more specifically, the companies within those sectors that are positioned to either capitalize on that opportunity or mitigate that risk.
Yeah.
Transparency is a large part of understanding that opportunity and risk. But for a responsible investor over the next, towards the end of this decade, sector-specific opportunity risk is really key to building a balanced portfolio.
How do you go about making these companies and corporations understand their social responsibility?
Yeah, so there's a few things. In collaboration with CalVert, we're able to engage with these companies directly. That could mean advising them on where their transparency gaps are, where they need to fill those gaps. It could be advising them on the opportunities and risks that they face that we see arising in the sector. And engagement is really a key part because it leaps over. We look for the how can we achieve the most in the shortest period of time, and going directly to these companies with our partner and engaging with them seems to have measurable impact.
When we talk about, the title of this talk is Global Action for Climate Resilience. What kind of actions have you seen that have worked? You get those great examples of getting the faculty heads together in a room, and when they're, instead of being in their silos, or the food distribution for students. But what kind of tangible actions are easily implementable that we could be trying now?
You're making it hard. The question started off like, all right, I know how to say that, but easily implementable, I don't have answers for that.
Well, yeah, maybe that's true. What is easy in this world today?
Yes, but I was thinking, as I was listening, actually, I had questions to Ian too. There are these metrics, but what about implementation? They are maybe transparent now with the issues that are happening. Do you advise them on what they can do? And then your question is getting at that.
Yeah.
What can we do? But my answer would be is looking at and the intersection of our consumption and production is something, again, is that something sustainable consumption and sustainable production, even on the research level, is happening in its own silos. There is very little intersection between those. So we are coming up with lots of new ideas on how to do sustainable production for something,
yes.
but the consumer is not ready to use that yet. And then there is also sustainable consumption research, and then I'm coming from the academic world, so that's what I'm thinking about. But it doesn't necessarily intersect with what's happening on the production end. So again, this kind of cross-cutting work, I think, is really important. I'm not saying it's easy at all, because even just getting the research communities to talk to each other is really difficult, but using frameworks like the Sustainable Development Goals really helps with looking at the intersectionality of those things. They are really easily understandable goals that everyone can stand behind, but then when you start really digging down into the targets, you realize, all right, I cannot achieve this one without looking at this other one as well. So that's what I think, thinking cross-cutting and looking at things such as data and transparency is a first step. It's not a step for implementation, though.
And it's a difficult thing to bridge sometimes between consumption and production, because there's a lot of finger pointing at each other. So we hear on these shows every year people giving out about large evil corporations. Even today people mention Coca-Cola as such a producer of plastics and plastic bottles that are going to be polluted. But Coca-Cola will say, well, no, we produce it, but we don't want it to be polluted. We want people to put it in the bin or recycle it. And we think the government should do more to recycle and pick up the litter. We're not encouraging anyone to litter. And they'll say as well, the consumers want it, they're buying it. And then consumer groups will say, well, you shouldn't be producing that much, but we still have this insatiable appetite to buy it.
Yeah.
So how do you bridge the two?
It's really hard. So that's why I said it's not easy at all. And I think considering that research happens kind of on the front end of these things most of the time, the decision making is happening at the very end, the other end of the spectrum. It is a step to start doing that. But another one is actually looking at the consumer end, at step one, instead of looking in the research.
Yeah.
So do look at those consumption patterns, see that yes, people will drink Coca-Cola. So what can we do to look at the footprint, look at those things that Ian is measuring, and what can we do about that? One of the things, it's not even consumption as in like drinking a Coke, it's more in consumption of wood, for example. I just learned this week that when you cut down a tree for lumber production, only less than 25% of the tree is used for material.
Oh, really?
And the rest of it, the 75%, is not even just not used, but it's burned. So the carbon is put back into the atmosphere. It's the worst way of releasing carbon when you had something. And that material could be used, but because of the production patterns and things that we have in that particular industry, it costs more to use it than to
dispose of it.
Yeah.
So you need to have the initiatives there to make it cheaper, because especially in somewhere like America, a capitalist society, it's the bottom line that counts, and that's it at the end of the day. So if the incentive is not there for a company, financial incentive, I mean, companies all say they want to do good and they want to be green and they want to blah, 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 but really they have a duty to their shareholders, their stakeholders, their board members to make the maximum profit possible.
And that's their goal, right?
And that's their goal, and no one can fault them for that.
No,
I mean, that's
what they are there for.
They need to feed families and they need to grow and all that. And how do you, when you're dealing with companies, how do you try and convince them about their social corporate responsibility, and while walking that tightrope, well, we need to make money too, buddy?
Right. So I think step number one is regulatory intervention.
Yeah.
And
so you're twisting their arm, you're forcing them to do it.
Right. And specifically regulatory intervention on the externalities that these carbon-intensive companies are placing on the environment and on society, whether that be CO2 and methane emissions, whether that be physical waste, as World Cleanup Day is primarily focused on, or whether that be health hazards that society and the environment will face from these externalities. And right now, there has been progress in Europe and in the US with the introduction of the Inflation Reduction Act. But right now it's more of $1 billion question, and we need to push that into $1 trillion question. There was an article or a study that came out in the Journal of Science yesterday that found 44% of the top companies globally, 44% of profits of the top companies globally would be cut if they had to pay for the externalities that they place on both the environment and society. So we view this as a risk as litigation picks up, regulatory pathways start to close, and
So that's a good way to combat it. You say to them, well, you may not be obliged to do it now under law, but with possible upcoming regulations, this could cost you a lot of money in the future if you don't nip it in the butt now.
It's a risk, no doubt, and for the stakeholders who are involved in these companies, it's a risk worth considering when you make investments.
So that's when they start to listen, if they're going to be putting in large sums of money, and it's fascinating. Do you love what you do?
I do.
Why?
I am a researcher by training, but I don't do it. I get to play with the researchers who are doing the coolest implementable stuff, and I hear firsthand about their work, which is really rewarding. I don't have to be the one doing it, and I love interacting with the community and hear what they are doing and help them talk about it, provide a platform for them to actually reach decision makers, bring their messages to platforms such as the highest level policymaking events that the UN puts up, and really elevate the work that might be happening in these areas.
That's awesome. So getting a group of people with ideas, trying to make a change, trying to do something different, and actually getting it to the ears of people who could make a change and could implement some of these ideas. Does it happen often though, or they get so many of these and they say, that's a great idea, that sounds wonderful, we like these suggestions and these actions seem wonderful, but put it there and thanks very much.
Yes, on the decision-making level, of course, everything is a negotiation.
Yes.
But even just talking to those people who are crossing the T's and dotting the I's, maybe getting that little inception, that little seed into their ears that, all right, maybe we should be considering the other end of the spectrum as well, or the risks or the opportunities.
Yes.
As I was listening, I was thinking, okay, regulation, that's the stick.
Yes.
But we could have a carrot as well. If you're talking to business, maybe show them, if you used the sawdust from that tree for making composite materials, that could be another way of
income.
Getting
I'm sure that's what you do with them too. You look at the opportunity and say, well, have you ever thought of this revenue stream from this? And even if you break even on it, reputationally, it looks great in the corporate booklet every year.
Yeah, and maybe that's where there is innovation or room for innovation.
Yes.
Maybe there is an issue with those composite materials. So talk to the engineers who are working on material science and making it more cost effective, making it, have a less of an environmental footprint, whatever is the driver in that innovation.
And in certain industries where there's so much competition for talent and personnel, it could be a good sales pitch for people. Come work with us because you'll get to work on our product, but also we have this experimental division where we're working on these things to try and save the planet or whatever it might be. It might push people over the line saying, actually, I want to work for that company. I know it won't be my main job, but I'll get to work in this cool thing where we try this sawdust as a byproduct of whatever.
Yes.
Are they interested in that, Ian?
Yeah, so we call this concept industrial evolution.
Industrial revolution.
Evolution. Maybe revolution.
I thought you were doing a revolution again. I was like, I missed this?
Yeah.
There's another revolution? Where have I been?
Simply said, it's advancements in sustainability-related technology and infrastructure. Example is, innovations in renewable energy, energy storage capacity. Infrastructure tends to follow advancements in technology. So take the example of the ever-expanding EV charging network or distributed home solar. Here's the however. How are we to assess the current performance and the decarbonization trajectory as these new technologies are rolled out if we don't have transparent reporting of your current and forecasted emissions? So it's great that you can innovate your technology and you can improve your efficiency and we can have these creative solutions to these environmental issues within industry, practices.
Yes.
However, we need to know how you're performing now in a climate context, and we need to know where you're going in order for us to assess how effective these technologies are in flattening the curve.
The data is skewed as well, Ian, to a larger extent because of the added complication here, which is everything is politicized. And when it comes to electric vehicles and things like that, you have the hard science and the hard data, and you have people who can debate those figures for certain, but then you have the added thing where numbers can be spun for political reasons. You see that a lot here, so it makes it even more complicated, I'm sure, for you.
Absolutely. And when you say the numbers can be spun, There's the example we've been working with in the auto sector that for the dominant emissions in the auto sector is Scope 3 Category 11, which is use of sold products. Simply said, tailpipe emissions, right?
Yeah.
When companies are calculating these tailpipe emissions, they're at liberty to decide the vehicle lifetime distance used in these calculations. So you would assume that a company that sets a vehicle lifetime distance unrealistically low would have a lower footprint on paper. They say their cars only make it 80,000 miles, even though their commercials sing reliability. On paper, they say their vehicles only last 80,000 miles, which results in a very low disclosure number for that Scope 3 Category 11 tailpipe emission. So spinning numbers is kind of the name of the game here, and that's why we're really trying to emphasize 3 or 4 metrics for sector-specific metrics that we can really assess emissions intensity across all these sectors and compare companies to one another. That's why it's so important.
With all these spinning numbers, my head is spinning here. I don't know about you at home, but that was a fascinating conversation. You like that joke? Thank you, Judith, for laughing. Judith and Ian, who joined us here for the World Cleanup Day show. What are you drinking, by the way? It smells like whiskey. What is it?
It's water.
It's water. Okay, sorry.
Pure water too.
That's something in my nose. But you guys like music, don't you?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to sing, don't worry, but we're going to play some music for you because there's a famous Estonian group. They're called, did I get this right, guys? Tell me in my ear. Whatever? Whatever. They're called Whatever. It's an artist, I've been told. Okay, by a director who knows everything. So here they are, an artist from Estonia. Music is good. Whatever. You gotta love it. Estonian artist, whatever. And that beautiful music video there for you here on the World Cleanup Day show, coming to you live from Manhattan in New York City. We're on 45th Street, which is just very close to the United Nations, and that's why we're coming here, because we have the UN General Assembly next week, and the World Cleanup Day has been recognized on the official calendar. Fingers crossed, we hope. So it's going to be a big boost for the World Cleanup Day on our 6th birthday. But now we're continuing to check in with countries, and we're heading to one of my favorite countries in Europe. We're going over to beautiful Turkey.
Hello, I'm fine, Heidi. What about you?
I'm doing really great as well. So how was the day?
Day was great. I'm currently in Istanbul, Turkey, and we are in the Aydos, the forest. It was a great place to do the cleanup event, and with more than 300 volunteers, we are doing our cleanup events. One of them in Istanbul, and in Turkey today we have 350 cleanup location in overall of the Turkey, and the day it was so great, so sunny, and it's perfect day for World Cleanup Day.
Wow, seems that you have taken it really, really big, 350 different kind of locations. This is a lot. So is there any governmental organization, institution have taken part of this day as well, or who is the main participant today?
Yeah, there were actually the all municipality all over the Turkey was joined the cleanup events, and also the Ministry of the Youth and Sports and Ministry of the Forest and Agriculture also joined the event, and also today the General Director of the Youth Services of the Ministry of the Youth and Sports will be joining us in the afternoon cleanup, and there were many municipality mayor who will be joining cleanup in the different location of the Turkey. And also we have the governor from the different cities who joined already cleanup events. That's a lot of the governmental institution who take the participant of this World Cleanup Day.
Wow, it sounds perfect. And we all know that also the Zero Waste Day in United Nations calendar have been initiated by Turkey. How you see also that the Zero Waste Day and your award in Zero Waste this year as well, congratulations, is also connecting and empowering the World Cleanup Day and also the messages regarding of the waste and climate change and so on.
Actually, the Zero Waste Day was initiated by the Turkey. That's why the all governmental institution, all people gave more importance to World Cleanup Day, because the World Cleanup Day is also the one step to become the zero waste life. That's why World Cleanup Day became more important day for the Turkey as well after the Zero Waste initiative. The action that we are doing in the Turkey, it was really great and it was awesome. And also the all municipalities, all governmental institutions, all private sectors and all non-governmental organizations are joining the cleanup event thanks to Zero Waste Initiative.
It's great. It also
because as you know, last year we also got the prize from the Zero Waste in the Turkey. That's why the Let's Do It is known. It's in the Turkey we are most known civil organization in Turkey anymore.
Yes, this is exactly what happened when you're working for the World Cleanup Day and trying to get it really big. You as an organization becoming big as well. What it means the World Cleanup Day and being World Cleanup Day leader in Turkey to you personally, Cengiz?
What it is actually, I'm learning a lot, because when I starting to organizing cleanup on the name of the World Cleanup Day under the umbrella of Let's Do It World, I was 19 and now I'm 25. It means it's the 7 years and I'm growing in here under the World Cleanup Day. That's why I learn and everything in my personal and my life thanks to the World Cleanup Day and Let's Do It World. And it was a great pleasure to be here, to be leader, to organize the cleanup, because after we got the receipt from the participant, end of the day, we just know that we did something. We did a great job in Turkey and also in the world.
Exactly, this is what we want to do. Cleanup is not a solution, or is it solution? What do you think?
It's the starting point of solution.
Fantastic answer. Indeed, it is a starting point of the solution. And the cooperation is the most important one, right?
Yeah, of course. We in the Turkey we are in the cooperation with many organizations. For example, at the current here in IDOS, we have 17 different organizations who joined the cleanup billions, and also one of the location in Turkey we have.
Thank you so much, Cengiz. I see it's a wonderful day. It's a great impact that you're creating, and you're becoming such a wonderful and really huge and great leader in Turkey. So thank you for the fantastic interview and for the great day.
Thank you. It was great to be here for interview.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And now they're going off to have some nice Turkish coffee. Our friends there outside of Istanbul. Speaking of coffee, the coffee here is good. Have you tried it yet, Merle?
No.
You haven't had it? Why not?
Well, because I wanted to see all my crew today. Because this World Cleanup Day crew is working endlessly, and I needed to give all the mermaid hugs.
Okay, we got to get into this. So, Merle Levand, I pronounced that right? You are a competitive swimmer from Estonia.
Still am.
Still am, yeah, you are. And you have won many awards, broken many records. In fact, you're holding the Guinness World Records book. You know what? If I was in the Guinness Book of Records, I would carry it around with me as well. And I'd be like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? That's me. What's the record in that, the new one that you've just broke?
So here I have actually my fourth one, what was a marathon. But I broke the record this April, swimming 31 miles without using my arms with my mermaid tail, and the Guinness kind of announced to me that I'm swimming faster than the books are getting printed, so, you know.
They can't keep up with your records.
No, they can't.
I like when I asked you what's your record, you said, well, this is my fourth one, and I'm thinking, how many records do I hold? Oh yeah, none at all.
Well, I total have 5 individual and 3 teams, so total is 8. But I count the ones where I made it, you know, as an individual. So.
Now you are called a mermaid. We're about to see in a moment you in action. But why did they call you the mermaid? Why do you call yourself the mermaid?
Well, funny enough, nobody could even pronounce my name when I moved from Estonia to Miami to train. So they always called me Estonian mermaid. But then I started the mermaid school because I felt Michael Phelps is kind of fast like a merman. And then one thing took another, and Usain Bolt named me as a record mermaid swimmer, and that's why I started even breaking the Guinness World Records.
Okay, we're going to get into it in a minute, but first, you were doing crazy things yesterday. What were you doing? You were in the water here, the water that fish jump out of the water to get out of it and go into fish tanks, but you went into it.
Yeah.
What was it like?
So I swam yesterday 330 meters with my mermaid tail to bring awareness that we are 330 weeks away from United Nations 2030 climate goals. The 30 goals, reduce 30% of the emissions. And I felt like 330 weeks is not that far. So that was my way to kind of raise awareness to the world.
Let's talk about it afterwards, but first let's have a look at Merle in action yesterday.
because together we make a difference. Yeah. Team Lucian or Team Mermaid?
There you go, and those the New Yorkers are like, who's this Estonian woman jumping up and down on the beach with a fin? What's going on here? Did you get some strange looks?
I think I don't even care really if I get that. It's more important to tell them, hey, what is my mission? And we all should, you know, clean up the world. And I care about sometimes more about what shark thinks about me.
Yeah, because you were saying there was some shark attacks in the area recently.
Yeah, and that's my message to the world, that sometimes things might be scary, but we need to get out from our comfort zone and go there and change the world and do better for this planet, because the universe loves us and will give us love back.
So you've never been bitten by a shark?
No.
Have you ever bitten a shark?
Actually, I chased the shark with my mermaid tail.
There you go. I knew there was some story in there, but we'll get into that another time. So, Marty, about you. You're from Estonia, as we said. You're a competitive swimmer. Swimming all your life since a kid?
So I started swimming because my lungs collapsed at the age of 11.
No way.
And the family doctor recommended me to go for swimming. And I pretty quickly made it to Estonian national team and went to Youth Olympics, World Championships. And I didn't realize that my life was kind of set, in the sense that my lungs were almost collapsing, and today I'm fighting for Earth lungs. And it has become, you know, the big mission, in the sense that I know what it feels like suffering with the bad health. So that's why I'm fighting for planet health.
And if you don't mind me asking, what was wrong when you were 11? Was it a condition from birth, or was it an accident?
So I was born with autoimmune disease.
Okay.
So all my life, I still actually struggle with certain health problems, but I try to smile them away, and with good natural way I'm fixing them or trying to heal. And I think the willpower also heals all the pain.
Mind over matter for you.
Exactly.
And so the symbolic relationship you see then between you as an 11-year-old fighting to breathe and take what is essential for life, and now you're trying to fight for the planet and its lungs. The rainforest is often symbolizes the lungs of the earth. Why did you decide, and when did you decide to become an activist, or to use your voice and your platform as a famous Estonian swimmer to try and raise awareness for this cause?
Well, I was in, one thing, when you come from Estonia, you're really sustainable and you really care about nature. But I was turning from pool swimming to open water swimming, and got to know that Mother Earth waves can be brutal sometimes. And I started seeing plastic everywhere, and it ended up me more picking up trash than actually training. And I was training for Olympic trials for Rio de Janeiro. I got the chance to go to Rio, not kind of an advocate, an athlete. And when I was there, I saw the trash everywhere. And it was kind of a wake-up call to me that if it happens in biggest event in athletic world, what if it happens different places in the world? And it's gonna affect my sport. And then during the pandemic, we had a situation where the fish kill happened and oxygen level in the ocean run into zero, and we had to put ventilator tubes inside a bay.
Wow.
And, you know, being a girl coming from this journey from suffering lungs and having ventilator tubes on you constantly when you were growing up, I knew this is something where I have to like turn gears and have 200% advocating people and really advocating anybody who maybe don't have the touch with the nature.
Yeah.
And kind of doing that maybe a mermaid way, because I call myself that if I educate people, don't do that to me. I'm just a tool between human and the nature. Do that to yourself. Do that for your family members. So that's my goal.
Does it ever become discouraging? Because I've heard people before who clean up beaches and they put so much work and effort into making a beach lovely and clean. The tide comes in, it goes out, the beach is back the exact same way that it was. You clean again, the tide comes in, it goes out, the beach is covered in plastic and debris again.
Yeah, sometimes even I have people who are saying, why you even bother yourself, because look what this country or that country is doing. But I think we all have to do it today better and use our platforms to inspire other people to do better. I mean, you know, scariest what I have found is needles floating, and you start thinking about, I'm an athlete, but if that hits me,
Yes, yeah.
or you finding more and more research is saying about how microplastic is found in human blood. So technically...
The nanoplastics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just recently they found 9 pieces of those in a donor heart. So think about, in the end of the day, it's bigger than just saving a planet. It's a humanity question and watching after humans too. So I know it bothers me some days, but I try to take it that one step at a time, one day at a time. So, and together we can inspire people to step over all these behaviors.
Did you decide at one point as well, if you wanted to get people's attention, you would have to take on this persona of the Estonian mermaid? Because we know the way the news works here in media, a story like that is, they're looking for a sexy story.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say sexy, I mean something that's different, that's
Right.
kind of punchy. Oh, did you know there's an Estonian mermaid swimming on the beach today? Get more after the break about that. And people are kind of like hooked.
Yeah.
Was that a conscious decision to kind of embrace that title that your American possums gave you?
No, it wasn't like that. It didn't hit me like that even until the World Economic Forum chose me to be the front voice for climate. And I was like, I'm going to be speaking in front of all the world leaders, like, wow. But it was definitely on a sense that I was figuring out after Usain Bolt challenged me to swim 10K with the mermaid fin. And I was calling up Guinness and trying to figure out how to get the world to understand the attachment between, you know, being inspired basically. And then when I constantly start breaking the Guinness World Record, of course the world media start asking more interviews, and they name me as a eco-mermaid. And I think it inspires adults as well, the kids, because kids are our future and they are the ones who kind of also gonna, I think, inspire adults to do better. I have seen that on my work, that adults who never maybe even cared about to look into sustainability are asking now more sustainability questions.
Do you think it's getting better or worse, the problem?
I think because it's affecting human blood, it's getting better, because it's already affecting human health.
So when we see that it's affecting human health, that's when we know.
Exactly. I think before it was like, oh, it's somebody else's trash, why I should picking up that? Or, oh, well, the climate stuff is happening somewhere there. Or, for example, the floods, you know, it's happening someplace where it always happens. Or the wildfires happens, you know, on the vacation places where I should never go. But now I think people have realized this is affecting their vacation, this is affecting their life, and this is affecting their health, and as well income in a long term. So I think that I have seen a little turnaround while doing this work.
Wow. So that's rewarding to see as well, and
Yeah.
that affirms you in what you do.
Yeah.
Now you are living still between Miami, New York, and Estonia. Where is home? Where do you call home?
Ocean. I think always when a journalist is asking where is home, my home is ocean. Is it Baltic Sea? Is it here in Far Rockaway? Or is it Miami Beach? I feel the best in the water.
When you're in the ocean?
Yes.
And do you plan to stay stateside? Do you plan to go back to Estonia, or what's your plan for the future?
My plan in the future is inspire as many people as possible.
Don't give me those good answers, come on.
I think mermaid belongs to blue water, so let's see.
And the next record, what are you thinking of next? They said that you're breaking records faster than the printing books, so they've just printed this book. They just launched it a few days ago. So what are you planning next?
I have, you know, like there has been 5 guys trying to beat my record, so I'm definitely continuing that type of record what I already have. But I created a new one, what I actually told to Guinness on Thursday when was this book launched, and they are actually on board. And I have so many crazy ideas for different records. I think I'm gonna keep breaking them in every 10 months. So.
And actually, can we see the page? Since we have a roaming camera that can zoom in, let's have a look. This is amazing to be in the Guinness Book of Records
Well,
for fourth time.
I have to say, well, 5 times.
Sorry, beg your pardon. 5 times.
I have to clarify, usually 10% of the records ever gets to the record book. Here I am.
Because there's so many Guinness records, but
Exactly.
only 10% get printed in the book.
Exactly, that
So
means...
here you are here.
Yes.
What is it? Monofin, the fastest swim with a monofin. Farthest swim with a monofin. What was the distance?
It was 42.2
kilometers.
And I want to also aim for that, because I swim that without using my arms for full stroke, because animals are getting stuck on plastic and fishing nets, and that's my way to tell the story to the world.
If you give me the book for a second, I have a surprise. There's actually...
Your friend?
I'm in here, towards the back. If you look at...
There we go, we have 2 Guinness.
the biggest idiot to ever appear on television. And it is me. Here I am. Isn't that amazing? Thank you. The crew were not meant to agree with that or applaud that, but they did, so they're in agreement. Say that again? Thank you.
Well, you're doing an excellent job. So.
Please, stop that, guys. Stop that. Oh, you did stop that. Okay. So life is good and you're enjoying it and you're still very much into the competitive swimming, but I know that as life goes on, you're shifting gears. How much would you say now you're competitive swimming or you're doing your activism work?
Well, guess what? I'm actually also have become an ice swimmer, so I'm going to ice swimming world championships.
Wait, what does that mean, ice swimming?
They cut out...
You swim under the ice?
No, they cut out ice cubes and they make in a pool and they put the lane lines and touch pads and they run that like kind of Olympic pool. And actually ice swimming wants to go to Olympics, and I'm going on March. I got to Estonian team. I actually have broke some records in ice swimming too.
Early, do you ever just want to like go and drink tea and do nothing for a day?
We can drink tea today.
But you know what I mean? Like, do you ever wake up and say, today I'm not going to break a record or swim in the ice. I'm going to just sit and drink tea and look out the window.
But
no.
You know what? Those are the moments when I swim in the ocean, and if you guys go to my Instagram, you can see I had a little fish on Wednesday morning coming and touching my arm. Those are the moments where I relax, seeing that animals are giving and telling me thank you, or kids are telling me thank you. That's the moment when I relax, and it inspires me, and definitely that I used to be in a hospital bed looking at the ceiling and asking what is my purpose in this life, and now being excited with everything what I do. I think that's the place where I came from, and where I want to go is to do as much as possible in my life, but nature gives back me the love and the greatness, and I think that's the best reward.
And it's interesting you say that about the small little fish coming up right beside you, and the fact that you used to be ill in a hospital, and as you say that, we hear an ambulance siren outside, how fragile life can be.
Exactly.
It hangs in the balance.
And that's what we're doing here. That's why we're doing cleanups around the world, because we have seen how, one thing is the microplastic on the health, issues, but the other thing is like, the society depends on humans. The healthier humans are, the better is our success in business, in life, in society. And I always think about what happens with the world leaders if they eat too much microplastic.
Let me ask you about, there was, looking into the future, for the World Cleanup Day, are you proud as an Estonian what World Cleanup Day has done in just 6 years?
Yes, and being part of UN and as an official day, it just tells you that how far we can go together, and how inspiring it is to see that the world actually wants to do better. And that started from my little country, Estonia. That's even more rewarding. And I always say this is the way how Estonians are. We think outside the box and we just keep going.
And for such a small country to have such a huge impact, global impact, and here we are in New York City right beside the UN. Exactly,
and I have to tell, they are my role models actually. I am their ambassador, but they inspire me every day, and I really, really want to, like yesterday we were at the Far Rockaway and they passed the water safety bill, I think I want to pass every kind of pill what helps the society and the humans in this world.
That is awesome. Well, I'm going to go back and say hi to them now and see how everything has been going so far, because we've been checking in with so many countries. But round of applause for Marilee, our mermaid. Come on. Thank you. And check out her Instagram to see that little fish and all her other adventures as well. Now, I have my Estonian flag, which is also a microphone. Let me go in behind here and see how everything is going, because these guys have been awake for 9,000 hours. Ingrid, you look fresh. How are you feeling?
I'm always fresh.
Why are you playing solitaire? That's not
That's not solitaire. It looks like solitaire, but it isn't. Come and look at this.
Okay.
We have only 5 countries remaining who are still cleaning.
5
and
countries.
The rest of them, they're finished.
Okay, the 5 who are still cleaning.
Yeah, they're all here in the Americas.
Okay.
But they should be done soon as well.
So we're talking about Peru, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala.
Exactly.
How about that?
Well, they've
My
been
favorite
really
is El
busy.
Salvador.
Really?
Beautiful country.
I
yes.
like Guatemala.
Oh, you do?
Yes. I don't think we'll ever agree on that.
So cleaned so far 133 countries.
Yes.
And I know you have preliminary figures. What are we looking at so far?
Not really yet, but we're talking about millions. We had millions registered in several countries. For instance, in Indonesia,
2.5.
2.5, and they're still counting. They
Yes.
haven't finished with that. There's also, what else is here interesting? We have to scroll through all of this. Kyrgyzstan, nearly 700,000 people, and Mozambique, 2 million people.
2 million people, wow.
So,
it's
yeah.
just amazing that these countries, such a huge impact, and they do so well in bringing people out.
They do, and they have
engaging
built
them.
this movement up in only a few years, if you think about it, starting with only maybe 100 cleaners and then moving up to thousands and millions.
And then to be real about it, we do have other countries then that had to postpone for different reasons, or
Yes,
one or
we
two
do
that had
have-
to cancel.
Yes.
There's always troubles in different places that
Yeah, there are.
unavoidable.
Unfortunately, yes, Iran is not enjoying a very peaceful time at this time, so it's maybe not
Politically, yeah.
too safe. But then usually, if we have to postpone anything, it's for weather. Like Tunisia had really heavy showers.
Okay.
So we had to postpone there, but they said that they're going to do it anyways as soon as the weather clears.
How's the call centre doing over in Estonia and Tallinn?
They're nearly done. They're wrapping it up. They've been doing a great work. We had nearly 40 people coming in.
Well, you know what? Since the buses were over here, I got a report that they're on the booze. They've been on the booze over there for the past 5 hours.
No.
Did you hear that
I
too?
can follow their every move.
No. Since the bosses are away, the cat's away, the mice will play. That's what they say.
Get your facts straight, calm.
It's not fake news. I have my sources. I have very drunk sources over in Tallinn. Haiti, how's it going? You have spreadsheets galore there.
Yes, everything is going as planned. We have so great guests, so great team, so great leaders and partners. So it has been really great.
And remind us, Haiti, because I have our Estonian flag here, also a microphone. Because I know people are tuning in all the time. Why again are we in New York City doing this show this year?
Yes, because the World Cleanup Day will be listed in United Nations calendar. This is our hope. We are doing the side event here in order to be visible, impactful, to have a lot of people from UNGA as well here. So this is the main reason. And when we are going to the United Nations, I think to United Nations calendar, I think will be more impactful. It's really needed.
That is awesome. Haiti, well done. Pele, what's happening over here?
Oh, just listening to all those amazing stories and listening to our guests and just feeling the amazing energy.
And what's been your highlight so far?
So far, seeing all the people come together from little children to older people. So it's really amazing to see us all working together on the common goal.
It's been amazing. Okay, well, we're going to check back with you again in a while. We've around another 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 20 minutes left on air here from beautiful New York City. And I know our team are still working over in the medieval city of Tallinn as well. But at the moment, we're going to take another look at how we got here. What happened over the past 6 years to lead to what you see here today? Take a look at this.
At a time when our planet's health hangs in the balance, one environmental movement that transcends borders and cultures is celebrating its 5th anniversary. This is the story of how Let's Do It World created the largest peacetime civic movement in human history and its positive, lasting impact on the global mismanaged waste crisis. It all began in 2008 in Estonia, a small nation with a big heart. That first nationwide cleanup led by Teeme Ära or Let's Do It engaged just 4% of our population, but served as motivation to inspire change across the whole world. In 2012, volunteers from Estonia, Slovenia and Portugal initiated global events between March and September, bringing together millions of people from 96 countries and territories, each leading their own cleanups. In 2014, the plan changed. Instead of cleaning up over several months, by 2018 everyone would instead coordinate their actions on one single day. Our overall aim was to engage 5% of the world's population, which is, according to studies, the tipping point needed for self-sustaining societal change. With this bold goal, the Let's Do It Foundation took responsibility for delivering the first World Cleanup Day and rolled up its sleeves in preparation for September 15, 2018. There was much to do in the next 4 years. Establishing the biggest environmental network ever, a massive marketing campaign, and pulling off a 28-hour live telethon broadcasting the entire green wave of cleanups from Fiji to American Samoa. And together, this incredible new network succeeded in creating the largest peacetime civic action movement ever. On that historic day, over 18 million people from 157 countries and territories turned out to clean up, kickstarting the process that would shape the future. 2018's success demonstrated the willpower of our global network. So the logical next step was to keep going, leading us to establish the self-governing Let's Do It World NGO and create a lasting legacy. We engage with almost every country and territory in the world, bonding individuals, families and communities in a common cause to overcome challenges and to unite for a better future. Our movement's unwavering commitment is to create a cleaner and healthier world, one in which the global mismanaged waste crisis is resolved. Each year has seen us grow from our humble roots to a global phenomenon. But in 2020, COVID hit.
Coronavirus emergency.
Global restrictions on large gatherings inevitably affected our goal. Instead of giving up, we shifted focus to a new form of waste: digital. So far, enough digital waste has been deleted from electronic devices to prevent the production of over 3,000 tons of CO2 a year. And from 2022, participant numbers in both world and digital cleanup days are approaching pre-COVID times. Back on track towards creating lasting societal impact through 5% global engagement. The true power of Let's Do It World became evident when volunteers, businesses, governments and non-profits merged, joining hands across diverse fields. This all-sector unification drives innovation, thus amplifying the movement's impact. Collaboration engenders transformation. We see post-cleanup projects gaining momentum, such as community gardens, recycling centers, youth educational programs and more, all benefiting generations to come. The dedication of Let's Do It World's network has been noticed, with cross-sector successes attracting international recognition. In 2021, the movement received the UN Habitat Scroll of Honor, and in 2023, the UN Sustainable Development Goals Mobilization Award, echoing its profound influence. We've proven that big change from one brave idea is possible, progressing step by step. After 5 World Cleanup Days, we've engaged over 71 million volunteers in 197 countries and territories, removing 325,000 tons of waste from the environment. Reflecting on this incredible journey, we celebrate how one small drop grew into the global wave seen today. Every single person involved, locally and globally, has contributed to this enormous achievement, reminding us that each action, large or small, makes a world of difference. From our hearts, we thank all of you.
What do you know? It's the World Cleanup Day, my friends. Come on in. We're here in New York City. This is great. That was a little history of how we got here today over the past number of years. The 6th World Cleanup Day, and so excited to be here. We still have 2.5 hours left on air. This has been a 10-hour broadcast, a mammoth broadcast. Let's continue to check in with countries, because last night at 4 a.m., Haiti, who's back there now, she checked in with Georgia.
Hello, World Cleanup Day. Hello, world. How are you doing?
We are doing really well. What happened in Georgia today?
Today we are cleaning Marneuli city. As you see here, our volunteers. And we are painting wall, as always, which are dedicated to pollution of the oceans. This wall is dedicated to pollution of the oceans and water generally. At the next wall, we will start the next activity at 4 p.m. Georgian time, and it will be dedicated to waste and also clean up on the second location. This is like what core team is doing in Georgia.
Wow, it seems a lot of actions during all the day. So how you see how it went so far? I see that you have really beautiful weather. You are really blessed, of course, in this sense.
Yeah.
So you are in many locations, not just in Tbilisi, right?
No, we are not in Tbilisi, because Tbilisi is the capital city. We wanted to concentrate more on rural area. Now we are in one of the municipalities, one of the biggest municipalities in Georgia. So we have here partners, and we are conducting different activities. We have different workshops. We have also different energizers. We are cleaning here. We have 2 locations and dozens of people to clean this municipality. And thank you for this opportunity.
You are really welcome, and we are really grateful to have you. So how many participants you see today being part of the World Cleanup Day in Georgia?
Approximately 10,000 volunteers in different locations, in different towns. And I wanted to share with you what wall we are painting, because it's masterpiece. And our artists, say hi, please, to World Cleanup Day. Weiss and Joconda. This is dolphin full of waste, and here is sea turtle, which are also having huge problems in the world. Sea turtles, dolphins are dying, and this wall is dedicated. This is not finished yet. This is just the beginning, but this masterpiece we want to share with the world.
So how this masterpiece is also speaking to the society? You are creating an impact through the and raising the awareness, right? With this art.
Yes, these walls are to increase awareness in society. And now in Marneuli city, we are cooperating with local schools, and this wall is one of the local schools. We are more than 1,000 people are studying. So yes, we are doing this wall stays here next year, like 10 years. And every time somebody will look at this wall, it reminds them that we have challenges in the water. We have pollution everywhere, plastic is everywhere, and we need to be more eco-friendly, more sustainable. Yeah.
So you have conducted already 5 World Cleanup Days. This is already the 6th one. Do you see some kind of impact, or what you actually are expecting for the World Cleanup Day, especially for the Georgia?
Yes, of course. We did like you're right. It's like 6 big cleanup for us in Georgia, and we see that young people really change their awareness, and young people are more eco-friendly. And maybe Mariam is our young volunteer. You can tell us how we are changing volunteers, how we are changing behavior of our young generation.
To be honest, I am already 4 months in this organization. I came as an intern in this organization, and now I can understand. I'm a politics student, but now I understand how amazing it is to take care of environment. I understand that my awareness and my mindset has already changed. I already take care of everything around me. Not to see the plastic around me, because it's really essential, it's really vital for our future generations, and we are making a great job spreading this awareness around the world, around our community.
Yeah, wow. And many youngsters joining us, because We have different partners like schools, NGOs, and we are doing lots of different projects. Yeah, municipality. The next cleanup we are doing with cooperation with local municipality at 4 p.m. in Marneuli. So everybody likes us. Everybody tries to be close with Let's Do It Georgia and to participate in World Cleanup Day. And yeah, our social media are increasing rapidly. Followers, people who liked us, and it's like obvious how we are real change makers in Georgia. And waste is a huge problem. We talked about it many times. And yeah, we hope that soon we will manage these challenges and we will have a less waste in the water, in the land, and the awareness will be absolutely changed because there is no planet B. This is our motto. And
exactly.
All of us together need to take action. And the World Cleanup Day is our action.
Yes, there is no another planet B, and I really truly wish that this kind of young people, also like Mariam, will be part of their politics one day as well, and working on the legislation and helping the governments to work and supporting to work in a better way. Thank you so much from the HQ of the Kola Media Center from the New York. Have a very great day. Bye-bye.
Good luck to everyone and have a wonderful World Cleanup Day 2023.
This is Haiti right beside me. You just saw her on the video talking to a wonderful country. Now she's got another one for us. This is the theme song of this event, World. Oh, that's all I got.
Kazakhstan is coming, huh?
Is it Kazakhstan next?
Kazakhstan, yes.
Haiti, first of all, you look great on camera. You should have a career in television.
Okay, yes.
That's
and
true.
Where is my job offer?
Yes, they're flooding. Your agent has taken the calls in the back now. Haiti, you were over this entire event. How are you feeling so far?
You know, when it is a big thing what we are doing, because to conduct all this program with so many guests, with all the interviews, everything pre-scheduled, and yes, it is long, and we didn't sleep tonight.
Keep it positive, Haiti, come on.
And I want to say, I'm really thrilled. I'm so happy. I'm so positive.
There we go.
This is the result.
The result.
Why? Because I'm empowered.
Because you're
by
empowered.
Inspiration.
I'm
Thank
inspired
you.
by all the people that we've seen. And remember, this lady has helped get 71 million? 71 million people in the last...
Leaders did it. Leaders.
Yes, but inspired by you, Haiti. Inspired by you, all the leaders, facilitated by you, brought together by you, encouraged by you. And over the past...
Oh, it's a teamwork.
Yes, well, yes, you're being modest, but
teamwork.
71 million people over the past number of years have got together for the World Cleanup Day. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
Like in one of our favorite countries, Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan.
Estonia as well.
Estonia too. Kazakhstan, how's it going? You checked in with them last night.
Hello, the family of VCD.
How are you doing today?
We do great. Today we have a Ministry of Ecology of Kazakhstan. We have UN embassies countries. We have Thomas Tears,
Estonian ambassador.
Yes. We have UN ambassador Michaela as well with us. So we have
and the European Union
ambassadors.
Hello, everyone.
Also, we have about 600 people. We get about 3 trucks of garbage. We separate the trucks, separate the garbage, plastic, aluminium, and also we shredded aluminium cans straight away, same place. So I think we took great. Some people already having picnic time. We have a nice food, tea, hot tea, because the weather is not nice, about plus 15. But
not so bad.
Yeah, not bad. Thomas, do you like to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the World Cleanup Day has been picked up very well in Kazakhstan. Actually, at this time, the teams are cleaning together with the Ecological Association, with the Ministry of Ecology, students in quite a few towns around the country, and also on the seaside by the Caspian Sea. So actually, I think the World Cleanup Day team can be very happy for Kazakhstan and Shasalim and others joining into this initiative. So great example. People are enthusiastic. People hate garbage. So the message of trash blindness is getting across, and I think this is great.
Yeah, greetings from the European Union in Kazakhstan. I think it was a successful day. We're growing every year, more and more people joining, and also, as colleagues said, other regions of Kazakhstan, government supporters and the media. Also, we had quite a lot of media interest, which is great.
And the Minister of Ecology was picking up the garbage from the other side of the river. So we were himself. So we were actually together on this river today.
So, Association of Green Ecology, Coalition of Green Ecology students, about 200 students come to European Union's embassies. So, we quite enough people here, and we can say that a river of this bank is, banks of this river is clean.
Wow, what an amazing achievement. I'm also really grateful to Thomas Kirs, who have been supporting and have been always in the cleanups, I know that. And also to United States Embassy, all the people who are taking part. And we are proud to talk today from USA as well. So it's really logical, this kind of linkage between ourselves, you and us, on this really great Cola Media Center. And of course, you are truly heroes, because if the weather is not so good and you already have a nice picnic, they totally deserved it. Salim, how many participants today you see have been taking part from the World Cleanup Day?
Only in Astana, it's capital about 40,000, but exact numbers will be known afternoon. And the total garbage about by the city, by the capital, will be known tomorrow morning. Yeah. But hopefully by Monday I will get all the country numbers from all Kazakhstan.
Yes, and Salim usually have been done this kind of cleanups with several hundred of thousand people. And I'm also wondering what you are doing with the garbage, what has been collected, especially with the plastic waste.
Plastic waste, as you know, I'm recycled to the flex, which is then can be reused second time. And today we brought a small machine, which is crushed aluminum cans, and we want to make aluminum, I don't know how it's called, aluminum stones by 3 kilos of aluminum and for second use. So we take it to my small company. We will try to give second life for this garbage.
Exactly, and this really fascinating project led by Salim, and we will see during the broadcast show also really great movie what have been done with the waste, especially with the plastic bottles collected during the World Cleanup Day and after the World Cleanup Days as well. And this is really important for us. So Salim, say final words because we are closing it now.
Yes, we are for the clean world. We are for the clean planet. We are clean for the clean country. Hello from Kazakhstan.
Yes, thank you.
Salim.
Yeah.
So Salim from Kazakhstan, and I say hello to family of VCD in all other part of the world. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Kazakhstan. It has just gone 4 p.m. here in the city that never sleeps in New York City. We're here in Midtown Manhattan, coming live from close to the Empire State Building and also the United Nations. This is the World Cleanup Day show. If you just joined us, I'm having some nice warm tea. Look at that. It's my fuel as an Irishman and what keeps me going. It's beautiful. And now we're heading over to a country that I know has tea, yes, but good coffee as well. Let's find out how the World Cleanup Day has been going in Morocco.
Hello Nadir, how is the World Cleanup Day going in Morocco? How is it going?
Well, as you can see, we are working early in the morning here, and we've been collecting close to 1 ton of waste on this beach.
All right.
It's been a great day, and we've been here since early morning, like I said, and we have a lot of volunteers, different area on the beach, and so this is what basically we've collected as for now.
Okay. Very
show
good.
you maybe some pictures.
That's a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
You say 1 ton. Already.
Almost close to 1 ton.
Okay, so you mean that you did that in only one morning, or maybe
Morning,
less?
exactly. Couple of hours.
Couple of hours.
Just a couple of hours.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
couple
a
of hours.
huge work.
Started at 9:30 and it's almost 12 now, 12:30. Yeah, 12.
Okay, excellent. So can you tell me more or less how many participants did you have?
We had today about 60 participants that came, from different areas of the country, and then also some. We were glad to see some international participants that came too, and to help us.
Good.
And so we really glad that we made a difference today on this beach.
Yeah, that's the first edition, all the more so. So can you show us more or less who is still here with you? You have a team around you. I could see them before,
Yep. I'll show you around.
Sure. Are they happy to be part of it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's the team here. They're already tired, so some are sitting.
Yeah.
But they're also
I can
they've been working all day in the morning.
Yeah.
And then some are still on the beach collecting. You see over there and over here. One is coming back. Basically, we're ending up almost but they've been working till 9:30. Been collecting, so they're tired. And but we're all here.
Okay, tea time then. Tea time.
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can you come back to yourself so I can see you? I just want to ask you one thing. Is there anything like noticeable, remarkable you could collect today? Like something strange, new, unexpected?
We've seen a lot of basically the problem is always today we're expecting it, a lot of plastic that we see, plastic waste, but also the thing is the problem we see is the mix of organic and non-organic. Sometimes we have like just wood but with plastic connected to it, so we have to take off the wood. It's really hard to separate things. That's the problem. Once it's even all the algae and things that is good for normally for nature, but we find it problematic because it's mixed with the plastic, and then we have to throw it away.
Understandable. So please go on.
The other thing we asked the volunteers today is to bring extra trash bags and extra gloves, because as you know we had a big tragedy in Morocco, in the mountain region, in the house.
Yes.
And so we asked everybody to bring extra trash bags and gloves. So we collect them, and then we'll because as you know, there's a lot of aid that is going to those areas.
Yes, absolutely.
And the problem is there's going to be a lot of trash also after the aid lands there, and it will end up in the rivers, and then at the end of the day, it'll end up in the sea. So we want to protect the ocean and protect the rivers when the rainy season comes. So what we're going to do is send all this aid to these areas, so they have enough plastic, enough trash bags and enough gloves to collect everything locally.
Okay, that's really well thought. I think it's a good way to anticipate the future disaster after the AIDS. Already a huge disaster, and I'm really happy to see that you're all coming together to help people there in many ways, but also think about the earth. Do you think, just a quick question, do you think that it also helps bringing people together, these kind of events, despite of the tragedy?
Definitely. Everybody wants to help, and no matter what, in one way or another. So we're giving another way to help also in this hard times. Also, and then to at the same time protect the environment and think of, we need to help the human, but also we think about all the environment and the nature around us. So it really, everybody needs to do something, even if they're far away from the area. So we give them a new opportunity to help also.
That's a beautiful way to overcome hardship together, thinking that we are all one. Everything, nature, people, everything comes together. Thank you very much for this time. Thank you very much for your testimony and this interview.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot for Let's Do It World. Thanks a lot for this day. And we're doing everything together. You have to know that, it's important that we all get together in this and we're all connected. When there's a trauma in one area, other areas can help, and that's what we show. That's what we'd like to show here where we are today in Morocco, but you're doing the same from your area and from Europe and to the rest of the world, and we love the concept and the thought. And I really hope that we all keep together and with the authorities and with all the community, so we can hand in hand find
together.
a solution to our problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's well said. Saha hoya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shukran.
Good
See
day.
you. Thank you
Bye.
very much and take care of yourself. Good luck with
You're
that.
welcome. Bye-bye. Slamo.
Thank you very much for that, Morocco. Great to see how the cleanup has been going, and we still have some countries left to check in with. It is now 4:08 here in New York City. Lots more to come until now and the end of the program. But now we have a bit of music for you, and this is a really cool group. They're from Estonia, and I see here on the prompter they're called Women in the Kitchen. A Woman in the Kitchen? Is this right? This camp. Come with me. Let's go in and I don't know what this band is called, and I don't want to get it wrong, but Mark, the director, can let me know. He might have made a mistake. Where is he? What's going on in here, guys? Is anybody working? Mark!
Yeah?
How are you? You're not busy, are you, at the moment?
Well, a bit.
Okay. Listen, we got some music now.
Yeah.
And I was trying to read the name of the band. It was Women in the Kitchen or Women... What is it?
Yeah, in translation it's that.
What is it in Estonian?
Naiset köögis.
Naiset korgis.
Naiset?
Naiset?
Köögis.
Naiset korgis.
No, not korgis. Köögis.
Kyrgyz.
Köögis.
Kyrgyz.
Yeah.
Do I sound like an Estonian?
They're a really cool Estonian woman band.
Okay.
And they make a lot of songs with interesting messages.
And this one is called?
This one is called Mis maa meile jääb in Estonian, and it translates as What will be left for us. And what's interesting, actually, they have this song in 14 different languages.
Okay.
On their YouTube. So if right now we're gonna show you a video with English subtitles, but if your home language isn't English, then you can go to YouTube and maybe you will find your language there.
And this song translated is Woman in the Kitchen.
The group is Woman in the Kitchen.
Okay.
And the song is What World Will Be Left for Us.
Oh, what world will be left for us?
Yeah.
Can I do it? Show me what button to press.
Okay, so first,
yeah,
you have to press this.
That button, okay?
This space button, yes.
And that's it, and it will cue.
Yes. I will give you a countdown.
Okay, give me a countdown. Okay, this is what happens behind the scenes. So wait, let me do my bit, and I'll say, hey, now here's a Woman in the Kitchen. What world will be left for us?
And Stinger goes. 3, 2, 1, go.
Mis maa te meile jätate? Kui metsad maha võtate? Mis maa, mis õhk, mis vesi? Kas jääb ka linnupesi? Mis valikud, mis rajad? Meil on vaja maad, kus kehtib lihtne arusaam, et tulevikuga ei mängita. Kus linnades ei mata hinge süsihappegaas ja keegi maasikaid ei mürgita. on vaja koos, keset kiiret ajasõudu, vaadata üksteisel silma. Me sõnadel on vägi ja me tegudel on jõudu koos. Loome paremat maailma.
That was the band Women in the Kitchen, and the song was called What World Will Be Left for Us. That was pretty epic. You have to admit, that video was pretty incredible. It just shows you what great things come out of a small country like Estonia. Now, speaking of Estonia, right next door, one of its neighbours, beautiful neighbours, is Latvia. And they do such a great job every year of cleaning up. So let's take a look and see how the cleanup went today over in beautiful Riga and other parts of Latvia.
Hello everybody from Latvia by the Baltic Sea in Northern Europe.
Okay.
So here today we are in Ādaži city. They are celebrating their first year having title of the city. And imagine how they are doing that. They thought that it's a good way to open the first part of Tree of Happiness here. So Latvia is joining Let's Do It World campaign of World Cleanup Day, planting trees, and not just trees, but we call them our trees of happiness, because we believe in our folk traditions that every tree that we plant, it brings happiness and well-being. So we plant oak trees for our sons and for our strengths. So we plant linden trees also today for our women.
That's beautiful.
And we plant apple trees for our mothers and just for good harvest.
Okay,
you know?
I can see.
And so today we have, you see, pets are here, families are here, everybody is here.
I can feel the energy is very good, and the fact that you plant trees for each individual, mothers, sons, fathers, it means a lot. So how is the energy going? How many participants do you think you are having for the first edition?
You know, the good news is that we are having 2 cleanups a year. We are having 2 cleanups, one in springtime when we mainly collect waste, and the other one now in September. Then we join World Cleanup Day with our special campaign of planting trees of happiness. So we also let the world see that after you collect waste, there is some sun in the end of the tunnel.
I love
we
it.
can plant our sustainability,
Yeah.
the longevity of our countries and families and the planet by planting trees.
I can definitely be sure that the longevity is here, because the happiness, I can see it just behind you with the kids waving the flags and being really happy to be here. So I think you're doing a great job right now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, they are so proud. Kids are so proud to be part of all of this, and they also, families are bringing their own trees.
Yeah.
So some are bringing even sakura, something that apple trees are more needed in this community. Some plant just traditional oak and linden trees.
Okay, all the trees are welcomed. And talking of which, apart from the families, do you have any companies or government or any other actors taking part of the World Cleanup Day with you?
Oh yes, we are so proud that 4 state presidents in a row have been patrons of Latvian Big Cleanup movement.
Excellent.
We are so proud of it. And today we are also having a great mayor of Ādaži, very green person herself, and a minister. And but you know, in World Cleanup Day we say that everybody is equally important.
Absolutely.
Because we build this world together.
That's
and
the spirit.
that's our message also to UN. You know, follow your people and follow their needs, and follow the future.
Yeah, because we are the future. So people are being the incentive. The civical movement is bringing an inspiration for everyone at the same level. That's true. And do you have anything noticeable? Did you collect anything strange, new, surprising during this cleanup so far?
You know, today we have also some other activities, not just planting trees and the park of trees, but we have also some people helping out the day center for autism people, and some others are helping out by collecting cigarette butts on the seashore. So we have several activities going on. In total, we have engaged more than 10% of our inhabitants during our cleanups, because our first cleanup was in 2008. So we joined, likewise, Estonia, Lithuania, and other countries. We joined the World Cleanup in 2018 when Estonia started to organize it. And we are so proud that Baltic countries are showing this pioneering example. We were first to start, all three, now we are maybe showing the, again, good ideas for the future.
You are definitely inspiring for the future. With 10% of your population, you can be proud. I want to thank you very much for everything you're doing, because it's not only cleaning up, it's also planting trees, involving all the people and the politics to show that the world is ours and we have to protect it. Thank you very much. From your country, Latvia. And Aiva, thank you again.
Thank you.
And have a beautiful day ahead. Enjoy that.
Enjoy the world.
Yeah, take care. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you very much, our friends in beautiful Latvia there with an update on how the World Cleanup Day went for them today. Well, this has been an incredible show so far as we get into the last stretch of this mammoth broadcast all over the world, checking in with over 100 countries and how the cleanup has been going here on World Cleanup Day 2023, coming to you live from New York City. Very special guest in the program now, the Chief Executive of UN Habitat. I want to welcome Maimona Mat-Sharif to the program. It is good to talk to you, Maimona. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me here.
It's a pleasure, and thank you so much for joining us. First of all, I want to ask you about what we are doing today, your own personal opinion, and how the UN Habitat sees World Cleanup Day and kind of what we are doing and what we're all about.
Thank you so much. The World Cleanup Day, or even cleaning up from the waste management, is very close to my heart, because I was a former mayor before in Penang, Malaysia, before I joined UN Habitat. Solid waste management is one of the key factor that in the cities that we would like to see. And when I joined UN Habitat, I think the waste management and cleaner, greener, safer and healthier city is one of our key indicators to work together with the local government and with all level of society and communities. Yes, it's very, very important for UN Habitat and for the people at all levels.
Maimona, I like when you said it was close to your heart. This is something that is not only in your mind, but is in your heart as well.
Yes, that's right, because it's when we have a clean city, I think that's the first impression of people who just maybe go into any cities or any countries. When there is the first entrance, if the city is clean, they will stick into the mind. They say that, oh, look at Penang or New York or any other cities, is very, very clean. So that is one of the indicators of the clean governance, and also one of the indicators of the people, the humanity, the quality of people in each city. So cleanliness is important more than just waste management, but it's also the features and the front face of a city.
Maimona, when we talk about waste-free cities, it's kind of like a relatively new term, the idea of having a city that would be so neutral and so waste-free. It's kind of like a new way of thinking of cities. What are the biggest challenges to creating such environments?
Yeah, waste-free cities. I think one of the challenges is that to change, to have this behavioral change in their lifestyle, because cities is the you call it is receive this waste from human. I remember in one of the workshops said that waste have no hand, have no leg, have no wing. How come is waste go into the cities, go into the drainage? So I think this is very, very important for us to reduce waste. And one of the challenges is that to change the behavior, the lifestyle of the people, of the community in the cities. That is one of the main indicators. Well, there are a few challenges, but I would like to give you three main challenges apart from the lifestyle. Second is also in terms of the resources that cities have. Yes, they might want to have the leadership to clean up the cities, but they don't get access to resources and also access to the technology and innovation when you want to deal with waste. Second is in terms of the data. Sometimes that we want to come up with a waste management. If without data and the different category of waste, then you also find difficulties how to treat the waste if you don't have the data. And for example, how to segregate the waste from source. So if you don't have the data, for example, many cities at least have 40% of the waste are organic. So I think this is also important for us to have data. Third is on cities citizen engagement or the people process, the people participation. This is very important. And last but not least is that they must have effective waste management policies and regulation.
So important.
And enforcement. This is very, very important.
Yeah. And I understand what you're saying. Those things need to happen. They need to all coincide and work together. There's not one solution, but it's all of these working together that will bring about these waste-free cities that you're campaigning for.
Correct. Yes. There must be integrated approach from education, from advocacy, from communication. And the best is that we have to reduce waste. I used to say that is instead of 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, I introduce another one extra R, rethinking. We have to rethink before we do. We have to rethink before we consume. We have to rethink before we design cities. We have to rethink many things before we act. I think this is the 4R is more important than just the 3R.
And Maimona, that's such a great point because everything is reactive. Reduce, reuse, recycle. That's all kind of happening after the fact, but rethink is bringing it back to the source. Before the waste is even created, we need to rethink.
Yes. Totally correct. Yes, we have to rethink every step that we take.
And it's empowering as well, ordinary people, and like what World Cleanup Day has done. This is its 6th year now, its 6th birthday. 71 million people all over the world have been mobilized and empowered to go out and take ownership and been told to rethink as well. I mean, there's huge power in that, isn't there, Maimona? Just mobilizing people to go out in their communities and take ownership of what they can do as well.
Yes, I totally believe in community participation and community power because it's the government or the leaders alone cannot do it. The community must own it. Community must believe in it. The community must involve in it. I think that is very, very important. That's why UN Habitat believe in the World Cleaning Up, and we put it up to the agreed to put up to the Habitat Assembly last June to have the resolution on the World Cleanup resolution. I think this is very, very important, brought out by Estonia.
Yeah, because that's a good point as well, that it needs to come grassroots from the people on the ground, because like in politics, things go in and out of favor and it's hot one minute, it's not the next. So that's a good point. And in terms of the World Cleanup Day being recognized on the official UN calendar, what do you think that will mean for the World Cleanup Day and what it will do for it in the future?
Yeah, I think this is very, very important. I remember I had the discussion with the president of the Estonia who came to Nairobi in 2021. We had the discussion on the World Cleanup Day. I said that we have to do it step by step. As far as I am Executive Director of UN Habitat, maybe we can bring it up to our Habitat Assembly. We did it. We did it in last June. It's become one of the resolution of World Cleanup Day. Now, if we want to have the World Cleanup Day as one of the UN day, you have to bring it up to the General Assembly. Just like the same process as the UN International Day for the Zero Waste. On the 30th of March every year is a UN International Day for Zero Waste. We can also bring it up, but need to be recognized by the General Assembly to become a UN World Cleanup Day.
Well, I know that when it does happen, it will be mean so much to the World Cleanup Day, such support, and it will really help in the cause that we're all working towards together, greener future, waste-free cities, and just an all-around better planet for the next generation. So we really appreciate your partnership. It is so incredible to be here in New York City, just next door to the United Nations with the General Assembly next week. So to be here where all the important decisions are made and the change is happening, it's fantastic. So thank you for your continued support.
Thank you so much. I wish I would be there at your place, but unfortunately there are so many events. Then I have to take it up through online. So I wish I would be just next to the chair, sitting on the chair next to you. Thank you so much for having UN Habitat as your partner, and we hope that we can collaborate further. Thank you so much.
And Mamona, you know what? It doesn't matter if you're there on Zoom or here, because as you said at the beginning, it's in your heart. So you're here in spirit, and that's what matters.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Thank you so much. That is Mamona Mat Sharif, who is the Chief Executive of UN Habitat. Now, we're continuing to check in with countries. Let's see how the World Cleanup Day went today in Kenya.
Information.
Yes.
Yes. So, hello Kenya, how are you? Hello, Dr. Mbaisi. Hello, Dr. Macharia. Yes. Welcome to our interview today. Yes. You just gave us a brief background on how the preparations are coming along in Kenya. My understanding is you're currently in Laikipia County, one of the regions outside of Nairobi, and this is where the main national event is happening. Could you give us could you respond to how the cleanups are coming along in the country? How is World Cleanup Day coming along?
We are happy for this opportunity.
Yes.
We are here in Nanyuki for the national event, but also in some of our 47 counties, similar events are happening.
Yes.
Various groups meeting together to do cleanup in their backyards.
Okay.
So we are hoping that this is going through. Our theme is think before you trash it.
Okay.
Because as a country, and Dr. Macharia will give a little more of that, we are moving to waste segregation and looking at waste as a resource.
Okay.
So we want to mobilize everybody to think of waste instead of just littering all around. So let me give to Dr. Macharia, and we also have our representative of the ministry, Mr. Elungata is here.
Okay, thank you.
We have also our vice chair is here of the board, just to support the activity. So you can go on with your questions, Christine.
We appreciate that. Dr. Macharia, really quick, what are some of the common waste being picked today across the 47 counties?
Of course, the biggest portion is packaging. We have a lot of packaging.
That is plastic packaging?
A lot of packaging. We have bottles. We have packets that are used to package milk, bottles to package juice, even the glass bottles. We also have clothes, textiles. It's also a major kind of waste. And we also have diapers, the sanitary items that are used by small children to the sanitary wear.
Okay,
thank you. Also, we have a lot of that. Yeah. But the main one is packaging.
Okay. And that's why the theme, think before you trash it, really matters, because we need people to take better care of their trash and think before they trash it. Another question I have, I am aware that in Nanyuki you've had a week long of activities. Is there anything that stood out from that before I bring in the next person to answer?
Yes, yeah. Yesterday we had a lot of activities. We had one of the things that was very good. We had people living with disabilities also taking part and wanting to be part of this journey. We had the deaf. We had the volleyball for
Paralympics.
I don't want to call it yeah. You understand those who are having that disability. We've also had children doing art and essay and just internalizing the issues of waste and the kind of best practices that we are proposing to them. And also we have the support from the county government, which is very critical in terms of addressing waste management. Today we've had a discussion with the governor who has given us a very good promise that he's going to support us, and that is very, very important to us because waste management is a devolved function. And when the county government commits to support us, it is very, very important.
Okay, thank you. You've actually responded to my question, which was like, how can we as NGOs partner with governments, and you've really captured that well. My question would be to the other representative to just comment a bit more on partnership with government.
Maybe I can give Dr. Rizim.
Yes, we have just under a minute left, so really quick.
Yes, a minute.
Yes, the issue of waste management is a multi-institutional issue.
Yeah.
And we work closely with all arms of government because other than being in the waste directory, everybody is a waste generator.
Okay.
So by them participating in this event, the message they are sending across is that we also generate waste and we would like to participate in proper waste management.
Sure.
You can see like when we are here, we are hosted by the Ministry of Interior because they are the local administrators.
Yes.
They help us to mobilize people and make sure that everybody is. We approach people in a more friendlier manner.
True, I agree with you. Thank you so much. My last question or request is for us to say World Cleanup Day in Kiswahili or the local language there. Is it Masai? We can say it either in Kiswahili or Masai, just World Cleanup Day.
Siku ya kusafisha mazingira.
Yeah, if you can...
That is in Kikuyu.
Thank you.
Kamba? Our commissioner can say it in Kamba.
Yes, please.
Yeah. This is World Cleanup Day coming from New York City, and now we are joined by the Latvian ambassador at large for global issues. It's Anders Pildegovic.
Correct.
Did I get it right?
Absolutely.
How about that? I've been practicing.
You must be Latvian.
Beautiful country, Latvia, by the way.
It is.
We talk a lot, of course, about Estonia, but I remember Latvia from hosting the Eurovision Song Contest. I want to be the sunshine in your... Remember that song?
Correct.
They won it. This was 2002 or something like that?
It was around the time when Latvia joined the European Union.
Yeah, big deal for Latvia.
Yes.
For that, the world was watching.
Good memory.
Yes, thank you. And useless information that will never help me in any way. But you've been in New York for 5 years. Correct. You were the Latvian ambassador to the United Nations.
Yes.
You've just finished that role. And now in your new role, can you explain a bit about that and the difference?
Well, in a way, I have had 5 fascinating years here at the UN. And the government of Latvia believes that Latvia's commitment to the UN should be expanded, should be strengthened. And I personally also got a bit of bug of multilateralism under my skin. So I'm back home to Riga, but my portfolio is to take care of the relationship with the faraway regions. For instance, Latvia is a member of the Preparatory Committee for Small Island Developing States for SEEDS 4 conference in Antigua Barbuda next year.
Wow.
So this is one of our commitments to facilitate the development of small island developing states. We are not an island, we have also coastal erosion issues, sea pollution issues. So we're trying to, of course, we are concerned about the evolution of the international law when it comes to maritime issues. So we want to expand. Of course, we are very much a European country, but we want to expand our circle of friends and partners worldwide.
So you share a lot of the same concerns and issues as some of those island states, as well as probably similar size to some and population-wise as well. So you have much in common.
Well, we believe that we are small countries. Latvia is only 2 million people. We are not kind of micro-state, but still.
Yes.
We think that smaller countries are particularly endangered, particularly vulnerable in many respects. So they deserve special attention, special support, and of course, cross-fertilization between the partners is very important. It's not only south to south, but also north-south relationship can be helpful.
Power in numbers and helping each other, that's fantastic. And in terms of your neighbour Estonia and the World Cleanup Day that's been happening now for this is the 6th one. What do you think the impact can be on a movement and an initiative like this? Again, you talk about a small country pushing something and trying to develop something.
Well, we are very strong believers in those homegrown initiatives, which can really make a difference. And Latvia has been doing this for quite some time. In general, I would say that this environmental aspect is very much in the genes of Latvians. It has helped us also to restore independence, our singing revolution 30 years ago.
You had a singing revolution as well, like Estonia.
Yes, well, we are quite similar in our mentality,
yes,
in our attachment to the forests, to the lakes, to the sea. And this movement of cleanup days has been going on for quite many years. And overall, we have managed to engage almost 10% of the population.
Wow.
It's quite massive, and of course we are happy to share our know-how, how to do it more effectively, and how to engage all major players. It can make a difference if we manage to engage the state companies, when we can engage big private companies, big retail chains, scientists, environmentalists, and to do it properly.
And does that just happen, Ambassador, when the numbers become so large and when they see something like 10% of the population are engaged and active in this movement, that they jump on, I don't want to say they jump on the bandwagon because that's a pessimistic way of looking at it, but when it comes so big, too big to ignore, that's when they get involved?
I think scale is important, but it hasn't been that huge all the time.
Yes.
But it's important that we try to engage all generations. We try to engage big and small cities and villages. And we also try to do it in a kind of cost-effective, in an appropriate legal way. It should not be kind of spontaneous, it should not be chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's important also to show the people that there are also economic benefits from doing that. Always, we should not underestimate economic incentives. Because when people see that this is not a kind of once in a year thing, that we are changing the way how we behave, how we consume, how we treat the nature, and how we change the environment in general. In Latvia, we have been trying to, every year in every municipality, to do things which are really important for a specific village. It should not be kind of universal to everyone. I think that's our lesson to our other partners as well. In some areas, it can be cleanup of the rivers or lakes. Okay. In some places, it could be treating deforestation. In some places, we are facing the problem of invasive plants.
Okay, oh wow.
And it's important to give the right scientific approach.
And the incentive, the local incentive.
To show that this is a problem, it can be done, it can be solved, and this is the way how we do it. And I think we have some fairly good results.
That's a good point, that you should make it count. Because you have movements like for the cigarette butts, which may be an issue in one urban area, but might not be an issue in a village, in a small rural village. They might not have the same problem. So that's an interesting way that no one has brought up yet, that you should localize it and make sure each cleanup counts. In terms of the future for World Cleanup Day, we want to put ourselves out of business. We don't want to have cleanup days in the future. How do we get there? How do we make the world a greener place? Big question, one answer, I'm joking.
Well, I think here at the UN, of course, there are a lot of kind of doomsayers.
Yes.
Saying that it's doom and gloom, we are missing SDGs, everything is bad, there are no rays of hope. And I think we really should try to reverse this sentiment. And speaking about the Baltics, 30 years ago, Baltic Sea was considered as a kind of dead sea.
Okay.
It was called the most polluted sea in the world because we are the shallowest sea in the world. The deepest point in the Baltic Sea is 180 meters.
Okay.
The deepest thing. And we had massive areas without oxygen altogether because of industrial pollution, because of the military footprint, because of environmental degradation. And over 30 years, we have really managed to change that. Same with the forests. 100 years ago, Latvia was only 20% of the territory was covered by forests. Now it's 54. So we have been able to show that...
So you've been able to show that it can be done.
It can be done.
And that's a dramatic turnaround.
It's a dramatic turnaround. I'm not saying that we are perfect, but we have some good examples that it's possible to do it. And we are trying to share it. A year ago, the President of the General Assembly from the Maldives visited Latvia. So we really invited him to a kind of nursery of baby pines. He saw a few million of small embryos of pines.
Small pine trees.
Small pine trees, tiny.
Wow.
And we were showing him how we are doing it on an industrial level, how we do reforestation, and how every person can contribute, be it pines, spruces, oak trees, or fruit trees. Speaking about local solutions, we don't impose to municipalities, everyone should plant pine trees.
Yes.
It's really up to the people in specific villages, what they think is important, what is practical, what is economically viable. But we try to encourage them that everyone can really contribute.
And it's interesting when you say in Latvia that you were able to get people engaged and involved in all areas of society, from the ordinary people on the ground to people in government and big companies as well, because that can be a danger, can't it, that it's us and them. And often when I hear at environmental talks, you have that kind of attitude of doomsday, but you also have the image or the narrative of the big evil corporations, the governments who are going against us, and it's like an identity thing. It's us fighting this battle on our own without them. Whereas you said we can't underestimate the financial incentives as well. Let's be real about it. We should show companies and bodies this can be good for the bottom line to be green and to be involved in things like this.
Yes, we always try to engage big store chains.
Yes.
We always try to show good examples of recycling.
Yeah.
Circular economy.
Because the blame game is easy.
Yes, we try to also introduce different schemes, how you can recycle your plastic or recycle your glass. And I think these economic incentives are really important. This is when we're talking about the fight of the climate change, we have to incentivize people, consumers, that green is good. Green is good. Not just good, but it's also profitable. That you can see real, tangible benefits, even in financial terms.
Yeah, and even in the PR and marketing terms, if a company gets behind, for example, sponsoring World Cleanup Day somewhere in Latvia, looks good on their behalf. A company that looks good might get good publicity, and that might equal more sales, more people walking in through the doors of the shop.
That's absolutely.
So it makes sense. You've been here for 5 years, Ambassador. Do you have plans to stay in New York for another 5 years, or I suppose you're at the beck and call of the Latvian government?
Well, now I'm back to the capital, but this commitment to the UN is very, very strong. We have discovered during the pandemic and during the all geopolitical turmoils that the UN is a key organization. Of course, we focus very much on the region, and we try also to partner with, speaking about environment, to partner with all our littoral states of the Baltic Sea, of the neighbors. National solutions important, but of course, working together, we can reach solutions much faster. And speaking about recycling as well with direct neighbors, to implement the schemes which would complement national solutions.
And I know it's getting more and more difficult for you to keep it top of the agenda and top priority when we have the war in Ukraine, right there on your doorstep happening. And so people have other worries now at the moment, which you can see take precedent. You can understand that.
Absolutely. Of course, Ukraine is on our mind all the time, including ecocide, including the impact of the war on the climate. On the environment. I think there is some data that the CO emissions from the war and pollution of the war, Russian aggression against Ukraine has produced more contamination than the impact of some industrial countries, kind of top tier countries among G20. So it's quite massive, and of course that makes our conviction to support Ukraine even stronger.
Ambassador Andris Pildagovic.
Correct.
I got it right? How about that?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us in the World Cleanup Day show here from New York City, and we wish you well in the rest of your work as well, you and the Latvian government. And thank you for being part of it as well.
Thank you so much. And Latvia is strongly committed to make this Cleanup Day as an official day at the UN.
At the UN calendar. That would just be so great for the organization and for the whole movement. Now, we started this interview with music when we're talking about that beautiful winning Eurovision Latvian song, I Wanna. And we're going to continue now and end with some music. We are going to the Netherlands, I believe. Nylon 6 is the name of the group. And the name of the song, one more time. Mark is going to tell me. We Are Smart from Nylon 6.
From the water to the sea, by our hands set free. Don't ask me, an endless oil carpet unfurled, like an unimaginary world. Ooh, topped up we will be left, with a queen of a crown bereft. And while you turn your head, plastic is my monster under the bed. Why the lack of meaning when it's all about how to stop the plastic? Change should be drastic, and while you turn your head, plastic is my monster under the bed. Plastic is my monster under the bed. We are what we will be.
Hey, look at that. There it is, the beautiful skyline of downtown Manhattan, New York City, which is where we are broadcasting to you from. Hey, there we are. Hey, everybody. Look at that. We were up in the sky, now we're down here. And don't forget, we still have our call center and media center over in Tallinn in Estonia working too. So we appreciate all the work that those guys have done over the past 24 hours. We know they've been working really hard, despite me joking that they were on the booze. Not true. So guys, Heidi, how are you feeling? We're coming towards the end of the World Cleanup Day show. We know there are still cleaning to be done in North and South America, but we're nearly there for another year, the 6th birthday. How are you feeling?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so honored, so humble, so happy, everything and all the good emotions together. Again, to see all the leaders around the world, all the friends around the world, our family, let's do it well family. It's always really great inspiration.
Did you ever imagine when it started 5 years ago, whatever it was, that you would be here in New York beside the UN and now possibly, hopefully, we're sure on the UN calendar?
No, I think even a year ago or even half a year ago, we didn't have this thought or dream or opportunity it's a big miracle, and thank you to Estonian government who is supporting it. It's really important to say, and to all their great leaders who are working on that really big day. So, but it's true, we are here.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
But it's the work of you, all the team here,
exactly.
The leaders in all those countries. I mean, we've seen the leaders out picking up the trash, putting their hands into the dirt, putting their hands into the water, taking out dirty things, and they're doing it not for fame, not for money, they're doing it because they genuinely, passionately believe in the cause.
This is actually true. Nobody believes that actually this work could be done with pure heart, with emotions, because simply you two care, and you care from your heart, and then you can do it. And that is really important.
Ingrid, how are you feeling, Ingrid?
It's coming to an end, so I'm elated. We have done it again. 6th time, Con. 6th time.
That sounds like a bad thing. You're like,
no.
We did it again. It happened again.
It's the amazing thing. We did it.
I'm sorry, that's sorry. We did it again.
Yeah, exactly. Our slogan is let's do it, and once a year we can say we did it.
We did it again. When this camera goes off, we all drop to the floor and we go into hibernation for a year.
No, we need to pack up
collectively.
And what about you? How are you feeling after taking all the calls and checking in with people?
Unbelievably amazing. It's crazy to feel that alive with so little sleep and also kind of being half dead.
Okay.
I lost my voice here in New York, so I'm gonna have to go find it afterwards.
Let's keep it positive, okay? We're not half dead, we're half alive.
Oh yeah, that
the glass
part
is
too.
half full. Yeah. Let's look and see the map, because when we started the show 15 million hours ago, we showed the grey world that hadn't been cleaned yet. I didn't have a beard then. Now this is all grown out. But let's take a look at the screen. So it started, look at it now, it started grey. I coloured that myself all day long, and that's amazing. Big applause, come on, for the world. All the people who have crayons, of course. Now, you okay there, mermaid? You just dropped something. I don't know what she dropped there. I think she was trying to take something out of my pocket there. You can't trust these mermaids from Estonia. We have a cake here. Look, it just appeared, a cake, ladies and gentlemen. The World Cleanup Day cake. Do we normally cut it, or what happens if we just look at it?
We cut it later.
We cut it later. Okay, now we will just admire the beauty of this cake. So thank you so much to the people who watched in different parts of the world, to the people who participated and joined us, the leaders from the Fiji Islands, all the way across Africa, Europe, Asia, and here to the Americas as well. We really appreciate it. From all of us here at the call center in New York City, from everyone at the call center in Tallinn in Estonia. Final words, Heidi?
Yes, we did it, and we will do it again, because the world needs great people, and let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.